Yo, what's good, Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Just a Shinobi, the home of the craziest Naruto what-ifs. Today we're jumping into part 3 of What If Naruto Trained 10x Harder? His true potential revealed? So strap in, because things are about to get explosive. If you're new to the channel, make sure to smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your whole ninja squad. And of course, drop your theories in the comments. Your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. Chapter 14, New Meetings, New Enemies. 2 months later. Tajukage Bushin no Jutsu. Naruto watched as a massive cloud of smoke erupted in the clearing. When it cleared, Naruto nodded as he saw 300 clones standing around and awaiting orders. Alright, I want 100 of you to begin working on our wind affinity. Since we haven't been able to find a waterfall with a good ledge to stand on, I want you to start cutting a rock using wind chakra. When you manage to split a rock down the middle, try cutting a rock into 4 pieces and increase the number of cuts you can make from there. It had been one of the new wind exercises he had come up with for himself. Naruto had read that the next step after cutting a leaf was to cut a waterfall. Since there were no waterfalls that he had found that could be properly utilized for his wind training, he had decided to refine his cutting ability through other means. The first thing he had done was make shapes in the leaves that he would cut. Simple ones had first squares, circles and the like, and then more complex shapes like animals and people. This was the next training method Naruto had invented that he felt would be another good step in his wind elemental training. He had actually gotten the general idea from a book he had read. It was a much older book that he had found when looking for theories on connecting to one's chakra through meditation exercises. The book he had found, which was a book from Suna on some of the older methods of wind manipulation theories, had claimed that a master of the wind element should be able to cut straight through a boulder using wind chakra. Not only that, but the cut would be so smooth that the entire surface on either side would be completely flat. He had at first tried to cut a boulder, but soon realized that with the level of his wind manipulation such a complex and difficult task was next to impossible. So he went on to the next best thing, cutting a rock, which he felt that while not as good, would still be a major boon in his elemental training. After all, if he could cut a rock into several pieces, then it would be much easier to cut flesh and bones. Boss. The clones all saluted and took off. Naruto turned to his other 2 groups. I want one group of you to split up into groups of 25. One of you will continue on the more advanced form of Muay Thai, another work on Goken, the third group will work on R, and the last will try to combine the taijutsu styles we know into a usable form. YOSH. The clones all gave him the nice guy pose before they went off and began working with a guy and leaf fanaticism. Turning to the last group, Naruto began to give his last set of orders. You guys have the most important task of all. I want you to continue working on our chakra control. His chakra control had gotten better but was still, and probably always would be, an issue that he would need to constantly work on. We've gotten up to 5 leaves on one hand, so start adding leaves to the other. I want at least 2 added by the end of this session. And rather than stand on the water surface, I want you to walk. Got it, boss, the clone said as they raced off. Naruto looked down at his arm, where his training seal was located. Right now it was on level 3, a feat the whiskered blonde had managed to accomplish around 3 weeks ago. Due to the massive increase in resistance that each level came with, it had taken a lot more time for him to be capable of using the 3rd level of resistance than the first 2. However, like with all things, time, sweat and hard work had finally enabled him to use this level with no required chakra. And since he no longer needed chakra, that meant it was time to increase the level. Gritting his teeth, Naruto began channeling chakra into the seal, feeling the resistance on his body increase. He watched as the kanji on his arm shifted from the number 3 to the number 4. With the seal increase finished, Naruto began to trudge through his workout routine, relying heavily on chakra to keep him moving as he fought against the resistance placed on his body. After his daily workout, Naruto began to make his way towards Team 7's standard meeting spot. Walking onto the bridge where his team usually met, Naruto saw that his 2 teammates were both already there doing what they usually did. Sakura was staring at Sasuke, no doubt wondering how to get a date with the raven-haired Uchiha. And Sasuke was leaning against the rail of the bridge, staring off into space, or as Naruto called it, practicing his brooding poses and trying to come up with ways to kill his older brother. Morning, Sakura, Sasuke team, he greeted the pair. Even if they did not really get along all that well, he still felt it was appropriate to be nice to them, at least on the occasions he did not feel like messing with them. Sasuke looked at Naruto before giving his usual reply of HN, and then turning away to look off the side of the bridge. Naruto baka, don't call Sasuke-kun that, Sakura shouted at the blonde. Thankfully she no longer tried to punch him, having realized that he was no longer going to put up with it. Something she had actually started to get bitter about, which really only increased her anger at the blonde. Naruto sighed as he moved to the opposite side his teammates were on. He had thought that they would have bonded at least a little bit after their A-ranked mission. However, as soon as they got back to Konoha it was the same as always. Sasuke, having gotten his Sharingan sometime during the Battle of the Bridge, had started ignoring him and everyone else and was quite possibly even more arrogant than before. It also didn't help that the few times he had not ignored the blonde was merely to either glare at him or try to goad him into a fight. Sakura, of course, had not changed at all since she had not really played any significant role on the battle in Nami, or the mission in general, and had more or less taken a back seat to the whole thing and was not even conscious during the blonde cubified rampage. Naturally, because of this she had not been as affected as the others were, whether it be mentally, emotionally, or physically. So she still basically ignored Naruto unless he said something bad about her Sasuke-kun. The only difference now was that she no longer tried to hit him. Sitting down, the blonde pulled out 2 books. The first was the book he had been reading on Fuinjutsu created by the Yondaime titled Intermediate Ceiling Level 3. The second one was a book of his own creation, holding all of the notes he had written down from this book and previous ones he had read, as well as the few notes on seals he had gotten from some of the more advanced books when he could not find something he was looking for in the previous ones. For the next half an hour he began comparing and writing down more notes. Yo! Naruto looked up to see Kakashi appear in his standard shunshin. You're late, Sakura yelled as she pointed at him. Sorry, I forgot to set my alarm today, so I woke up late, Kakashi replied with a lazy tone. Sakura's face turned red as she listened to her sensei's lame excuse, liar. Naruto put his book away and stood up with a small sigh as he stretched and listened to his back make a satisfying crack. He was so glad he had made more Kage Bunshins to train while he waited for his sensei, otherwise he would never be able to get all of his training done. So what are we doing today, sensei? He asked. Kakashi gave Naruto an eye smile. I'm glad you asked, Naruto. We have an exciting mission today, so let's get going. Team 7 left the Hokage's tower after completing the mission the Hokage had given them. It was really nothing more than walking the Inuzuka dogs while another team cleaned the kennels. Not much of a mission in the 3 genins' opinions, but there was not much they could do about it. Kakashi had refused to go on another C rank since their mission to Nami no Kuni had been what could be considered one huge clusterfuck. And so ever since the mission to protect Tazuna, these kinds of missions had been all they were doing. At least Kakashi had helped him a little more with his training. It wasn't much since Sasuke had activated his Sharingan. Usually the silver-haired Jonin would simply create a Kage Bunshin and have it spar with Naruto. Still, it was more than he had gotten before the mission, and since he had yet to even land a hit on the clone it was good enough for the moment. Man, I can't believe we're stuck doing these boring-ass missions again, Naruto groaned, his disposition having gone back to being his normal chipper self after his talk with Anko. For the most part at least, there were of course times when the blonde would get quiet and introspective, and sometimes a small flicker of the painful emotions he had felt after Haku's death flashed across his eyes. But he was determined to continue pushing forward as he was sure that Haku would stick his ass with Sanban if they met in the afterlife, and she found out he had been moping around after her death. That, and he wanted to be a person that Haku would be proud of, a person who would give their all to protect the people precious to them. At least we didn't have to clean the kennel, Naruto thought with a sigh. I don't know if my nose could have handled that again. Now Naruto, we can't do a C-rank mission every time, there are protocols we have to follow, you know, Kakashi chided as he flipped a page of his book. I know the protocols, damn it. I've read all the Kami-Forsaken books that talk about the requirements necessary to tackle higher-ranked missions, as well as why genin are normally assigned these pathetic D ranks in the first place. Naruto glared at his sensei as the man giggled perversely, seemingly ignoring him. We have twice the prerequisite number for a higher-ranked mission. We've been doing these D ranks for 3 months. I think you're just too damn lazy to go on a mission that would take us out of the village. This statement definitely rang true. While Kakashi may be more helpful now than he was before the mission to protect Tazuna, the man was still one of the laziest people he had ever met, barring Shikamaru. Shut up, Naruto baka! Sakura yelled, angry that her blonde teammate was interrupting her from her Sasuke watching with all his complaining. This coming from the girl who likes to screech when she talks, Naruto ignored the pathetic excuse for killing intent coming from Sakura. I'd bet even the team over there wants a better mission, Naruto pointed to Sasuke. You see? He's just dying for some kind of action, Naruto said. Team, you're a riveting conversationalist. Whatever, Sakura scoffed before turning to her crush with what she hoped was a cute yet coy expression. I'm so glad today's mission is over, aren't you, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke just glanced at her at the corner of his eyes, before turning around and ignoring her, not even deigning to give the girl his standard one-syllable grunt. Sakura put her head down for a second before trying to brighten up. Say, Sasuke-kun, would you like to go out on a date with me? Sasuke grunted as he turned to face her. Why would I want to date a weak little girl like you? Sakura took a step back as her eyes widened in surprise and hurt. If you've got time to be asking me out on a date, then you should use that time to become stronger. The raven-haired genin turned away. Even Naruto has gotten better than you. You're even more useless than he used to be. Ibidai, Sakura tried to say, a depressed look on her face and tears beginning to form in her eyes. However, Sasuke had already started ignoring her and was walking away. Naruto looked up from his book to see what had happened before sighing and going back to his book. While he did not really approve of Sasuke being so harsh, even if he no longer put up with Sakura trying to hit him for every little thing, he knew that she still did not know what it meant to be a ninja and needed some kind of kick in the ass in order to get herself in gear. Walking behind the group, book in hand, was Kakashi, who was watching the group with an expression of concern, not that anyone could see it due to nearly 3/4 of his face being covered. It seems their teamwork has gotten even worse than before. It's almost as if the mission to Nami never happened. Sakura yells at Naruto and tries to get a date with Sasuke, completely neglecting training outside of the team. Sasuke ignores everyone unless it's to glare at Naruto, or to pick a fight. I thought awakening his Sharingan would be a good thing, but he only seems to have gotten more arrogant. And Naruto. Kakashi glanced at his blonde student. I can't even tell what he's thinking anymore. He's gotten even more sarcastic than before and seems to run off at the mouth every chance he gets. Not only that, but he seems to have picked up a sadistic streak. Though I'm sure I can thank Anko for that, since the two seem to be hanging out even more now than they had before. The elite Jonin sighed, not really sure how to fix this problem. Looking up, he saw a hawk flying over Konoha. Okay, I think that's enough for today, Kakashi said, getting the attention of his 3 genin. I have to go submit a mission report. Ja. With that, the duster-haired Jonin disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto watched as Kakashi disappeared within a shunshin. Turning around, he saw that Sasuke had already left, and Sakura was walking away with a depressed look on her face. I guess I'll go do some training of my own, Naruto decided. He was just about to start walking when he heard a noise. Turning around, he saw a square box behind him with a rock texture painted on it. It also had 2 eye holes in the front. Already knowing who was under that box, Naruto just sighed and began to walk away, hearing the box follow after him as he turned a corner. When the box followed, it stopped, not seeing the whiskered marked blonde anywhere. Konohamaru-kun, where did the boss go? Asked a female voice from the box. I don't know, it's like he disappeared, Konohamaru exclaimed. They were just about to lift the box up when Naruto appeared behind them. Grinning, he sat down on them, listening to their muffled grunts and shouts of surprise. Hey, who's on top of us? Get off! I think my glasses broke. What's going on? Naruto chuckled. You know, if you keep using these shitty-ass disguises, you'll never get the upper hand on me. Ha! I'm not surprised you saw through our disguised boss, came Konohamaru's muffled response. Now can you get off? I suppose, Naruto said as he stood up and moved to the front as the box exploded. Cough, I think we used too much gunpowder. Cough, came a nasally voice. Naruto gave the kids a nonchalant look that would have made Kakashi proud. So what do you guys want? The 3 kids looked up at him before they broke into their introduction. Hey, I'm Moegi, and I'm the sassiest kunoichi in school, the girl with orange pigtails and perpetual blush said as she made an odd pose, standing on one leg and raising a single hand in the air. And I like algebra, I'm Udan, said the boy with the bowl cut, glasses and permanent runny nose. He too took a pose beside Moegi, crouching down low and crossing his arms. And I'm the strongest ninja in the village, Konohamaru, Konohamaru said as he made a pose in front of them, grinning as he pointed a thumb at himself. And together we're the Konohamaru Ninja Corps, the three said in unison. Yeah, I know, you guys have done this like 30 times already this month alone, Naruto said, crossing his arms as he looked at the trio. So what do you want? You promised you'd play ninja with us today, boss, Konohamaru stated as he crossed his arms. Naruto looked up at the sky, tapping his chin and thought. Did I? I don't remember saying anything like that. You boss. Come on, please play ninja with us. The three started giving him the puppy dog eyes. You know, I've been giving that look to Ajisen before you three were even born, it won't work on me. Naruto grinned as he watched their crestfallen expressions. He actually rather liked the trio whom he had taken to calling the Chibi Brigade, they always seemed to brighten his day. But I suppose I've got enough time to play ninja with you. Ugh, a ninja playing ninja, the group turned to see an utterly depressed-looking Sakura walking towards them. That's so stupid. Naruto sighed at the girl's attitude. Even though he had been ignoring her to the best of his abilities, she was always like this, always making fun of or trying to belittle him for everything he did. I suppose Sasuke team just told her off again, the blonde concluded. She seemed to come over to make fun of him whenever Sasuke put her down, which happened every time she tried to get a date, meaning pretty much every day, seemingly seeking assurance from him like she used to. Hey boss, who is this? Asked Konohamaru as he looked at the girl, scratching the back of his head. I know. Hey boss, is she or he trailed off as he held up his pinky finger and wiggled it. Sakura's look instantly turned irate, and if it wasn't for the fact that Naruto no longer let her hit him, she would have socked him so hard that the blonde would have been implanted in a wall. Naruto shook his head. No, Konohamaru, she isn't. In fact, we're not even friends. The closest thing I can call her is my teammate, and I use the term loosely since we don't really act like a team. For some reason the whiskered blonde words seemed to depress Sakura even more. Sasuke-kun thought she was beneath him, and Naruto. And now Naruto was saying that she was basically just someone he worked with and not someone he liked, or even considered as a friend. I suppose what they say is true. You never know what you're missing until it's gone. She could no longer deny the fact that Naruto had been one of the main factors of her confidence back in the academy. Whenever something happened, whether it was Sasuke's continuous rejections, or something Ino or one of the other girls did or said, Naruto had always been there making her feel better about herself. Now he no longer cared about her, and so she no longer had that confidence-boosting factor to help her deal with the problems she had and her own self-confidence issues. This in turn brought her disposition down even more. Well, that's good, boss, 'cause you can seriously do better than this chick, Konohamaru said. I mean, just look at her. That pink hair is kind of weird, and can you see her forehead? It's huge. Naruto looked at Sakura nervously as he saw her now murderous expression. Hey Konohamaru, how fast can you run? Pretty fast, boss. Why? Asked Konohamaru as he scratched the back of his head. Naruto pointed over to Sakura, who was currently stomping over to them and cracking her knuckles. That's why. I suggest you start running. Konohamaru gulped as he saw the expression on Sakura's face as she cracked her knuckles. Thanks for the report, Iruka said to Kakashi as he sat in the mission room. He read over the report a bit before putting it away. He frowned for a moment as he looked up at the elite Jonin. So how is Naruto? Is he doing well with his comrades? Naruto is actually doing rather well, Kakashi replied. It was true enough, the boy had gotten better after the first month being back, both physically with his training and emotionally. Though he still wouldn't talk about his experience, he had started opening up more, and even asked Kakashi for advice in some of his training. That's good. I've been so busy lately that I haven't been able to see him since you guys got back from your C-ranked mission, Iruka said. I'm a little worried. I wouldn't worry about Naruto too much, Kakashi replied with the same air of nonchalance he always held. Naruto's been a little quieter since we came back from our C-rank, but other than that he's doing fine. In fact, he's improved quite a bit. I think pretty soon he may even be strong enough to surpass the person he respects the most, you. Though I'm pretty sure he already has, but considering he asked me not to reveal anything about his skills to anyone, I'm not going to say anything. Is that so? Iruka asked with a grin, pleased to hear that Naruto was doing well. Boss, what are we gonna do? It's right behind us. Konohamaru shouted as he, his 3 friends, and Naruto ran. The young Sarutobi looked back to see Sakura still chasing after them, spurring him to run faster. Well, why don't we just consider this training? Yeah. That's a good idea. This is a part of your training, Naruto said, not in the least bit tired or worried about the rampaging pink-haired girl behind him. Training! Konohamaru yelled as he looked behind him. He paled as he saw the pink-haired demon getting closer. How can this be considered training? Why, we're testing your speed and endurance, of course, Naruto said with a laugh. Now run faster. Konohamaru did run faster, passing the others as he turned around a corner, and continued running, right until he smashed into someone and fell down to the ground. Konohamaru rubbed his face as he tried to rub away the stinging sensation. After a couple of seconds he looked up to see what he had run into, and saw that it was a guy wearing a black jumpsuit with a pair of cat ears on his head, and some kind of odd makeup on his face with an odd oblong-shaped thing on his back, wrapped in bandages. Next to him stood a girl with sandy blonde hair done up in 4 pigtails. She was wearing a black and white battle kimono with some mesh leggings on her left ankle, while the other was higher up on her thigh. She had her headband hanging loosely on her neck, and a red sash wrapped around her waist. There was also a large battle fan attached to her back. The headbands they were wearing was the symbol for Sunagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the sand, which was a ninja village allied to Konoha. That hurt you, little punk, the teen wearing the cat ears said. Bending down, he picked up Konohamaru with his scarf, forcing the kid to grab onto his hand. I think I need to teach you a lesson about watching where you're going. The girl walked up behind him and shook her head in annoyance. Kankuro, just drop him. You know we're going to get in trouble if he shows up. Relax, Temari. He won't show up for a while yet. Kankuro looked back at her, before turning his attention back to Konohamaru. Besides, this kid needs to learn not to disrespect his betters. Put me down, you stupid makeup-wearing freak! Konohamaru yelled. If you don't, my Nai-san's gonna kick your ass. It's war paint, you little shit! Kankuro said with a snarl. I'll teach you to mess with your betters. He was just about to hit Konohamaru when another voice spoke up. You know, if you're trying to look threatening, you're doing a piss-poor job of it. The two looked up to see Naruto standing there, and despite the light, nearly conversational tone he spoke in, was glaring at Suna Genin in the cat suit. A few seconds later Moegi, Udan and Sakura came up behind him and watched the small confrontation. Though that might have something to do with the makeup. Now I suggest you put the boy down. Temari and Kankuro looked over at Naruto, one of them scowled while the other blushed. Oh, looks like a local cutie. Temari eyed the blonde up and down. These look like Leaf Genin, Kankuro thought to himself with a small sneer. Maybe I should play with them for a while instead. When Naruto did not receive the reply he was looking for from either of the Suna Genin, he scowled. Hey, makeup boy. I said you might want to let him go. If you're not going to listen to me, perhaps I could persuade you better by putting my foot off your ass. That seemed to get a reaction as Kankuro scowled and Temari giggled. It's not makeup. It's war paint, Kankuro yelled out. Naruto grinned. So says the transvestite walking around in a cat suit. That does it, Kankuro said as he grit his teeth. He tossed Konohamaru away and reached behind his back to the large mummified-looking object. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed as he rushed behind the young Sarutobi and caught Konohamaru, setting the boy down before he turned a glare on Kankuro. Sarutobi looked at all the ninja who had assembled into his spy room where all the meetings of great importance were held. Many of them were Jonin for the Genin teams, however there were also a few Chunin who would be serving as proctors, as well as the few Jonin who would proctor for the event he had called them for. I'm sure you are all wondering why I have called you here, the aging Sandaime said. You've all assembled for one reason. It should be obvious to some of the members here. So it's that time already yet? Kakashi asked rhetorically. It's already been reported to the other countries. I saw some of them in the village, Gunma. A Tokubetsu Jonin wearing standard Jonin clothes, a bandana-style headband, and a samban in his mouth commented. Kurenai decided to ask the obvious question, so when is it? In a week, Sarutobi announced, causing several members to mumble about it starting sooner than they expected. I'll announce it properly 7 days from now. On the first day of the 7th moon, the Chunin selection exams will commence. Sarutobi frowned for a moment before pressing on. Before we get to the announcement on who will be participating among our teams, I have some information I wish to tell you. It seems that both Suna and Kumo have sent a Jinchuriki here to participate in the exams. This caused a lot of the ninja there to burst in outrage. Many say it was not fair for nations to send such monsters into the exams. A burst of killing intent from Sarutobi shut them up. While I can understand how you feel about having such powerful ninja in the exams, I would suggest you refrain from speaking about them in that way. He stressed the word ninja when he spoke, making his opinion on Jinchuriki known, and telling them he would not tolerate people giving into their irrational hatred. In any event, it is not illegal for a Jinchuriki to participate in the exams, so long as they are a registered genin. So there is nothing any of us can do about it. I merely informed you so that you are aware of what your genin will be up against in the exams. How accurate is this information, Hokage-sama? Asked Kakashi. I received the information several days ago via Jiraiya's spy network, Sarutobi said. He had only just managed to get a hold of the man because of it, something that irked Sandaime even though there was nothing he could do about the man's elusiveness at the moment. Sarutobi took a long puff on his pipe before continuing. Now, I would like to hear from those who are watching over the new genin first. Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma stepped forward. Kakashi was on the right, with Kurenai in the middle and Asuma on the left. Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, well? Sarutobi asked. Are there any genin you would like to enter into this year's Chunin selection exam? I don't believe I have to tell you, but after a genin completes a total of at least 32 missions, he or she is eligible for the Chunin exams. Of course, normally a genin needs more than 4 times that number of missions before being considered for selection, but it is your choice. Now, starting with Kakashi. Kakashi kept up his normal lazy composure as he began speaking. The Kakashi led Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto under the name of Hatake Kakashi. I nominate them to take the Chunin selection exams. This caused a load of mutters to spread out among the other ninja. Being in the middle, Kurenai went next. The Kurenai led Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba and Aburaim Shino under the name Yuhi Kurenai. I nominate my team for the Chunin selection exams. Asuma sighed as he took a puff of his cigarette before speaking. The Asuma led Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Naro Shikamaru and Akimichi Chuji under the name Sarutobi Asuma. I nominate my team for the Chunin selection exams. The mutterings got even louder at hearing all 3 jonin leaders for the new genin had nominated their teams, something that had not happened in decades. However, one person had something to say about this. Hold on just a second. Irika stepped forward. Sarutobi looked at the scarred Chunin. What is it, Irika? Hokage-sama, please let me have a word. I may be speaking out of place, but these 9 genin were all my students at the academy. Of course they are all very talented, but it's still far too early for them to take the exam. They need more experience. I just can't understand their reasoning. Especially with 2 Jinchuriki coming to the exams. I became a Chunin when I was 6 years younger than Naruto, Kakashi said, knowing who Irika was really worried about. Naruto is nothing like you, Irika shouted, making his true worry obvious. Are you trying to crush these kids? The Chunin exam coup. Are you saying you don't have faith in Naruto's talents? Asked Kakashi, interrupting the Chunin from his tangent. Irika's eyes widened. That's. While Naruto may not be quite like me, he is an extremely talented shinobi that has even impressed me at times, Kakashi continued. Several eyes widened and a smattering of mumbles accompanied this announcement. It was obvious no one believed this statement, whether because of Naruto's status as the dead last, or the Kyuubi. Kakashi did not know nor care. Actually, it makes one wonder. He had always been considered the dead last, but ever since he had graduated his skills have skyrocketed thanks to getting one-on-one help. I have to question the competence of the academy staff for having neglected Naruto like they had. If he had received more help in the beginning, he may have already been a Chunin by now, possibly even a Jonin. Irika winced at hearing that Naruto had progressed far faster now that he was out of the academy. He felt guilty about not helping the blonde until the day before he graduated, and if what Kakashi just said was true, then the blonde could already have been one of their most powerful ninja by now. Kakashi continued after giving people a few minutes to digest this new information. While I understand that you're worried, you have to understand that they are no longer under your control. That's enough, Kakashi, Kurenai said in an annoyed tone. No, it's not, Kakashi stated, and while his tone still sounded as lazy as always, there was a harder edge to it. They are no longer your students, Irika, they are my soldiers. Enough, Sarutobi said, stemming any further argument from the pair. Irika, I understand where you're coming from, but Kakashi is right. It is not your decision to decide whether or not they can compete. Irika looked down in frustration, but he knew that the Sandaime was right. I apologize for stepping out of line, Hokage-sama. Good. Now on to the next nominations. You're going to use Karasa here? Asked a surprised Temari. These brats need to be taught a lesson, Temari, Kankuro replied as he began to unravel the bandages. Before he could get too far, a rock hit him in the hand, making him drop the large object. Looking up, Sasuke glaring down at him, tossing another rock up and down in his hand. Great, another one of these brats shows up, Kankuro growled. Oh wow, it looks like Konoha has quite a monopoly on cuties, Temari thought as she looked between Naruto and Sasuke with a light blush. Get lost, creep, Sasuke crushed the rock in his hand. Naruto rolled his eyes. You're such a show-off theme. Kankuro growled as he held his now injured hand. He looked like he was about to continue making an ass of himself, when a new voice spoke up behind Sasuke. Kankuro, stop it. Everyone stiffened in surprise and turned their heads to see a boy with red hair and a kanji for love on his forehead. He was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt with a fishnet undershirt underneath that, along with matching black pants and sandals. Across his waist was a white sash and a brown leather belt, and another sash going across his chest that held a large gourd to his back. However, the thing that caught Naruto's attention the most were the large bags under his eyes, making him look something akin to a raccoon. Chigara, Kankuro stammered as he began to shake in fear. The blonde-haired girl did not seem to be doing much better. I didn't even notice him behind me. Sasuke's eyes widened a bit as he stared at the redhead. That kind of skill is at the level of a jonin like Kakashi. This kid is leaking killer intent like some kind of homicidal maniac, yet I couldn't sense him until he spoke. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the familiar feel of the Suna Ninja's killing intent. There's something familiar about this one. I sense a presence I have not felt since. He shook his head. Damn it, I need to stop watching Star Wars. Kankuro, you're an embarrassment to our village. Have you forgotten why we came here? Gaara's arms remained crossed as he stared the other genin down. Kankuro paled considerably as he tried to stammer out an excuse. Well, you see, Gaara, they started it, and I. Shut up, interrupted the redhead, or I'll kill you. Alright, I was totally out of line, Kankuro stuttered. Gaara disappeared in a swirl of sand, reappearing in between the blonde girl and Kankuro. He looked over at Naruto and increased his killing intent in an effort to frighten the blonde-haired genin, though he ended up raising an eyebrow when Naruto shrugged it off. My apologies for him being such a nuisance, he apologized eventually. Naruto gave a grin. Meh, it's all good. Though I would suggest you keep him on a leash, seeing as how he almost beat up the Hokage's grandson. Wars have started for less after all. Kankuro paled at the new knowledge, knowing he was going to get in trouble for doing something like this with their sensei. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Gaara looked over at his two companions, Kankuro, Temari, we're leaving. As the three ninja left, Sakura decided to make her presence known. Hold on a second. The three Suna Ninja turned around to look at the pink-haired girl. While it's true that Suna and Konoha are allies, it's illegal for you to be in our nation without permission. So I have to ask, what are you doing in our village? You're so clueless, Naruto groaned, making everyone turn to him. It's obvious they're here for the Chunin exams, or have you not noticed all of the foreign ninja who have been coming into Konoha recently? Sakura's face turned red with anger at having Naruto tell her up like that. The pinkette had been constantly upstaged by the blonde so far every time she had tried to say something smart. It was like he was trying to make her look bad in front of Sasuke-kun. She would have yelled at him, but Temari spoke up. The blonde cutie is correct, she pulled out her passport. We are here for the Chunin exams. You really should pay more attention, or people will think you live under a rock. We've wasted enough time talking, let's go, Gaara said, getting annoyed by all the conversation. Hold on. What's your name? Sasuke asked the retreating figure. Who, me? Asked Temari with a light blush. Not you, the one with the gourd on his back. Sasuke corrected me. My Sasuke, have you finally found someone who matches your wet dreams? Naruto asked with a grin. I always wondered if you were into guys. Don't call Sasuke-kun gay, Naruto baka. Sakura shouted in anger, though on the inside she felt mortified at the thought that her Sasuke-kun might actually be into men. Oh no! What if he really is gay? Of course he isn't gay. That's just Naruto baka trying to get us to like him instead. Shinaro! The ever-delusional inner Sakura shouted. Dobe! Sasuke hissed through clenched teeth and a red face to match his anger and embarrassment. This had been something that had been happening more and more recently. Naruto seemed to have made a game out of taunting either him or Sakura, taking some kind of innate pleasure out of torturing them with words. It was something that pissed the raven-haired genin off to no end. Naruto smirked. What? You can't blame me for thinking that. All those girls in the academy threw themselves at you, and you completely ignored them. He gave a shrug. What am I supposed to think? Grinning, the blonde turned his attention to Temari. I apologize for my teammate being such an ass. He just doesn't know how to properly treat such a beautiful woman. Temari blushed, not actually used to someone calling her beautiful, or having the guts to do it in front of Gaara. It's alright. Naruto tilted his head to the side as he saw Temari's face turn red. For a moment he wondered if he had said something wrong. Since his only real experience with women were Tenten, Anko and Haku, one of which liked to think of herself as one of the guys, another who took pleasure in making him squirm and torturing/training him, and the last one being a girl whom he had only just started to explore his feelings for before she died, had left him somewhat lacking in the female knowledge department. Of course he did know a little bit about females, and was not completely unknowledgeable about flirting, since Anko had a tendency to tease him in a manner that could be considered flirting, while if trying to feed someone to their snakes, cuddling to them while rubbing their cheeks against his whisker marks, or pressing someone's face into their bosom was flirting. However, it was thanks to the experience he gained from the interactions he had with those three that he was able to determine that since she had not hit him, and since she was smiling despite the redness on her cheeks, that he had not said anything wrong and may have actually done good by complimenting the girl on her looks. A small flash of pain crossed his eyes as he thought of Haku, and of the many times he had gotten that rosy color on her cheeks. Thankfully he was able to bury the small flash before anyone was able to see it. Now that we've determined my teammate's sexual preference, how about I get your name? It's Temari, Sabaku no Temari, she answered with a small tinge of pink still running across her cheeks. And you? Naruto grinned. Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara looked over at the blonde shinobi in curiosity before turning to Sasuke. It's Sabaku no Gaara. And yours? Sasuke smirked as he tried to get back on track. Uchiha Sasuke. I see. I hope to see you in the exams, Gaara replied before leaving, with his two teammates following him. It's so nice to see you finally found someone for yourself, Sasuke, or should I say Sasuke? Naruto commented, smirking as his two teammates turned and glared at him. What the hell done? Sasuke growled at him, his eyes morphing into his Sharingan in an attempt to scare or at least deter the blonde from his constant remarks on his sexuality. Don't be mad, team. I don't care if you're secretly in the closet or anything, Naruto grinned as he began walking away. Though Sakura may be disappointed. Anyways, I think I'm going to get some Ichirakus, I'm starving. Whistling a jaunty tune, Naruto left his two angry teammates. A little ways away, three figures had just finished watching the confrontation. So what do you think? A figure asked as he leaned against a tree. One of his companions looked at him. They're nothing serious, although we'll need to keep an eye on that black-haired one, and the one with the gourd on his back. Sakura gave an annoyed grunt as she looked at the bridge she and her teammates were supposed to meet at today. Both Naruto and her sensei were late again. Really, she couldn't understand it. How could the person who had asked them to come at a certain time always be late? She glanced over at Sasuke to see him leaning against the rail, looking so cool and calm with his serious expression. This is just great, Sasuke-kun is right in front of me and I can't even enjoy it. She had tried everything she could ever think of to get the raven-haired boy's attention, but nothing seemed to work. Looking cute, seductive, wearing makeup, or different clothing, she had tried all manner of things. All of it had ended in failure. Every attempt she had ever made to make Sasuke notice her had ended in failure. She was running at her wits' end. Morning, you two. Sakura turned her attention to the other end of the bridge as her blonde teammate finally arrived. Why the hell are you always so late? A tick mark appeared on the pinkette's head. Naruto shrugged with an air of indifference as he walked over to the end of the bridge. Unlike you and the Emo King, I've realized that Kakashi is going to be 3 hours late every day. Rather than wasting my time sitting here, I train in the mornings. Sakura's right eye twitched, and she opened her mouth to yell when a puff of smoke signaled the arrival of their sensei. Yo! You're late! Sakura shouted as she pointed at the silver-haired jonin. Sorry, I had to help an old lady cross the street, only to find out that she was a missing ninja and I was forced to fight her. Kakashi held out 3 papers before Sakura could yell again. Anyway, these are for you 3. Naruto took one of the papers and raised an eyebrow. You nominated us for the Chunin exams? Yep. Kakashi nodded his head. I figured you guys are ready for the challenge. Those of you who wish to take it should sign those papers and turn them in at room 301 at the academy tomorrow by 4 p.m. Less than a second later, Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke. As Naruto looked at the approval sheet for the Chunin exams, he could not keep the grin from forming on his face. This is gonna be awesome. Sasuke smirked. For once I agree with you to be. Head, Naruto returned the smirk. Looks like this will be a good chance to show everyone just how good I've gotten. I've been looking to kick some ass. HN. Sakura looked between the two before looking at her own sheet in worry. She wasn't as sure as her 2 teammates about entering these exams. Tenten! Naruto shouted in a sing-song voice as he opened the door to the Higurashi weapons shop. Tenten looked up from the magazine she had been reading and grinned. Hey Naruto. You look excited. Naruto gave her his foxy grin, patent pending, as he walked up to her. I think I've got a reason to be today. Oh? Care to fill me in? Tenten raised an eyebrow at her friend. She was glad to see that he was close to acting like his old self. It had taken a lot of work to get him to be as open back up and return to his cheerful attitude around her after he had gone on his C-rank mission. She had literally spent 4 days using him as target practice in order for him to make up for ignoring her like he had. Even then, Naruto still refused to tell her what happened on the mission, often redirecting the conversation to something else whenever it came up. Maybe later, Naruto replied as he leaned on the counter. So is it ready? Of course, Tenten grinned as she stood up. Knowing what he was talking about, follow me. The two walked into the back of the store where the forge was located. Moving the ladder, Tenten climbed up it and grabbed a box. Grinning like a maniac, she showed it to Naruto. I have a feeling you'll like this. Naruto opened the box and peered inside. Sitting on soft padding was a dark black gauntlet. It was basically a glove attached to a forearm bracer. The top of the glove had a protector that looked similar to the standard metal guards on most fingerless gloves with the leaf insignia. However, there were 3 vertical slits on the front, and it was about 2 inches thicker than a standard guard. Under the wrist was another, smaller padding that had several small holes on either side of a large slit that went horizontally. Put it on and give it a go, Tenten suggested. Nodding, Naruto took the gauntlet and put it on, strapping it together and tightening the bands so it fit snugly on his hand and wrist. He channeled some chakra into the top of the bracer and grinned as 3 wicked-looking claws flickered into existence out of the top over the fingers and between his thumb and pinky, extending 4 inches past his hand. Now this is what I'm talking about. He looked over at Tenten. I assume the bottom is a kunai and saban launcher? Tenten nodded. Yep. Though the kunai you have to use are special. I didn't want the gauntlet to get too bulky and whatnot, so I created a kunai that's a lot thinner than the standard kind. I bet you just made them so I have to come here to visit every time I need to replenish my stock, Naruto said. He gave the bun-haired weapon user a grin. Miss me that much? Tenten scoffed and gave him a playful punch on the shoulder. Don't be so full of yourself. No one could miss your ugly mug. She giggled as Naruto gave her a pout. Besides, this is the only place you'd want to shop anyways. Her light tone stopped as she gave him a dangerous glare, right? Usher Tenten. Of course, Naruto replied, sweating a bit from the now oppressive look he was getting. Good. Tenten brightened up and smiled at him, and the aura of dread vanished. Now, the launcher also uses that containment seal you made for it, since it was the only one that worked. You just channel chakra into the bottom and take aim. Though, you're going to have to go to a training field to test it. Naruto's sweat dropped at the completely random shift of emotions that all women seemed prone to do. Still, he was too excited to worry about his friend's odd mood swings. He had a new weapon to test and an exam to prepare for. Chapter 15. Start your engines, the Chunin exams begin. The next morning found Naruto being woken up by that damned infernal clock of his, its blaring beep annoying him to no end. Before it could beep too much, Naruto picked it up and hurled it across the room, shattering it as it hit the wall. A few seconds later, the blonde shinobi sat up and yawned, stretching himself out before swinging his legs over the edge and getting out of bed. Putting his hand in the ever-familiar ram seal, he made a Kage bunshin to cook him breakfast while he headed towards the shower and began to get ready. After he finished drying himself off, Naruto made his way over to his new dresser, one he had bought with the money he made from his A-rank mission, since the amount of cash he had come out with on that had given him enough money to do a little splurging. Even though he had been forced to change into a random civilian in order to get it, since they had kicked him out the moment he had entered the shop as himself. Opening up the necessary drawers, he grabbed his clothes. A pair of black ANBU-style pants, a fishnet shirt that went under a black sleeveless Chinese-style shirt with a dark orange trim. He also wrapped his bandages around his calves and foot before putting on a new pair of black ANBU-issue shinobi sandals that Tenten had managed to get for him. Walking over to his closet, Naruto opened the door to reveal several sets of black full-body cloaks. Naruto had originally let Tenten choose them for him because he felt they added a mysterious aura. However, they also had the practical use of hiding his hand seals and masking movements until when he was in a taijutsu battle, an advantage that had helped him in his fights quite a bit. He grabbed one of them and pushed the rest aside to reveal a cubby that had been created from a modified containment seal. He reached in and pulled out the box, setting it and his cloak on the bed. Opening it, Naruto grabbed the containment scrolls he had created that were inside. Each one contained a set number of necessary supplies: kunai, shuriken, ninja wire, flashbangs, smoke bombs, custom-made exploding notes, and various forms of weaponry. Having hung out with Tenten as much as he had, Naruto had obviously learned the value of being a walking armory. Naruto grabbed several scrolls. Each one contained well over the necessary amount for a standard A-rank mission, another habit he had picked up from his weapon-using friend. He also grabbed some that held food, camping and camouflage equipment. Next, he unrolled one of the scrolls that held his weapons. Unsealing them, Naruto looked at what he wanted to bring. There was a bow staff, naginata, katana, nodachi, kodachi, his new gauntlet, and kuzurigama. Tenten had proclaimed he was decently sufficient in the use of all of them, meaning he could hold his own for more than half an hour against her. But he really only excelled with the bow staff and a katana. Deciding it was better to be safe than sorry, Naruto grabbed the bow staff and sealed it into the containment seal on his left hand, and the katana on his right. He picked up the gauntlet, and put it on his right hand after that, and then placed his special containment scroll for the kunai and samban into the containment seal for the launcher. After that, he placed his cloak on, hiding his body from view. Feeling ready, he went into the kitchen to eat, and then he would head over to the academy. Coming up on the academy, Naruto found his two teammates already there, sitting outside of the entrance, and obviously waiting for him. "How come you're here so late?" Sakura asked in a loud voice. "Sakura, it's 3:30, we've got half an hour before the Chunin exams start. Why would I want to wait for Kami for how many hours in a room with loads of other people, when I can just relax at home?" Naruto asked in a bored voice. Sakura turned red with anger at what she perceived as Naruto insulting her. "Anyway, the team over there looks like he's getting antsy, so let's go." Naruto did not give the pinkette a chance to reply as he walked inside and began walking up the stairs. After a minute or two, his teammates began to follow him, making their way towards the door he had left through. Said teammate was already walking up the stairs, making his way towards the room where the first stage was supposed to begin. When Naruto reached the next floor, it was to find at least a dozen genin standing around the designated door, with two other genin blocking said door and beating anyone who tried to get past them. "Now that's odd," I could have sworn I had only gone up one flight of stairs. Naruto frowned as he watched the two genin bully everyone else, and replayed the last few seconds in his mind to confirm that he was indeed on the second floor. So then how come that door says 301? His eyes widened as he realized what was going on. Of course. Idiot. That door obviously has a genjutsu on it or something. Genjutsu was one of his worst subjects. He could break out of several C and even a few B-ranked ones thanks to Naruto asking Kakashi to place him under several genjutsu and make him break out of them. However, detecting genjutsu was something he still had trouble with. Naruto had to actively pulse his chakra and search his own system to find foreign chakra that would indicate he was in a genjutsu. This form was useless when in battle since it took far too long, and it also did not work on area-wide genjutsu since they were not genjutsu that invaded the body but was dispersed around the area the genjutsu was cast, which would explain why he was unable to detect this one, and had to rely on his memory and knowledge of the area to realize what was going on. Now that he knew what was going on, Naruto looked over at the two genin who were guarding the door more closely. If this is a genjutsu, then those two must be Chunin who are supposed to keep the unworthy from passing. Now that I look at them, they do remind me of Kotetsu and Izumo, so they must be under henge. He snorted. What a lame-ass henge. They didn't even change their appearance, just their age. Idiots. With that sorted out in his mind, the whiskered blonde began to walk on, ignoring the conversation that was going on at the door. Come on, let us through, one of the genin in the hallway yelled. Shy think we're going to let you through just because you tell us to? People die in these exams, and those who don't sometimes quit being a shinobi altogether simply because of the mental and emotional trauma they go through, the henged Kotetsu said. Really, we're doing you guys a favor. Please let us through. Naruto stopped just as he was about to reach the exit to the next set of stairs when he heard the familiar voice. Turning around, he focused his attention on a familiar brown-haired girl. Tenten? I should have known her team would be in these exams. They have a year's worth of experience over me, and their sensei is a training nut after all. Didn't you hear me? Kotetsu said as he reared his fist back. I said get lost. He threw his fist at Tenten. However, before it could hit, Naruto intercepted it. Now that's not very nice, Naruto said with a slight grin, a grin that made Kotetsu and Izumo actually shiver as it reminded them of Anko when she was looking for blood. Or that one time Izumo had knocked her over while eating dango. It was a particularly traumatizing memory that they did not want to recall. Internally grinning at the way they shivered, and mentally thanking Anko, the spiky-haired blonde continued, Didn't your mother teach you not to hit a lady? Humph. We were just doing her a favor, Izumo replied, trying to regain his bravado. I suggest you heed our advice. This exam isn't for something just anyone can take and hope to survive. Naruto smirked as he let go of Kotetsu's hand. Don't worry, I was just looking for my friend who you were about to hit, by the way. The blonde Konoha shinobi turned around to look at Tenten and winked. Yo. I was looking all over the place for you, Tenten. He turned her around and wrapped an arm over her shoulder, leading her to where he saw Neji. When they had gone a certain distance away, Naruto leaned in and whispered into her ear, You do realize that this is the second floor, right? Tenten looked at him strangely. The second floor? But that door said. Her eyes widened a bit as she remembered going up only 2 flights of stairs. She turned a glare on Neji. Why didn't you tell me we were only on the second floor? Neji shrugged. I did not deem it necessary. Tenten scowled a bit while Naruto rolled his eyes. You know, you sure treat your teammates like shit. Has anyone ever told you that you're a douchebag? Neji's eyes narrowed at Naruto, and veins began to pulse around his eyes as he activated his Byakugan in an effort to enhance his glare. The two of them had never gotten along. Naruto was a lot more like Lee, believing that hard work can overcome anything, including genius. While Neji believed everything was controlled by fate, and had gone out of his way to inform the blonde on the error of his ways on many occasions. Needless to say, whenever the blonde would come and train with Team 9, the two would always butt heads. Drop the genjutsu and let us pass. The pair both turned around to see Sasuke standing there with a smirk on his features as he looked at the two disguised Chunin at the door. Sakura noticed it the moment we got here. Isn't that right, Sakura? Despite being surprised by the raven-haired genin's words, Sakura became ecstatic that her Sasuke-kun was involving her in something. She nodded her head and immediately backed him up. Yeah, that's right. We're only on the second floor. It's so obvious even a child could see through it. Naruto groaned as the pair made asses of themselves. Even he could tell this was supposed to weed out the losers who would not even stand a chance in the exams. Seriously, how was he the dead last when there were people like that? Sasuke at least should have known. Naruto sighed and tried to control the irritation he was feeling. While he did not like Sasuke in any way and enjoyed making fun of him every chance he got, he would at least acknowledge that his teammate was intelligent. However, sometimes the Uchiha heir was just a pain in the ass, especially when he tried to show off like he was now. So you noticed it, didn't you? Kotetsu smirked as the genjutsu on the door was dispelled, revealing it to be the second floor. Impressive. But just because you saw through it, doesn't mean you are good enough to enter. Kotetsu launched a kick at Sasuke, who retaliated with a kick from the opposing leg. However, both kicks were caught by the green blur that was Lee, who managed to catch both their legs with just one hand. Now is not the time to be fighting, the green-clad genin said in a calm voice, releasing their legs. That guy caught both our legs like it was nothing. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he looked at the green-clad genin. He must have some serious chakra in his hands. Way to go and make an ass of yourself, Naruto said as he made his way over to them. I can't believe you actually let all these people pass. Now we're going to have to contend with a bunch of losers who couldn't even see through a simple genjutsu. Sasuke scowled at the insult. However, being an Uchiha, he did not deign to give Naruto a response other than his standard grunt, HN. Lee, what happened to disguising our strength? I thought that was your idea, Neji said with a frown. Wasn't that the plan we agreed on? Yes, but Lee turned his attention to Sakura and blushed. Oh boy, here it comes, thought Naruto as he resisted the urge to snicker. You are Sakura-san, yes? Asked Lee as he appeared in front of her. Yes, Sakura replied, taking a step back from the creepy spandex-wearing genin. I am Rock Lee. Let's go out sometime, I will protect you with my life. Lee gave the pinkette the nice guy pose complete with gleaming teeth and wink. No, Sakura said in a deadpan voice. Anime tears began to stream down Lee's face. But why not? Because you're weird, Sakura stated, causing Lee's shoulders to slump. Naruto snickered a bit before patting Lee on the back. There, Lee. There are plenty of other fish in the sea. Plenty of better-looking ones too. He winced slightly as the thought crossed his mind and an image of Haku appeared. He promised that he would not let her death consume him, that he would move on but always keep her in his memories. Sometimes it was hard to keep that mindset, but he was working on it. Neji just sneered as he watched his teammates, and the blonde kid who occasionally trained with them. He turned his attention to Sasuke. What's your name? HN, Sasuke smirked. Isn't it considered proper manners to give your name before asking for someone else's? Neji scowled while Naruto stuck a fist in his mouth so he would not laugh. Leaning over, he whispered to Tenten, looks like Konoha's #1 emo team has finally met Konoha's #1 snob in what's sure to be the battle of the century. As Tenten giggled, he looked back up to the two who were glaring at each other. Naruto leaned back and cupped his hands around his mouth to make a microphone. Hey Neji. I'm sorry to inform you, but you're too late. Sasuke-chan has already found the love of his life in one of the Suna shinobi here. Shut up, done! Sasuke yelled. Meanwhile, Neji had activated his Byakugan and glared at the blonde, who had gone back to ignoring them. That wasn't very nice, Naruto-kun, Tenten said, though she could not help but let the small giggle escape, finding what he had said and the insult on the pair's sexuality to be hilarious. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he looked at her in curiosity. Since when did you call me kun? Tenten blushed as she realized what she said. She did not get a chance to say anything, however, as Sakura grabbed him by the back of his cloak. Come on, Baka. Let's go or we're gonna be late. Hey! Naruto ripped the pinkette's hand off of his clothes, hands off the merchandise, Pinky. Tenten watched Team 7 leave, shaking her head in amusement. Tenten, Neji called, making her turn her attention to him. Let's go before the exam starts. Oh right. I'm coming. Tenten began walking in Neji's direction before she stopped when she noticed her green-clad teammate was standing still, looking in the direction Naruto's team had left in. Lee, you coming or what? Lee, who had not been following them, turned and looked at her. You and Neji may go on ahead, there is something I need to check out. Do not worry, I will catch up. Tenten looked at him for a moment before she shrugged and began following Neji. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura walked towards the set of stairs that were in front of them. However, as they moved they saw Rock Lee standing on the next floor with a serious expression on his face. You, the one with the black eyes and bad attitude, I wish to challenge you. Lee jumped off the stairs and landed in front of them. My name is Rock Lee. The green-clad genin got into the beginning stance for what Naruto knew was the Goken, feet together with one fist tucked into his side and his other hand out in a bring-it-on gesture. You said it was common courtesy to give your name before asking for someone else's. Am I right? Sasuke smirked as he looked at the kid and gave him an answer, Uchiha Sasuke. So it is true. You are this year's Rookie of the Year that everyone has been talking about. It would be an honor to fight you, Lee exclaimed. Naruto groaned, Listen Lee, I know you've wanted to beat the snot out of emo themes like him and Neji for a while now, but since he's my teammate I need him alive and in one piece, alright? Do not worry Naruto-kun, I will not hurt him too badly, Lee gave Naruto the nice guy pose. Sasuke scoffed at the mere thought that the dove thought he would be defeated, HN. You know my name and yet you challenge me? You must be dumber than I thought. Oh great, there goes Mr. Ego. Naruto sighed at how large Sasuke's head had been getting since he unlocked his Sharingan. I'll see you two up there. I have no desire to watch Sasuke get his ass kicked. Naruto left, not paying attention to Sakura screaming at him about how her Sasuke-kun wasn't going to lose. As Naruto reached room 301 it was to find Kakashi standing outside the doorway, reading his smut. Kakashi-sensei? What are you doing here? Naruto asked. Kakashi looked up from his book and I smiled. Oh, I'm just here to wish you luck. He blinked for a moment as he noticed something, or rather someone's were missing. Naruto, where are Sasuke and Sakura? Naruto shrugged, Sasuke's getting his ass beat by your eternal rival's clone. He chuckled as he watched Kakashi shudder, and Sakura is probably cheering him on, or trying to help him up after his ass got beat. As if on cue Sasuke and Sakura came up with the latter looking worried and the former looking bruised. So I can see how you really proved your superiority as an Uchiha, Naruto smirked. Shut it dope, Sasuke hissed, rubbing the bruise on his cheek. Naruto sighed, I told you he would win. That kid has been a genin for a year longer than we have, he has far more experience than either of us, and his method of training is utterly ridiculous. You need to learn to choose your battle's theme. Sasuke did not say anything, but the small ones told Naruto that the raven-haired genin at least recognized what the blonde was saying. Something could be considered a miracle in and of itself, since the last Uchiha in Konoha had not listened to any of his advice since they had gotten back to Konoha. Ahem, Kakashi coughed into his hand, getting the attention of his team before things got out of hand. Well, I'm glad to see you three came. Had one of you not made it, I would have had to disqualify all of you. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Why? I thought the Chunin exams were optional. They are, but they also have to be taken as a team, Kakashi shrugged. So then why didn't you tell us that? Asked Naruto, a little annoyed that his sensei would leave out something so important. I didn't tell you and Sasuke that because I knew either one or both of you would have tried to pressure Sakura into taking it. Naruto sighed and conceded the point. Yeah, I suppose that's true. But none of that matters now. You're all here, and all for the right reasons. Kakashi gave them an eye smile. I know I don't say this too much, but I'm proud of you three. The three genin grinned. Well, Naruto grinned, Sakura had a small smile, while Sasuke was smirking. The three genin stepped past their sensei and opened the doors where the Chunin exams would start. The very moment Team 7 had entered the room, every single genin began glaring at them. Many of the genin teams, who were older than them by several years, began leaking killing intent at the trio. Sakura paled and began to shake, having not had much experience with killing intent other than Zabuza and the Kyubis at the battle on the bridge, and even then she had passed out before it could get too bad. Sasuke looked a tad nervous, but soon regained his Uchiha bravado. Naruto, who had been subject to far worse, both from Zabuza and Anko, shrugged it off and began glaring back, giving a few teams a dose of his own killing intent that he had Anko help develop. He grinned when several genin began to look away. Just as the trio were about to find a place to sit, a loud squeal erupted behind them. Sasuke-kun! I missed you so much! Ino jumped on top of Sasuke, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. Did you miss me too? Several ticks appeared on Sakura's forehead. Get the hell off him, Ino pig. Ino looked over at Sakura and pulled her eyelid down while sticking her tongue out. Why would I do that, forehead girl? After all, Sasuke-kun and I have a lot of catching up to do. Man, you guys are here too, so troublesome. Naruto turned and smirked at seeing Shikamaru and Choji walking up to them. What's up, you two? Been having fun? Meh, trying to do something fun is far too troublesome, Shikamaru said with a yawn. Naruto rolled his eyes at the answer he had come to expect from the lazy genin. He had occasionally taken to hanging out with the two on Sunday when he was not training, and had come to know the two decently in that time together. Yahoo, we found you guys. Turning again, everyone saw Kiba, Shino with Hinata staring at Naruto as she hid behind Shino. Kiba walked up to the group with a large, cocky grin. I hope you guys are ready to lose to my team. 'Cause we're gonna rock. Naruto smirked. I was wondering what that smell was. I should have known it was you, Kiba. Kiba stopped and growled at Naruto. What was that done? You want me to kick your ass? Just try. Naruto's grin widened, a small trace of bloodlust in his grin. I'll take you to the pound. Kiba began to growl at the blonde and looked like he might actually attack him. But before he could, a new voice entered the picture. You know, you guys should really keep it down. The three new genin teams looked over to see one of the older kids walking up to them. He was wearing a purple shirt and pants of the same color. He had round glasses on and white hair with a Konoha headband strapped to his head. He pushed his glasses up onto the bridge of his nose. You guys are the rookies who just came out of the academy, right? I wouldn't be so loud if I were you. And just who the hell are you? Asked Kiba with a growl, still upset that the dead son had made fun of him. The purple-clad genin just smiled as if not bothered by the rude remark. My name's Kabuto, and before you get angry at me, you should look behind you. Everyone did and was instantly subject to the glares and the wave of killing intent sent to them, particularly the genin from Amigakure, village hidden in the rain. Most of the rookie genin shivered at the killing intent they were now feeling. That team from AIM, I hear they have rather short tempers, Kabuto muttered to them. While some of the other rookies were trying to regain their lost courage, Naruto just smirked as he jumped on top of one of the tables. Alright, listen up, you chicken shit pansies. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. If any of you want a piece of me, get in a nice and orderly single file line and I'll kick each and every one of your asses real quick. That statement was met with various reactions from the ninja in the room. Yash! Naruto-kun seems to be in full form today, Lee said, seeing his friend and sparring partner was so enthusiastic. Tenten chuckled. Is it just me, or has he gotten even worse with that mouth of his? It's the fate of losers like him to be loud, Neji sneered. Both Tenten and Lee looked at Neji with a frown. Their teammate had been getting progressively worse with his fate rants, ever since Naruto had shown up and started training with them. In fact, both of them were nearing their wits' end on what to do about Neji's attitude. However, they kept their peace for the moment. It's that damn kid again, Kankura glared at the blonde as he hopped off the table. That punk's gonna get himself killed. Temari looked over at Naruto with a smirk. I don't know, I think he makes things kind of interesting. Maybe I should see if he wants to go on a date after this. While Kankura began to sputter, Gaara just stared at Naruto with an impassive gaze. Two of the ninja from Kumo looked over at the odd blonde kid who was yelling before turning their attention back to their conversation. The other Kumo ninja, a blonde-haired kunoichi, also stared curiously at the blonde for a few seconds before dismissing him. Wow, Naruto, enthusiastic much? Asked Choji, feeling a bit better now that the killing intent was gone. You know, sometimes you're more troublesome than Ino, Shikamaru muttered. What was that, Shikamaru? Ino glared at him and pretended to roll up her non-existent sleeves. After the rookies got over Naruto's proclamation of lying on a heavy ass kicking, they turned back to Kabuto. Your name is Kabuto-san, right? Asked Sakura. Kabuto pushed his glasses up, something Naruto was beginning to think was a habit for the other genin. Yeah, that's right. So is this your second time taking these exams? Pinkett asked. No, this is my seventh, Kabuto replied, an embarrassed blush on his face. 7th? Naruto asked incredulously. Either you suck so many balls it's amazing you're still alive, or these exams are harder than I thought. It's the latter, I assure you, Kabuto chuckled. However, you know what they say, 7 times the charm. And it's not like I didn't get anything out of it. The purple-clad shinobi reached into his pouch and pulled out a deck of cards. Since you guys are new and all, why don't I give you a hand? He kneeled down on the ground and began channeling chakra into the top card. There was a small burst of smoke as he flipped it over. The rookie genin leaned in to see that it showed a map of the elemental nations. On each nation was a bar with a number. These are my info cards. Look here, as you can see, Konoha has the most teams participating. Of course, that's a given since we're on home turf. But just about every shinobi village has brought genin here to participate. We've even got a team from Kumo this year, a rarity considering we're not on good terms with them. Naruto lifted his head up and searched for the team from Kumo, figuring they must be powerful in order to be in the exams while in a somewhat hostile village. As he did, his eyes made contact with the blonde Kumo Kunoichi who had watched him earlier. He took a brief moment to notice her features. She was slightly older than he was by maybe a few years, with long blonde hair several shades lighter than his and bound in bandages that went down to mid-back. She had a black sleeveless shirt with a purple armor piece that covered her stomach up to the middle of her sizable chest. She also wore matching pants and sandals with a violet sash around her waist. Spending time with Anko as much as he had, the small pervert in him that she had created could not help but notice the woman's beauty. However, he also sensed some kind of strange connection to her. Not that she was familiar in any way, but that she felt similar would be the best way he could put it. Like Gaara, but different. Both of them soon noticed they were staring at each other, and blushed a bit as they looked away. Do your cards hold individual information? Asked Sasuke, bringing Naruto's attention back to the rookie group. Kabuto smirked. Of course, all I need is a name, or even initials, and I can find them for you. Give me everything you have on Rock Lee of Konoha, Sabaku no Gaara of Suna and Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone looked at Sasuke, wondering why he wanted information on the dead son and his teammate, or any of the other people here. Man, Sasuke, all this time we've been a team and you don't even know my skill set. Naruto gave a mock pout. You really don't know how much that hurts. I almost feel like crying. Sasuke scowled at the dove's act, but did his best to ignore him. Man, you know their names and where they come from. That's no fun, Kabuto said as he held up 3 cards. One of them went up in smoke to reveal Rock Lee's card. Let's see, Rock Lee has 246 D-rank missions and 22 C-rank missions. His teammates are Higurashi Tenten and Hyuga Neji, last year's Rookie of the Year. Says here that in the academy he had no skills to speak of, but in the last year his taijutsu made a phenomenal jump. Last year he could have entered the Chunin exams, but his sensei held the team back a year to gain more experience. Next we have Sabaku no Gaara. It says here he's done 8 C-rank missions, 27 B-rank missions and got this, 1 A-rank mission. His teammates are Sabaku no Temari and Sabaku no Kankuru, his older siblings. Apparently they're the children of the Kazekage. Also, this is just a rumor, but apparently he's come out of every single mission without even getting a scratch. Naruto eyed the red-haired genin curiously. So he's pretty strong then. I bet it will be a blast to fight him. And finally we have Uzumaki Naruto. Let's see, his stats show 65 D-rank missions, 1 C-turn A-rank mission, that's odd. It says he also has 1 B-rank mission that was not given to his other 2 teammates. Said teammates are Uchiha Sasuke and Hirano Sakura. He's average at both ninjutsu and taijutsu but has no skills to speak of in genjutsu. Dobe, how do you have a B-rank mission when I don't? Asked Sasuke, his scowl back in place. Naruto gave his raven-haired teammate an indifferent shrug. Sorry, but it's classified information. If you don't know, I can't tell you. Sandaime had told him that he could not tell anyone of Mizuki's betrayal as it was a matter of village security. Of course, I think the whole thing was off the record, wasn't it? Naruto looked at Kabuto with a frown. So how did he know about it? The blonde shook his head. He was starting to get paranoid. Damn Anko and her frickin' paranoia. Next thing you know, I'm gonna start watching for shadows creeping up on me when I'm sitting on the john. So as you can see, there's a big turnout this year. All of these teams are the cream of the crop, the best of their villages. Kabuto paused for a moment before adding, well, I'm not sure about Oto, since they just started up last year they're pretty small and only managed to send 1 team. You hear that? Asked a teen with bandages covering his entire head except for the right eye. He called us small time. Why don't you give him a piece of our mind, Dosu? Suggested their female raven-haired teammate. I say we do more than just give them a piece of our minds, suggested the shinobi with spiky black hair. Yeah, let's show them what Oto shinobi are capable of, Dosu said right before all three disappeared. Only a few of the genin within the room could see them, those being the team of Kumo Ninja, the Sabaka Trio, Team 9, Kabuto, and Naruto. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he watched the trio close in on Kabuto. He was not sure what they were doing, but there was no way he was going to let them hurt a Konoha shinobi. A second later, a spiky-haired Oto shinobi threw two kunai at Kabuto, who jumped back to avoid them. As he stopped, Kabuto looked up to find Dosu right in front of him, with the other two on his left and right. The Oto genin was just about to swing the odd-looking metal gauntlet at the purple-clad genin, when Naruto appeared right in front of him. Konoha Senpu, leave Hurricane! Naruto shouted as he spun around in the air and smashed his foot into Dosu's face, hard. The Oto genin was sent flying backwards, smashing into the wall on the opposite side hard enough to leave cracks. His two teammates might have helped, but before they could even make a move, two solid copies of the blonde appeared behind them, placing a kunai against their neck. The rookie genin, including Team 7, stared at the blonde in shock. Most of them had not even seen Naruto move, much less figured out when he had the time to make clones. What's more, the clones were solid. I don't know who the fuck you people think you are, but if you're going to attack a Konoha shinobi in Konoha territory, you must have been hit with every single branch when you fell out of the retard tree, Naruto spoke with a rare scowl. Very few things could actually piss him off, and one of them was when people tried to hurt comrades for no real reason other than to prove their own superiority. Interesting. That kid is much stronger than one might give him credit for at first glance, the blonde Kumo Kunoichi thought. I wonder if he acts the way he does to purposely make people underestimate him. You've been staring at that kid quite a bit, Yujito-san, the male genin on their team said. Finally found someone for yourself? A light blush spread across Yujito's cheeks, however she quickly dispelled it and glared at her teammate. I don't know what you're talking about, Daisuke. Daisuke just smirked. Whatever, just remember why you were put on this team in the first place. Yujito just turned her head, not deigning to look at her teammate who had always been an ass to everyone no matter who they were. Dosu groaned a bit as he stood up and shook his head, trying to clear the cobwebs out of it. That blonde boy hit hard. Are you still conscious? Naruto said with a smirk. I hope I didn't hit you too hard. After all, someone as stupid as you needs all the brain cells they can get. You talk big boy, but that was nothing more than a lucky shot. Dosu growled, angered at being embarrassed and hit by someone who he had not anticipated as being that strong. Well then, why don't you just try again? Naruto taunted, leaking a bit of his killing intent. The next time you try that shit, I'll make sure you get acquainted with that wall so well you won't be able to leave it. Alright, that's enough. Quiet down, you little bastards. A gruff voice spoke up. There was a puff of smoke erupted at the front of the room. When it cleared, it revealed a tall, scarred man in a black trench coat and blue proctor's uniform, along with a dozen Chunin in similar outfits minus the trench coat. I'm Marino Ibiki, the proctor for this exam. So long as I'm here, there will be no fighting. Do I make myself clear? The man asked, glaring at the Oto genin before turning his attention to the blonde. However, the moment he did, Ibiki felt pale. Is that your Scarface-san? Asked Naruto with a smirk. Who knew you'd be proctoring these exams? I thought you would be smashing heads in or something over at INT with Anko-ne-chan. Uzumaki, I had not realized you were going to be in these exams. Ibiki shifted a bit, not liking the very Anko-like grin on Genin's face. Oh, you know me. Naruto walked up to the much larger man, the grin never leaving his face. I always gotta be a part of the action. It's a good thing you're here though, since you still owe me 200 yen from last week's poker game. Unless of course you want me to tell these wonderful genin about the time you dropped your drawers while interrogating someone *. The blonde held out his hand, smirking as Ibiki began grumbling a bit before pulling out his wallet. How you managed to convince Anko to let you into our poker game, I'll never know. Though you'll forgive me if I hope it doesn't happen again. Ibiki placed the money in the blonde's hand. Naruto grinned as he unsealed his wallet and put the money in it before sealing it back up. Well, I suppose I can't blame you. It must be embarrassing getting cleaned out by a 12-year-old genin. But hey, that's life, right? Well, it's a pleasure doing business with your Scarface-san. Grin still in place, Naruto walked through the surprised crowd and made his way back towards the other rookies. Naruto, how do you know Ibiki-san? Asked Ino. Naruto looked at her and shrugged. I have a friend who works in the INT division. I managed to convince her to let me play poker with her, Ibiki and a few others. I managed to clean them out completely. A few were left walking home in nothing more than their underclothes. The blonde shinobi tilted his head. How do you know Scarface-san? That's easy, my dad was the former head of the INT division. Ibiki-san worked under him as an apprentice for a time, so I would often see him over at the house, Ino replied. Naruto clicked his tongue. How small world. Now that that's out of the way, Ibiki started, hoping to regain some of his lost composure. We will now start the first stage of the Chunin exams. Now then, I want all of you to come up here and grab a tab so you can find your assigned seats. Once that is done, the written test will begin. What the hell do you mean, a written test? Naruto shouted. Studying or no, written tests have always been the bane of his existence, and he doubted that would ever change. Ibiki smirked, feeling the need for some payback. That's right, Uzumaki, a written test. Now I suggest you shut the hell up and sit down before I kick you out. Naruto began to cry anime tears as he sat at his assigned seat, which was coincidentally right next to two other blondes. Temari was on his left, while Yujito had gotten the seat to his right. Temari looked at Naruto and smirked. I take it you don't like written exams? Not liking something is like saying it's mildly disdainful, Naruto answered with a derisive snort. It's something that is a minor nuisance to do, but not outside the realm of actually doing. I despise written exams. They have been the bane of my existence ever since the academy. If I could, I would gladly find every single exam ever written and let the Shinigami eat all of them, though he would probably get indigestion. Temari blinked for a moment before letting out a small laugh. Well, it seems you're in for quite the dilemma. You're telling me, Naruto groaned, stupid Scarface theme, I bet he did this on purpose. But I'll get him back for this travesty. Naruto stood up and pointed a finger at Ibiki. You hear that, theme? Next time we play poker, I'm gonna clean you out so badly you'll have to walk home in the buff. Ibiki tossed Naruto a glare as the blonde sat himself back down while Naruto returned the glare. What an odd ninja, thought Yujito as she looked at Naruto. Though, he is kind of cute with those whiskers. She stopped her train of thought right there as a small blush spread across her face before shaking the thought away. What's wrong with me? Thinking about competition like that. Naruto sighed as his glaring contest ended when Ibiki began to explain the rules for the exam. Alright. I will now explain the rules of this test, and pay attention because I'm only going over this once. Ibiki waited for a moment to see if anyone was dumb enough to speak. When no one did, he turned to the board. The first rule for this test is that each of you will start off with 10 points, the same amount to the number of questions on this test. For each answer you get wrong, 1 point will be deducted from your overall score. The second rule is that this will be a team test, meaning that if one of you fails, all of you fail. Wait a minute! Sakura shouted, raising her hand. I don't understand. I said no questions. Ibiki barked, cowing the girl to bring her hand back down. The third rule of this test is that anyone who gets caught cheating, either by one of the or myself, will automatically have 2 points deducted from their test. I've got my eyes on you, one of them said, freaking out a few of the more susceptible genin. Well, I don't think Naruto will do well. Even if he sounds smarter occasionally, he's still a baka, Sakura thought. But I know Sasuke-kun will do alright, and I'm confident I can do this, so we should be okay. As for the final rule, anyone who loses their initial points during the test or those who don't answer any of them correctly will fail, along with their teammates. What? Sakura shouted. We're doomed, mumbled Sasuke. Somehow I feel like someone's trying to kill me with their eyes, Naruto said to himself as he felt the killing intent from his teammates. Not one to be outdone, he simply flipped them the bird without turning his head. The last question will be asked at the end of the hour. Ibiki paused as he looked at all the genin. Begin. Good luck, Naruto said to Temari, who felt a smile come onto her face. He looked over at Yujito and gave her a grin. Good luck to you as well. Yujito blinked for a moment, surprised that someone from another village, especially one her village did not get along with, was wishing her luck. "Thank you," she mumbled before looking away. Naruto sighed as he flipped over his test. He looked at the first question and frowned. It was way too hard for him to even begin answering, despite the studying he did. He went down each and every question and found that all of them were too hard for him to even begin to understand. In fact, I don't think anyone can answer these except for a walking dictionary like Sakura. Behind him, Sakura sneezed before writing down the answer to another one of the questions. The blonde shinobi discreetly looked around to see what the other genin had figured out. He saw Neji was using his Byakugan to get the answers, as was Hinata. Tenten was using mirrors that were controlled by ninja wire to get the answer, and other genin were using various ways to find the answers as well. It seems that everyone else has also realized that the questions are too hard for them. That has to mean Scarface never intended us to know the answers. He made it hard enough so that we have to cheat without getting caught. Figures he would do something like this. Anko always said he specialized in mental torture. Having figured out what was going on, Naruto now had to find a way to get the answers without anyone finding out. First, I need to find someone with the answers. Looking around, the blonde noticed that the person in front of him was scribbling away and seemed confident that he had all the answers. Bingo! Naruto smirked as he waited for the genin in front of him to finish his test before enacting his plan. Using his control over wind, Naruto created a large gust that forced the windows open, scattering the papers all over the place. Naruto kept his eyes on the paper he wanted and used the confusion to kawarimi it with his own paper. He replaced the other genin's name with his own, before grinning and leaning back in his seat with his feet propped up on the desk. Both Temari and Yujito looked over at their fellow blonde who just minutes ago had been freaking out and raised an eyebrow, wondering what had changed. Ibiki frowned as he watched people shout and tried to grab their papers. He had felt a quick burst of chakra but had not been able to determine where it came from. He looked around the room before his eyes caught Naruto, leaning back in his chair with his feet propped up on the desk. Could he have been the one to make that wind? He narrowed his eyes for a moment before looking away. After a while he looked over at the clock. Time's up. All right, pencils down, it's now time for the 10th question. Just as the man was about to reveal the 10th question, the door opened, and in walked Kankuro. Huh! I don't remember him leaving. Naruto scratched his cheek and thought before shrugging. I hope your trip to the restroom was enlightening, Ibiki said with a smirk. Crap! He knows about Karasu, Kankuro thought in shock. He tried to play it off as he walked to his seat, absently tossing a piece of paper on Temari's table. Now that we're all here, I can begin the 10th question, Ibiki started. However, before that, there are some rules pertaining to this question that you need to know about. First rule, you have to decide whether or not you wish to take a question. Choose? What happens if we don't take it? Asked Temari. Ibiki smirked. If you don't take it, then your points will be reduced to 0, and you will fail along with your teammates. Well then, of course we're going to take it, a random genin shouted. Shut up. I haven't finished explaining the rules yet, Ibiki snapped. If you do choose to take the 10th question, but get it wrong, you will not only fail, but you will be barred from taking the Chunin exams ever again. You will remain genin for the rest of your lives. What? That's bull. There have been plenty of people who have taken this test more than once. Kiba growled as he stood up. Well, it seems you just got unlucky this year. I wasn't proctoring those exams, but now that I am, we're playing by my rules. Here I am, Kami, and you will all listen to what I say. Ibiki chuckled a bit at the shocked and scared looks. However, that's why I'm giving you a way out. If you don't feel you can complete the 10th question, then you can bow out now and try again next year. Now for the final question. I will ask those who don't wish to take it to raise their hand. When your number is called, you will be forced to leave along with your teammates. Nobody spoke for several long seconds. However, several people began to raise their hands, bowing out and taking their teammates with them. Naruto frowned as he watched people quit, angry that people could be such cowards. As he continued looking at everyone, he saw Sakura about to raise her hand. Damn it, Sakura! Not now, of all the times for you to get cold feet. Naruto tried to think of a way to get her to stop. Flying by the figurative seat of his pants, he did the only thing he could think of. He raised his hand, shocking the other rookie members. They, along with everyone else, were in for another surprise when Naruto slammed his hand back on the desk with enough force to leave small spiderweb cracks. That shit's not gonna fly here, Scarface-san. Naruto glared at the man. You can't use such pathetic scare tactics on me. Perhaps the head of the INT division is losing his touch. Leave it to the dope to say something like that. Sasuke shook his head before smirking. At the very least, he keeps things interesting. I know I keep saying this, but this kid is so odd. Yujito looked at the defiant blonde and smirked. Odd, but as I already said, definitely cute, and I like his attitude. I knew this cutie would keep things interesting, Temari smirked. I wonder if I can get to know him better after the exams. Ibiki glared at the blonde before looking at the other occupants, noticing that everyone who was about to quit were sitting back down. I'll only ask this once, are you sure you wish to continue? Realize that if you fail, you will remain a genin for the rest of your careers. If I wasn't willing to risk something as mundane as my career on this question, how could I be asked to risk my life on a mission? Naruto said with a smirk. If someone's actually enough of a pussy that shit like this scares them, then they don't deserve to be Chunin anyway. That little bastard dispelled the illusion of fear I was trying to create. Ibiki frowned as he saw everyone sit back down. Though I do have to hand it to him, he's quite an interesting one, Uzumaki Naruto. He looked around and counted the number of people still there. There's 78 people left. Stretching this out anymore would be pointless. He glanced over at the Chunin proctors to see them giving him a nod. To those of you still remaining, I only have one thing to say: congratulations on passing the first stage of the Chunin exams. What? A random genin shouted. What about the 10th question? Asked Ino. Ibiki opened his mouth to speak, however a sound cut him off. He along with everybody else turned to look at Naruto, who was laughing maniacally. The two blonde girls leaned away from him, wondering if he had somehow lost his mind. You care to share what's so funny, Uzumaki? Asked a disgruntled Ibiki. It's just that Ino is supposed to know you since her dad was the head of INT before you, Naruto laughed, a wide grin on his face. I would have thought she realized your specialty is in psychological torture. She should have known that the entire test was a sham. A sham? Asked Yujito, tilting her head in confusion. What do you mean? I mean the question on whether or not to continue taking the test was the whole point of the entire exam. Naruto answered with a wide grin. Isn't that right, Proctor-san? Ibiki grunted in acknowledgement. Give the gaki a cookie. Yes, that's right, the last question was the point of the exam. Then what about the other 9 questions? Asked Temari, confused and angry at being led on like that. That's easy to figure out, Naruto said as his more analytical mind began taking over. The blonde looked over at Ibiki and raised an eyebrow. Ibiki sighed as he gave a wave, gesturing for Naruto to continue. Right, so the first 9 questions were quite obviously an intelligence-gathering session, Naruto began as he recalled some of the information that was in the books Anko had suggested when he asked her. Gathering accurate intelligence in a timely manner has always been one of the key components towards learning more about your enemy, especially in wartime. It's one of the fundamental skills for a Chunin to know, and so Scarface-san over there wanted to make sure we could gather accurate information while under pressure. Hence the Chunin watching us. Naruto looked over at Ibiki and grinned. How am I doing so far? Accurate, Ibiki grunted before continuing where the blonde left off. I'm sure most of you figured out that the questions on the test were far too hard to answer. So you had to cheat in order to get the answers. Though even knowing you had to cheat would have been useless if you didn't have the answers to begin with. Therefore we placed 2 Chunin in the room with you who did have the answers. It was here that the 2 Chunin raised their hands. One of them was the person that Naruto stole the test from. Okay, I did not see that coming. I must have incredible luck, Naruto thought with a sweat drop. As the gaki said, accurate intelligence is important. Ibiki took off his bandana to reveal a head full of scars. Holy shit! Naruto shouted in surprise. When I called you Scarface, I didn't realize it was so literal. Man. It looks like Tenchan decided to use your head as target practice. A little ways behind Naruto, Tenten blushed, secretly vowing vengeance against her blonde friend. You better learn to keep that mouth of yours shut, gaki, Ibiki threatened while a few of the class snickered. This kid was ruining his reputation. This is the result of when misinformation is more valuable than a life. On missions and on the battlefield, people will risk their lives to get that information. But that doesn't explain the point of the 10th question, Temari said. The 10th question is where this test really comes into play, Ibiki said as he regained his lost pride. The choice to take your chances and answer the question or give up. It's meant to be a hard choice between those two options, though most people are more than willing to bow out and take it next year. Those are the people who don't deserve to be Chunin. Only those who decided to stay and are willing to risk their careers and quite possibly their lives are the ones who deserve the title Chunin. What are you trying to get at? Asked Kiba, who was starting to get annoyed with the man's pointless speaking. What he's saying, dog breath, is that in order to be a Chunin you have to be someone who is willing to risk your life for the sake of your comrades and mission. Naruto said, smirking as Kiba growled at him. You know, if the dead last of your academy class is telling you that, it probably means you should do some more studying. Just because you can know something as pointless as that doesn't make you any less of a loser, done. Kiba growled. Didn't I tell you there would be no fighting? Ibiki shouted, finally having enough and blasting everyone with killing intent. The genin were instantly cowed. Even Naruto began to feel uncomfortable at the amount he was putting out. I swear, Ibiki mumbled before getting back on track. Anyways, congratulations on passing, and good luck in the next exam. The genin who passed only had a moment to celebrate before the window next to Ibiki shattered and a black ball awesomething flew in. Not even a second later their ball unfurled and showed a large banner that became hung in the middle of the room by two kunai on each side and stuck into the walls. The banner read the single and incredibly sexy, second proctor of the Chunin exams, Mitarashi Anko on it for all to see. That was when said trench coat-clad kunoichi stepped into view. Alright guys, this is no time to be celebrating, shouted Anko as she put her fist on her hips and grinned, dutifully ignoring the nosebleeds and looks of lust she caught from the men, and the glares from the women. My name's Mitarashi Anko and I'm the second proctor for the next exam. Now everybody follows me. She pumped her fist into the air, giving the male genin a good look at her nearly unclothed assets. Anko, you're early again, Ibiki muttered. Hee hee, Anko laughed as she rubbed the back of her head in an embarrassed manner. She looked out across the genin and frowned. What the hell is this, Ibiki? There are 26 teams left. She smirked at her partner. You must be losing your touch. Actually, you can thank that gaki of yours for all the extra baggage, Ibiki said. Gaki? Anko asked in confusion before her eyes caught the sight of a grinning Naruto. Hey look, it's my favorite gaki. I didn't know you were in these exams. Naruto gave her a fox-like grin. I was hoping to surprise you. Besides, you didn't think I would miss this party, did you? Heh, I guess not, Anko smirked. Well, this makes things more interesting. Alright, you little bastards, I want all of you to follow me. Failure to do so and I'll feed you to my snakes. Anko grinned as she jumped out of the window. Well, we'd better follow her. Naruto stood up and looked at the two girls who he had been sitting by. If you don't do as she says, she really will feed you to her snakes. He shuddered a bit before moving towards the window and jumping out, leaving the two girls confused. After everyone had gotten their wits back, they walked several minutes, following Naruto and Anko, who were having an animated conversation about Dango. How the hell does Naruto know this slut? Sakura wondered as she stared at the scantily clad woman in disgust. This woman has the same way of speech that Naruto does. Sasuke narrowed his eyes on the pair. Could she be the person he occasionally refers to? Many of the other genin had similar thoughts ranging from curiosity to jealousy, with the boys wondering how Naruto knew such a hot kunoichi, while a select few of the girls wondered what that woman did to get the blonde's attention. Eventually they reached a fenced-off forest that held some of the largest trees any of the genin had ever seen. Naruto walked back to the other genin, standing beside Tenten as Anko spun around and grinned at them. Welcome one and all to the second stage of the Chunin exams, Training Area 44. Or as I like to call the Forest of Death. Chapter 16, A Snake in the Forest. Naruto walked back to the other genin as Anko spun around and grinned at them. Welcome one and all to the second stage of the Chunin exams, Training Area 44. Or as I like to call the Forest of Death. Ah. My home away from home, Naruto said with a smile, making many of the genin who heard him turn and look at him with an incredulous expression. Anko snickered a bit. You are looking at one of my favorite training grounds, the Forest of Death. you'll find out why it's called that soon enough. Ha! You can't scare us ladies. Kiba scoffed, trying to hide how nervous he felt staring into the forest in front of him. He had heard stories of this place from his mother, and if she was afraid of it, then that meant the place was to be avoided at all costs. Anko grinned as she threw a kunai at the dog using ninja, slicing his cheek open. Before Kiba could even yelp, a hand gripped onto his skull to hold him in place while Anko appeared behind him and licked Genin's blood from his cut. You know, it's tough guys like you that spill that delicious blood I love so much all over the forest's ground, Anko grinned as she continued licking the petrified Genin's cheek. Naruto-kun, no offense, but your friend really scares me, Tenten whispered into the blonde ear. Naruto just chuckled. Yes, she tends to scare people the first time they meet, but she's not bad once you get to know her. However, you really need to ask yourself this: is she creepier than the Lee and Guy Sensei's sunset genjutsu of youth? An involuntary shudder ran down Tenten's spine. I don't think anyone can match that level of creepy. She had more than enough of that genjutsu to last for several dozen lifetimes over. Anko grinned in amusement as she watched Kiba look shocked, embarrassed, turned on and scared shitless all at the same time. Cammy, how she loved messing with these genin. She stopped her blood sucking when she felt a presence behind her and drew another kunai, turning to see a strange woman with a straw hat and an overly long tongue with her kunai being held in said tongue. Here's your kunai, Proctor-san, the woman spoke in an eerie yet perfectly understandable voice, despite having her tongue sticking out. Why thank you, Anko smiled as she took the kunai and put it away in her pouch. But next time I would recommend not sneaking up on me like that, unless of course you have a death wish. I apologize, I just get excited at the sight of blood, and your kunai cut my precious hair so I couldn't help myself. The Kazekage, Hidden Grass Village, Kunoichi licked her lips. Well, it looks like we've got a bloodthirsty bunch this year, Anko said, turning her attention to Naruto, who was still speaking with Tenten. Gaki, get over here and help me pass out these papers. Anko reached into her trench coat and pulled out a stack of papers from somewhere. Where exactly somewhere was a question up for debate, considering she had no pockets on her persons or her clothes. Whatever, Naruto said as he made several kage bunshin to help Anko pass out the papers. You just don't want to do it 'cause you're so damn lazy. Oh. Perhaps we need to play some more tag, that way I could show you how lazy I am. Anko gave Naruto a sweet smile. Naruto paled. No thanks, I take back what I said. Good. Anko gave one of the clones the stack of papers. Said clone gave several sheets to the other clones, and then they began to pass out the papers. Before we begin the second exam, I need you all to sign these forms. There'll be deaths in these exams, and if you don't sign them, I'll be the one they hold responsible. Suffice to say, I don't want to have to deal with the paperwork when your village bitches and complains to me about your death. But before we get started on the bloodbath that I hope will come, I'm going to explain the second exam to you. After that, your team will check into the booth behind me. You will be attempting to live through what will be considered the ultimate survival test. Each team will go through one of the 44 gates and head towards the center of the forest, where you will find a tower. However, before you get to the tower, you have an objective you must complete. You are to use whatever means you deem necessary to obtain one of two scrolls, a heaven or an earth scroll. Half of you will get one, while the other half will get the other. So we not only have to go through this forest, but we also have to get our hands on the opposing scroll and take them to the tower with both intact? Sasuke asked. Yep. That's pretty much what it comes down to, Anko said with a grin. However, there is also a time limit. You only have 5 days to retrieve a scroll and get to the tower. 5 days? Ino shrieked. But what about food? Whined Choji. There's plenty to eat in the forest, either that or you can kill an enemy and eat them. Anko's grin turned bloodthirsty, causing many genin to shudder. Now there are 2 ways you can fail this test. One is if you don't show up at the tower within 5 days with both scrolls, or don't show up at all. And 2 is if one of your teammates dies in the middle of the exam. Also, I shouldn't need to say this, but you cannot look inside the scroll until you reach the tower. You know, the way you tell me not to do something really just makes me want to do it, so I can spite you, Naruto spoke up, grinning at the purple-haired proctor. Anko smirked. Well, if you do open either of the scrolls, you'll be in for a nasty surprise. So for your benefit and my entertainment, I hope you don't. I want to see you fight. So now that the explanations are done, sign the form and turn them in at the booth, then pick a gate and prepare to begin the exam. As soon as she finished, pulled a black curtain over the booth so that no one could look in. Everyone walked away after that, going somewhere to sign the forms before walking over to the booth to get their scrolls. Sasuke looked down at the scroll he had received. It was a heaven scroll, meaning they would need to get an earth scroll to pass. He looked over at Naruto, who was grinning from ear to ear, reminiscent of the crazy proctor who had just finished speaking, while Sakura was looking into the forest with a nervous expression. There's bound to be deaths in this exam. I hate to say it, but I'm confident Naruto can handle anything that comes our way. However, I'm unsure if Sakura will be able to deal with it. Sasuke looked into the forest that his team was going to be stuck in for 5 days. Whatever the case, we're going to need to be careful in this forest if we want to survive. You excited, theme? Asked Naruto, smirking as the raven-haired genin looked at him. After a moment, Sasuke smirked as well, showing a rare display of comradeship with his blonde teammate. Of course. This will be a great opportunity to test myself against ninjas from other villages. This will definitely be one hell of a party, I can tell you that, Naruto grinned. Suddenly Anko's voice came on over the speakers. The second test of the Chunin exams begins now. The gates opened and the teams shot forward, heedless of the dangers that awaited them. Naruto and Team 7 stopped as the sounds of screaming began to echo through the forest. They had known there would be deaths, but actually hearing the screams of people who may be dying at this very moment really made the dangers of this forest sink in. Dobe, from what I heard from your conversation with that proctor, you've been here before? Asked Sasuke. Naruto nodded. That's right, I actually train here several times a week. You could say I know this place like the back of my hand. Sasuke grunted. So then what would you suggest we do? Both Naruto and Sakura looked at their teammate in shock. Either of them had expected Sasuke to ask someone else for their opinion. Naruto was the first to recover. Well, we came through gate 33. If we head 2 miles east, we'll run into a river that will take us all the way to the tower. My suggestion would be to take that stream all the way to the tower, and then set traps at said tower, since we already know that everyone will be heading there eventually. Of course, in this sector there are several man-eating plants, so we'll have to watch out for them. Our best bet for avoiding them will be to stick to the middle ground along the tree branches until we reach the stream. Sasuke nodded. I think that's the best plan we can come up with given the circumstances. You seem pretty chill with essentially giving me the chains of command theme. Naruto raised an eyebrow and grinned, admitting my superiority? Hardly, Sasuke scoffed. But you know this forest better than I do, so it would be stupid of me not to at least get your input when coming up with a plan. That's so heartwarming to know you trust me. I'm touched. Just don't get used to it. The two smirked at each other before moving again, making a confused Sakura follow them. After several more minutes of running, Naruto stopped. Why'd you stop, Adobe? Asked Sasuke. Gotta take a leak, Naruto replied. Gross, Naruto, don't say such things in front of a lady. Sakura crinkled her nose in disgust. A lady? Where? Asked Naruto, grinning like a madman as he moved behind a large bush, leaving a fuming Sakura. Finished listening to the call of nature, Naruto zipped his pants back up and was about to go back to his team, when he heard a noise. Turning around, he was just in time to see an AIM ninja rush up to him. Naruto had no time to act as the AIM ninja stabbed him with a kunai. However, the AIM ninja was surprised when Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke. The real Naruto jumped right on top of the AIM ninja's head, smashing him into the ground where he met blissful unconsciousness. Grabbing the genin by his light tan jumpsuit, Naruto hauled the genin into the clearing where his two teammates were waiting. What happened? Sasuke asked as he eyed the unconscious genin. Naruto scowled. Bastard tried to jump me while I was answering the call of nature. Seriously? Who does that? Isn't this a violation of one of the man laws or something? Sasuke just rolled his eyes at however dramatic his teammate was being. Does he have a scroll? Frowning, Naruto dropped the AIM genin and searched for him, grinning triumphantly when he found a scroll, but frowning when he saw that it was the Heaven Scroll. Great, another Heaven Scroll, Naruto sighed. Looks like our luck is good, but not good enough to get what we want. Quit complaining, Sasuke said. At least it means one less scroll for someone else. He looked down at the unconscious genin. We should tie him up and then we need to come up with a code word in case we get separated and someone tries to do this again. Naruto created a Kage Bunshin to tie up the aim ninja. The blonde looked at the heaven scroll in his hand before sealing it away in a containment seal on his wrist. After that, the three gathered around each other. Alright, we'll need a code word in case an enemy captures us and tries to disguise themselves to get close. If we do this and the person gets it wrong, we'll assume it's an enemy. Sasuke stopped and looked around to make sure no one was listening in. When someone asks for the ninja song meme machine, this is the answer you give them. A large number of enemies are the friend of the shinobi. Hide and remain silent. A shinobi must understand the proper time, when the enemy is tired and ill-prepared. Naruto blinked. Why the hell would you want us to say such a long-ass phrase? I thought this was a password, not a poem. What's the matter, Baka? Too long to remember? Asked a smug Sakura. Naruto glared at her. Of course it is. Only someone with a large-ass brain like you could remember that. He dutifully ignored the Pinkette's growl. Look, I've got a better idea. The blonde pressed a hand to his left torso and unsealed a brush and a bottle of ink. What are those for, Adobe? Asked Sasuke, more curious than angry at having someone suggest something else, at least for now. He may not always get along with his blonde teammate, but he knew that Naruto could come through when it counted. And with such a serious test in front of them, Sasuke couldn't afford to let any feelings of superiority or jealousy get in the way. I always carry some equipment on me in case I need to make a seal, Naruto explained as he uncorked the bottle. I want both of you to cut your finger and put some blood into the ink. What? Why would we do that? Asked Sakura, not comfortable with the idea of cutting her own finger. Naruto rolled his eyes. This will let the ink bind with you, making especially the one I'm about to make, that much more powerful. To both Naruto's and Sakura's surprise, Sasuke cut his finger and dripped some of his blood into the ink. After a few seconds, Sakura followed suit, albeit much more reluctantly. So what is this seal? Asked Sasuke as he watched Naruto place his own blood in the ink and begin to mix it. It's called Sodai Jinsei Fuin, Binding Life Seal. Basically what it does is create a set of seals that will react to their brother seals whenever they are within 16 feet of each other by glowing a light blue and giving a light vibration. Naruto dipped his brush in the bottle and stirred it a bit more. There are more powerful variations of this seal that actually give a subtle hint of what the other person wearing the seal is feeling, but those are only for 2 people to use at a time since any more would overload the human brain. I created this so that it can be used by more than 2 people, and it will only work for those whose blood is in the ink. Sasuke, where do you want yours? Sasuke sat next to Naruto and showed the underside of his wrist. He watched in mild interest as Naruto used precise and quick strokes of his brush to create what looked like a bunch of scribbles to him. Sakura received hers on the opposite wrist as Sasuke, and Naruto had to have a clone do his on the left side of his neck, one of the only places that was not covered in cloth and did not have a seal already there aside from his face. Once he had made all of the seals, Naruto created 2 more clones who went through the same hand seals before putting a hand against one of the seals on the 3 genin. Sodai Jinsei Fuin. The seals began to glow a light blue before the 3 felt a slight vibration. There we go, all done, Naruto said, feeling proud of finally finding a use for one of the seals he had created for actual ninja uses. Good, now we should get moving, Sasuke said as he stood up. The group was about to move before Naruto felt a small pulse of chakra. He turned around just in time to feel the beginnings of a wind jutsu. His eyes widened, and just when he was about to alert his teammates to the danger, a powerful gust of wind hit them, sending the 3 flying off in separate directions. Sasuke groaned a bit as he stood up and surveyed his new surroundings. He turned around as he heard a twig snap and saw Sakura stepping out from behind the bush. He would have gotten into a combat stance, but his seal began to glow a light blue and give off a soft vibration. Sasuke-kun, Sakura said in relief as she came up to him. Sakura, Sasuke gave a nod of acknowledgement. He may not quite like her, but she was his teammate, and in situations like this they would need to stick together. Have you seen Naruto? Sakura shook her head, for once not scowling at the mention of her blonde teammate. No, I haven't seen him yet. As if summoned by magic, Naruto appeared in the bushes a little ways away. Hey guys. Are you two okay? The blonde began to move, however, as soon as he got a few feet from them, Sasuke tossed several shuriken, forcing the blonde to block and dodge the attacks. What the hell theme? Sasuke glared at the blonde. This has to be the most pathetic attempt at hanging into someone I've ever seen. First off, Naruto would most likely make some smart-ass remark about Sakura trying to get me alone so she could rape me. Sakura gave a heavy blush and nosebleed at the mental image that evoked, while Sasuke shuddered but continued anyway. Second, the seal Naruto placed on us hasn't changed since you got here, it should have increased in intensity by now. I suggest you reveal yourself before I'm forced to simply kick your ass without an explanation as to who you are. Ku, very good Sasuke-kun. It looks like there is more to this team than I thought besides you. There was a puff of smoke, and when it cleared, it revealed the Kusa Kunoichi who gave the pair a bloodthirsty smirk. Looks like this is going to be more entertaining than even I had hoped for. Naruto sighed as he continued jumping through the trees, trying to locate his teammates through the small scent of them he could find. Ugh, just my luck to be knocked the furthest away. As he continued grumbling, Naruto was forced to jump to the side as a giant snake crashed into the tree he was on. I don't remember seeing any giant snakes in the forest. Naruto frowned as the snake hissed and glared at him. Whatever, I don't have time for you, so you're going to have to go. There was a puff of smoke before it cleared to reveal a rather ornate katana that was several inches longer and 2 inches thicker than a standard sword. As the snake came at Naruto, the blonde shot off the tree like a rocket, letting the giant reptile crash into the tree, shaking it. Hitting another tree, Naruto pushed chakra into his feet before blasting off. He came at the snake hard, channeling wind chakra through his blade as he sliced at it, cutting the head off. The creature thrashed around for several seconds before it went still, then to Naruto's surprise disappeared in a puff of smoke. That was a summon? Naruto said to himself in shock. But that's not possible. The only ones who can summon snakes are Anko, and the blonde stiffened as he realized who that snake's summon belonged to. I have to find Sasuke and Sakura fast, and pray that they haven't run into the person who summoned this. Naruto caught a whiff of the pair's scent before heading off faster than before. The strange Kusa Kunoichi pulled out a scroll from her pouch and held it up for them to see. You guys want this, right? An Earth scroll, since you have the Heaven scroll. As soon as she finished, the Kunoichi brought the scroll to her mouth, right before she shoved it down her gullet. Both Konoha Genin turned a light green and looked like they wanted to puke. That's disgusting, Sasuke thought as he shuddered. Now we can fight for these scrolls, with our lives on the line, the woman finished as she released an intense killing intent. Both Sasuke and Sakura gasped as they fell to their knees, shaking and struggling to breathe as images of their deaths at the Kusa ninja's hand came to their minds. They saw themselves getting gutted by a long sword, getting brutally ripped apart, and all manner of gruesome deaths. The images of death lasted several seconds before they disappeared. Yet the feeling remained the same, gripping their hearts and preventing them from moving. This is no genjutsu, Sasuke struggled just to breathe. Her killing intent was so intense it showed images of my death. I've never felt something like this before, not even from that time with Zabuza. As Sakura, Sasuke turned and saw that Sakura was even worse off than he was, shivering uncontrollably as tears ran down her cheeks. Well, it seems neither of you can move, a pity. I expected this to be a challenge, the woman said with a frown. I guess I'll just get rid of you right now. She pulled out 2 kunai and gave them a lazy toss towards the 2 prone genin. Come on, move, I've got to move. Sasuke struggled to move the hand he had that held his kunai. Come on, move! Move! At the very last moment, Sasuke managed to stab himself in the leg. Acting quickly, he grabbed Sakura and leapt away. I see, so the prey managed to use pain to get rid of his fear. The strange Kunoichi licked her lips. It seems the prey might be more interesting than first glance may seem. Sasuke stopped behind a tree when he felt they had gotten a safe distance away. He knelt down on the branch, pulling the kunai out of his leg with a wince. His Sharingan eyes began spinning frantically as he looked around for any sign of the frightening woman. Sasuke-kun, your leg looks pretty bad, Sakura said as she looked at the wound. Let me help you with the pinkette was silenced when Sasuke covered her mouth with his hand as he searched for the woman. He's completely terrified right now. I've never seen him this scared before, Sakura thought in surprise. It was then that she noticed a large snake above them, getting ready to devour the pair, and tried to warn Sasuke, but couldn't because of the hand on her mouth. Finally, she managed to back away as she pushed the hand back. Sasuke-kun, there's a snake above you. The raven-haired boy turned and grabbed Sakura before jumping off the branch just as the snake smashed it. He set down Sakura and jumped away as the snake seemed to follow him. Damn it! I was so frightened I wasn't aware of my surroundings. Sasuke grabbed several kunai and shuriken and began flinging them at the snake, aiming at the head in order to kill it. He gave a soft sigh of relief as the snake hissed and began to fall down. Then to his horror the scales on the snake began to crack, and then revealed the woman who had been chasing him came out, grinning at him widely. You two shouldn't relax even for a moment, the woman gave a bloodthirsty grin, in the presence of a predator. The woman began to slither across the tree branch, only to be stopped by a powerful wind blade cutting the branch in front of her. You know, if you two wanted to have a party like this you should have invited me, a voice spoke up from above them. The two genin looked up to see their teammate standing there. Despite the joking tone, he had a serious expression on his face. Well, that was quite the wind jutsu, the woman said with a grin. I don't think I've seen a wind blade that powerful before in a while, and coming from a genin too. Surprises seem to abound on this team. Naruto glared as he jumped down to his teammates. Get the fuck out of that disguise. It's not fooling anyone, Orochimaru. His two teammates stiffened and paled at the familiar name. Everyone had heard of Orochimaru, a genius shinobi who had been trained by the Sandaime Hokage along with Jiraiya and Tsunade. A man who was considered the foremost ninjutsu expert, and along with his two other teammates had been dubbed the title of Sannin due to their famous battle against Salamander no Hanzo. He was also one of Konoha's worst traitors, an S-ranked missing ninja who was wanted for inhumane experimentation on citizens of Konoha and most likely, many other villages and countries. Meanwhile the kunoichi just chuckled, that's quite insightful, I would never have expected it from the dead last of his class. The kunoichi brought a hand to her face, peeling away the skin to reveal a pale face with yellow slitted eyes. Tell me how you knew it was me? Naruto glared back despite the feeling of dread that was in his gut. He had really hoped he was wrong about who this was. It had been an assumption based on the fact that only he and Anko could summon snakes. Only two people in this world can summon snakes, you and Anko Nechan. Ah. Yes, that's right, you know, my old student. Orochimaru chuckled in twisted glee. A part of the Sannin was amused that this boy seemed close enough to consider Anko as an older sister figure. Maybe he could use that for some form of psychological warfare. Tell me how dear Anko-chan is? She was always my favorite, you know. Is she still sore about me leaving her? You know, I've heard many stories about her promiscuousness within Konoha. I guess I shouldn't be surprised you two seem to be getting along well. Don't you dare talk about Anko. Naruto clenched his fist so hard he began to bleed. The urge to kill this man was so strong the whiskered blonde had almost launched himself at the snake Sannin right then. It was only through sheer force of will and knowledge that he would not last 5 minutes against this man that allowed him to contain himself. Because of you she's become an outcast, and only a few people are even willing to try and get to know her. It seems I touched a sore spot, Orochimaru chuckled. You and Anko-chan seem quite close. However, I have not come here for idle chatter about my previous favorite tool. There are other matters I must attend to. What's he after? Naruto kept his eyes trained on the snake Sannin as he listened to the man's words. The whiskered blonde did his best to remain calm and think clearly despite being near someone who could kill him as easily as one breathes. There's only one reason someone like him would reveal himself to a couple of genin in a village that he betrayed, but that wouldn't make sense. An S-rank missing ninja comes to the Chunin exams for the entire purpose of fighting one of us in the Forest of Death? I don't understand what he hopes to gain from something like this. Why are you here? Asked Naruto. He was not quite sure that he would actually get an answer. After all, why would someone with such a reputation bother to tell a genin his plans? Because of this line of thought it came as quite a surprise when he did receive one. Why am I after Sasuke-kun? Orochimaru chortled. He has something I want. What does he? Naruto's eyes widened as he realized what this was about. You want his Sharingan. That was the only possible explanation Naruto could come up with. Anko had told him about her relationship to Orochimaru, how she was his apprentice. She had also informed the blonde of her sensei's desire to learn all the jutsu in the world. At the time Naruto had simply snorted, wondering why someone would pick such an impossible dream. However, if Orochimaru ever got his hands on the Sharingan, that dream could possibly become a reality. Sasuke's head snapped up and he looked between Naruto and Orochimaru, looking slightly pale and angry. It seems the information on you was wrong. You are much more intelligent than my informant gave you credit for, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. He would love to investigate this matter further, however, but I have no time to play games with you unfortunately. So just let me tend to my business with Sasuke-kun and I'll let you live. Naruto looked back at his teammates. Sasuke was still standing behind him looking nothing like the Sasuke he knew from his team. Sakura was watching the proceedings in fear, shaking from head to toe at being so close to an S-ranked criminal of Orochimaru's caliber. I must be stupid to even think of taking on a Sannin on my own, Naruto thought as his hands made a hand seal, releasing the weights and resistance seals he had been wearing. He instantly felt lighter and more agile. He knew it would not be enough to defeat a Sannin, but it would at least help. He turned back around and glared at the Sannin. I may not get along with these two very well, but they're still my teammates. The only way you're getting the theme is over my cooling corpse, Naruto declared, shocking his teammates and amusing Orochimaru. How admirable, Orochimaru chuckled at the blonde's determination, amused by his desire to protect his comrades. Ku, very well then, let us see how you do, Naruto-kun. Sasuke, I want you and Sakura to get out of here, Naruto said as he turned to look at his shocked teammate. I doubt I'll last more than 5 minutes against Snakeface over there. You'll have to get away and find a safe place to hide in that amount of time. I suggest you leave now. Naruto brought his attention back to Orochimaru. He began pumping chakra through his body, strengthening limbs and speeding up his reaction time. Without preamble, the blonde launched himself at Orochimaru, closing the distance in several seconds as he reared his fist back to punch the snake's Sannin, only for a knee to smash itself into his gut. However, at the last second, Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke and was replaced by a log. Oh, Kawarimi, Orochimaru mused with a grin. Futon, Kamikaze no Tatsumaki, Wind Release, Tornado of the Divine Winds, Naruto shouted out as he appeared on Orochimaru's left, thrusting out both palms towards the snake's Sannin. 2 large tornadoes ripped from Naruto's palms and through the air. Orochimaru jumped out of the way as the branch he was on got torn to shreds. I don't think I've ever seen that jutsu before, Orochimaru mused as he looked from Naruto to the destroyed tree branch. You shouldn't take your eyes off your opponent, Naruto yelled from behind Orochimaru, his fist already in motion to attack. The snake summoning shinobi spun around and weaved through the fist kick combo that the spiky-haired blonde sent his way, bending like a snake as he did so. Orochimaru lashed out with a punch that managed to connect to Naruto's chest, sending the genin staggering back. Before Naruto could recover, Orochimaru was in front of him, launching punches and kicks at Naruto, who did his best to dodge and block them. However, for every one attack the blonde got away from, at least 3 more hit their mark. It was obvious to the two who were watching that Orochimaru was merely playing with Naruto, picking apart the genin's defenses like they were nothing. He would get inside Naruto's guard and place several hits that, while stung, did not really damage Naruto. Then he would retreat and test the blonde's reaction times. Naruto strained his eyes as Orochimaru continued moving, trying to see his attacks and counter them. The man was fast, he was even faster than what the blonde had seen from Guy, and Naruto knew he was still holding back immensely, making the battle enough of a challenge to prove interesting. He knew from his conversations with Anko that Orochimaru was like a snake dealing with its prey. He loved to play with them, to toy with them and humiliate them, to lure them in and strike them. Exactly what he was doing to Naruto right now. Naruto sidestepped a punch, only to find it was a feint and get kicked in the stomach. He would try to block a kick, only for Orochimaru to switch at the very last second and kick Naruto with the opposite leg. He would try to come in with an attack of his own, throwing punches, kicks, launching elbows, knees and headbutts. Orochimaru would weave between them like a snake and then hit him with his own attacks. Naruto sent a heel kick out that was aimed for Orochimaru's leg, watching as the man slithered around the attack and came in with his own. Barely managing to shift his body to the side, the blonde Jinchuriki let the attack slide past him. He grabbed onto the limb and attempted to reel Orochimaru in so he could strike at the man's face. However, despite not looking at it, and despite not being as physically strong as his teammate Tsunade, Snake's Sannin strength still exceeded Naruto's. Rather than letting the blonde pull him in, Orochimaru yanked his arm and made the blonde shinobi stumble. With his opponent now off balance, the S-ranked criminal used a knife strike to hit Naruto in the throat, forcing his esophagus closed for a moment, and choking him. Orochimaru then lashed out with a kick to the blonde's ribs, sending Naruto tumbling back. However, Naruto managed to change his fall into a roll, kipping back on his feet. Realizing he was merely being toyed with, Naruto decided to attack from a distance, launching a wind blade from his hand. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in mild surprise at the display of pure elemental manipulation, but still managed to dodge the attack. Naruto launched several more wind blades, hoping to distract him and buy him enough time to come up with some kind of plan to get him out of this alive. However, it seemed Orochimaru did not feel like giving him any Sanijutsu. The snake Sannin thrust out his hands and 6 snakes shot from the man's sleeves. Thankfully for Naruto, he had been fighting against Anko for several months and had come up with an effective strategy for dealing with this jutsu. Channeling wind chakra into the palm of his hand, Naruto thrust it forward, unleashing a powerful wave of wind that the snakes smashed into and stopped cold. It was almost as if they had hit a wall. The snakes dispersed, and the blonde also thanked himself for his foresight in learning how to manipulate the elements in its raw form rather than just using standard jutsu. That he could do this with just the training he had proved that this was a good path to follow up on. Going through several hand seals for something he was not yet capable of doing with just manipulation, Naruto called out one of his more powerful wind jutsu, Futon, Rankuden. Naruto hit himself on the stomach, causing a baseball-sized bullet of air to shoot out of Naruto's mouth. It sailed right towards Orochimaru, who merely bent his body in an angle that no human should be capable of, before resuming his original standing form. However, that small dodge had given Naruto time to close the distance between them again. He launched a fist that had wind chakra surrounding it at Orochimaru, who merely redirected the fist elsewhere as it released a blast of wind. Getting closer into the blonde's guard, the Sannin shot a punch into Naruto's ribs, only for Naruto to disappear in a puff of smoke and be replaced with a log. The real Naruto appeared behind Orochimaru, his fists linked together by his thumbs as he thrust them out. Futon, Kamikaze Saiken. 2 large fist-shaped blasts of wind smashed into Orochimaru, leaving 2 fist-shaped indents on his chest and stomach. Before Naruto could celebrate his victory, Orochimaru broke down into snakes that slithered away. Ku. That was quite the jutsu, Naruto-kun, a voice said behind him. Naruto stiffened in surprise. He turned just in time to receive 2 fists to the chest. Naruto felt a few of his ribs compress under the pressure of the hit before breaking. Time seemed to stand still for those few seconds as Naruto's ribs buckled and caved under the strength of the attack. It restarted itself, and Naruto found himself smashing into a tree trunk hard enough to leave an imprint of himself before he slid down it. Well, that was certainly an amusing battle. Ku. Orochimaru smiled as he turned to Sasuke and Sakura, who had not left like Naruto told them to. Now I wonder if you can do any better, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke's eyes widened as the S-class criminal walked towards him at a sedate pace. No! Stay back! He threw several shuriken and kunai at Orochimaru, but the man merely weaved in between them like they were not even there. Ku. It seems you still hold fear, child. Orochimaru bit his thumb and began doing a few hand seals. What a disappointment. If this is all you're capable of, I'll just let my pet deal with you. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu. Orochimaru slammed his hand onto the branch, causing seals to appear on the tree branch under it. There was a puff of smoke and Sasuke and Sakura found themselves staring at a large snake. Time to feast, my pet, Orochimaru chortled from atop the snake. The reptile hissed as it bared its fangs at Sasuke, right before lunging down to devour the boy whole. Sasuke could do absolutely nothing as the snake closed in on him, too busy dealing with the shock of Naruto's decision to protect him, and the fear he felt of Orochimaru. However, before the snake could swallow the 2 genin whole, Naruto appeared in front of it, letting the creature hit him in the back as he channeled chakra to his feet. The giant snake was stopped by Naruto right in front of Sasuke, who stared at the blonde in shock. Outside of the Forest of Death, one Mitarashi Anko was happily drinking her red bean soup and munching on some dango. There ain't nothing better than dango and red bean soup. Once I'm done eating, I guess I'll head over to the tower. It's been about 24 hours, so the fast ones should be finishing up. Anko finished eating all of the dango and threw the pointy toothpick at the tree. There, a perfect leaf symbol. She exclaimed as she finished making the symbol of Konoha from the toothpicks she had been throwing that had held her dango. There was a sudden puff of smoke and one of the Chunin proctors appeared in front of her. There's big trouble, Anko-san. We need you right away. Anko stared at the Chunin with a blank expression as she chewed on her dango. What is it? Bodies, 3 of them. There's something wrong with them, something I think you need to see. Anko tapped her chin in thought before deciding to follow the Chunin. When she got to the bodies, it was to discover something that rather shocked her, especially since she had seen it before. After examining their papers and personal items, they seemed to be from Kazekage who were entered into this exam, but the Chunin who was looking at the information on the team shook his head. As you can see, they have no faces. They're blank, as if they've been completely melted off. There's no mistaking it, this jutsu is Orochimaru's work, Anko thought frantically. But why is he here? And why now? Show me the pictures of these 3? Anko demanded. When she got to see the photo IDs, it was to see the face of the woman who had grabbed Anko's kunai with her tongue. I should have realized this from the beginning. He was already in disguise at the time, the snake mistress swore as her mind became a whirlwind of activity. Anko whirled on the 3 who were at the scene. I need you to report this to Hokage-sama. Get him to send in some ANBU teams into the Forest of Death. I'm going after them right now. Anko did not bother to wait for a reply as she ran towards the gate and jumped over it, heading into the Forest of Death to confront her old sensei. Naruto's head was looking down, casting his eyes in shadow as he spoke. What the fuck is wrong with you? The voice was different, more guttural and raspy than it had been. I asked you a question. Naruto lifted his head up to reveal red eyes with black slits running down the middle. His whisker marks were thicker, more jagged than the standard lines they normally were, and his canines had elongated, jutting from his upper lip. What's the matter, pussy? Too scared to even run away? Naruto glared at Sasuke. TCH. This isn't the time. I know that Sasuke may have been a prick, but he was never this weak and cowardly. Naruto reared his fists, and then slammed them into the snake behind him, leaving 2 decently sized imprints on the creature's face. The snake hissed out in pain before being forced back to the summoning world. I guess I'll just have to take care of this myself. Naruto glared at Orochimaru as he landed on the branch. Now this is interesting, the snake Sannin thought to himself as he began to dodge and weave in between Naruto's renewed assault. His speed, reflexes and strength seems to have doubled. The boy is quite the surprise. Naruto jumped into the air and descended on Orochimaru with an axe kick. The snake Sannin jumped back, letting Naruto's heel hit the tree, creating a small crater on the branch. Naruto appeared in front of Orochimaru and attempted to claw the Sannin's eyes out. Orochimaru ducked and weaved under the attack, coming into the blonde guard and hitting him numerous times in the torso. However, this time, all they did was make Naruto stumble back a little. Glaring Naruto came in again, this time with a low kick high kick combo. When Orochimaru dodged all of them, Naruto shot a wind blade at him from point blank. To Naruto's surprise, Orochimaru was able to dodge the attack enough that it only left a light wound on his left arm. Gritting his teeth, he charged in even more furiously than before. Despite the increase in speed, Orochimaru found that Naruto was getting increasingly sloppy. Where before his attacks had some fluidity, now he was leaving nearly twice the amount of openings. I see, so the more heightened his emotions get, the stronger and faster he becomes. Orochimaru sidestepped a punch and delivered his own at the genin's face, sending the blonde stumbling back. But it comes at the cost of his ability to think clearly. Deciding he had seen enough, Orochimaru waited until Naruto attacked next, Kawarimi himself with a Tsuchi Bunshin, mud clone. He appeared behind Naruto and wrapped his tongue around the blonde genin's neck. What the dash? Hey, let me go, you stupid fuck! Naruto grabbed onto the tongue as he began to struggle against the tight hold. Orochimaru lifted the parted Naruto's cloak and lifted up his shirt. Ah. So that's the seal that keeps it at bay. I have to admit, it's quite the masterpiece. When your emotions are heightened and you're in danger, it releases the power of the Kyuubi. Very interesting. You may actually be of use to me. The fingers of Orochimaru's left hand began to glow purple. However, just as he was about to slam his fingers into the seal with the Gogia Fuyin, 5-prong seal, Naruto decided that he would rather not have the snake Sannin touch his stomach, or any other part of him for that matter. Channeling chakra into his gauntlets, the silent sound of his triclaws coming out sounded, right before he sliced a decent-sized chunk of Orochimaru's tongue right off. Gah! Orochimaru hissed in pain as half of his tongue was severed, you goddamn brat! He opened his mouth and a snake shot out of it. The snake opened its mouth to reveal a sword, which stabbed Naruto right through the stomach, just missing his spinal cord as it went out the other end. Hag! An animalistic howl of pain shot out of Naruto's mouth as he slammed into a tree, the sword pinning him to it. Naruto! Sakura shouted, her voice working for the first time since the fight started. Coo. That was quite the performance of Naruto-kun. Orochimaru regained his composure as he began going through more hand seals. As a gift to you, I will grant you some of my power. Think of it as a gift for impressing me so much. The snake Sanin's neck elongated and he bit Naruto on the left side of his neck. Aya! Naruto screamed as a seal began to form in the place Orochimaru bit, taking the shape of a diamond pattern. Now Orochimaru turned to look at Sasuke. Let's see if the Uchiha can do as well as Naruto-kun did. Had Orochimaru bothered to look at Naruto again, he would have seen the seal he created pulse, with wisps of purple chakra coming out of it. Naruto's eyes shot open as he sat up. Where am I? What happened? He asked himself as he looked around, frowning when he saw that he was in Konoha? At least, it looked like Konoha. The buildings were the same, and he could see both the Hokage monument and the tower. However, where the Leaf Village would normally be bustling with activity, this place looked dead. There was no one there, something that rather disturbed the young genin. Standing up, Naruto began to walk around, trying to find any signs of life. How did I get here? He asked out loud, not expecting an answer. The last thing I remember was his hands immediately went to his neck and stomach, checking to see if the stab wound and the puncture marks he would no doubt have on his neck were there. They weren't there, making Naruto frown. I don't think I dreamed it so. He was knocked out of his thoughts when he saw a shadow hopping across the roofs. Spinning around, Naruto jumped onto the nearest roof and took off after the shadowy blur. Hey! Stop! He called out to no avail. Either the person didn't hear him, or the man was just not listening. Damn it, listen to someone when they're talking to you. Stop! Naruto chased the shadowy figure all over Konoha, eventually ending up on the Hokage monument. What the hell is going on here? Who are you? He glared at the figure whose back was turned to him. Answer me. The figure laughed, the voice sounded demonic and with an odd echo, as if two people were speaking. So you can't figure it out? Figures, I was always the brains between the two of us. The figure turned around and lifted the hood it was wearing, causing Naruto to gasp as he saw the spiky blonde hair and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. There was no mistaking it. It was himself. Sodai Jinsei Fuyin, Binding Life Seal, Fuinjutsu, no rank. A seal designed to inform one's teammates when they are in the same vicinity of each other. Works in a 16-feet radius by glowing a soft blue and vibrating when a teammate is near. Glow and vibration intensify when more than 2 people with the connecting seals are near. Futon, Kamikaze no Tatsumaki, Wind Release, Tornado of the Divine Winds, B-rank Elemental Jutsu. Channeling wind chakra and rotating it around the fists, the user thrusts his hands out and releases his chakra. This creates 2 large tornadoes filled with wind blades that slice and dice an enemy within the tornado. Tsuchi Bunshin, Mud Clone, C-rank Clone Jutsu. As the name suggests, this clone is made by infusing one's chakra into the mud and making it take the shape of its creator. Unlike Mizu Bunshins and Kage Bunshins, one hit will not dispel this type of clone. It is designed to take more punishment than the other clone types, and is standardly used as a great escape jutsu to use in conjunction with Kawarimi. Chapter 17, of Battles and Courage. It's almost nightfall, and Anko jumped through the trees as she searched for Orochimaru. She had been searching for at least 2 or 3 hours now and was starting to get both desperate and angry. Desperate at the thought of finally facing him and killing him, and angry that she had yet to find even a trace of the slippery snake. I'll have to find him quickly. Once it gets dark, I'll be at a complete disadvantage. She landed on a branch and looked around, trying to determine where to head next. Coo. Anko turned at the sound of the voice and saw Orochimaru sticking into a tree. Well, hello Anko-chan, how pleasant to see you. Orochimaru, you sick fuck. Today's the day you die. Anko spun around and jumped back as she pulled out several kunai to toss. The snake Sanin's tongue shot out before she could throw them, smacking them out of her hand. Anko landed on a tree branch and looked up to see Orochimaru descending towards her. She jumped back and thrust out her hands. Sanaijushu. Several snakes shot out of her hands and latched onto Orochimaru. However, as they sunk their venomous fangs into the sand, he turned into mud. Shit! Tsuchi Bunshin! She spun around just in time to intercept her former sensei's tongue, which she noticed with some surprise looked like a part of it had been cut off. She grabbed it with both hands as a snake shot out of her sleeves and wrapped themselves around the tongue, tightening her hold. You're not getting away! She yanked on the tongue, throwing the surprised-looking snake Sannin over her. He landed on the ground with a thud, and Anko used that opportunity to jump on him and ram a knee in his gut. Once again Orochimaru turned into mud, and this time, Anko was not fast enough as several snakes wrapped around her and smashed her into a tree. Anko didn't even have time to gasp as Orochimaru appeared right in front of her and jammed a kunai into her right hand and pinned it against the trunk. Ack! Anko grunted as her hand gave a spasm from the nerves being damaged. TSK Anko-chan, you should know better. You know you have no chance against me, Orochimaru chided her, much like he had when she was his student. Anko grunted as she yanked the kunai out. Fuck! You! She threw it at Orochimaru, who merely caught it between his fingers, twirling it around before tossing it back at her and cutting her cheek. Before Anko could respond, Orochimaru slammed her into the tree and lifted her up by the neck. Such anger, are you not happy to see your sensei? You know that hurts my feelings, Anko-chan. To know my favorite student hates me breaks my heart. You didn't have a heart. Anko gasped as she struggled to breathe. She tried to stab him with a kunai, but Orochimaru used the Kanashibari no Jutsu, paralysis jutsu, to paralyze her. You wound me, Anko-chan, Orochimaru chided, wagging a finger at her. Why are you here? Anko grit her teeth. Are you trying to assassinate Hokage-sama? No, I don't have enough men for that yet, Orochimaru smirked, so I thought I'd recruit some outstanding shinobi from this village. Ugh, Anko tried to scream as she felt her curse seal flare up. I have to admit I've received quite the bountiful harvest today, the snake Sannin licked his lips. I came here for one particularly talented genin, and I ended up getting two. Both of them have received my gift. How selfish of you, they're going to die, Anko gasped. The chances are 1 out of 10, however one may survive and the other is guaranteed to survive. If Anko could have stiffened, she would have. Who have you given your curse to? Feeling jealous, are we? Orochimaru chuckled. Are you still upset that I threw you away? Even after all these years, unlike you, both of these shinobi are quite talented. One of them is the kid who carries the Uchiha blood after all, and the other. Orochimaru licked his lips. The other is the Jinchuriki for the Kyubi no Kitsune. Anko paled for a second before she snarled at him. If you even touch him, I swear to Kami I'll fucking kill you. Coo, so you two are quite close after all. You know when I spoke of you, he said the same thing. Orochimaru gave a soft chortle. I didn't realize you were into cradle robbing, Anko-chan. Though from what I've heard about your sexual habits, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Anko could do nothing but listen helplessly as her former sensei demeaned her relationship with Naruto. Truthfully, she did not quite know what she felt for the younger blonde, but she knew she would give her life for him. To listen to her sensei speak of their relationship, something Anko had started holding close to her heart, was more than she could bear. Just imagine it. Orochimaru smirked. With that boy under my control, and Sasuke-kun's Sharingan, Konoha will most surely fall. Naruto would never follow you. If there was anything Anko was sure of, it was that. Somehow, despite all the pain he went through, Naruto still loved Konoha, or at the very least several of the people in it. He would never betray it or them. Oh, I don't know about that. We all know how Jinchuriki are treated. I will be the one to take away his pain and grant him the power to get revenge on the village that wronged him. Just think. It will be glorious to have him under my control. Orochimaru let go of Anko, letting her drop to the floor. Anyway, I have 3 ninjas of my own participating in this exam. I think I will go and enjoy the coming show. The S-ranked criminal sunk into the floor, yet his final words echoed around Anko. Oh, and be sure not to let Sarutobi-sensei ruin my fun, or I'll burn Konoha to the ground. Anko was forced to lay there for several more minutes until she could move again. Getting up, she made her way to the tower. Sakura looked at her two teammates in worry as she changed their now hot rags with newer ones. She knew she was in trouble. Both of her teammates were unconscious and there was no telling when an enemy shinobi would show up in this place. She had managed to drag her two teammates to a large hollowed-out tree, where she had set them in order to give them some kind of cover, but it would be obvious they were there to anyone who looked. She looked down at Sasuke, who was sweating profusely and currently whimpering in some kind of pain. He had stopped screaming an hour ago, but it was obvious he was still being affected by whatever Orochimaru had done to him. Sakura turned her attention over to her blonde teammate who seemed to be having far more problems. He was sweating a lot, grunts of pain and occasional shouts escaped him, almost like he was locked in some kind of struggle. What was worse was his curse seal. It was pulsing and a vile purple chakra was leaking out of it. Added on to that was the large stab wound he had suffered. She bandaged it up as best she could, but she was no medic. She looked at the now soaking red bandages that covered his surprisingly muscular torso. Had she not been so worried by the wound, which had gone all the way through his back, she would have blushed at the compact yet tightly muscled body. I'm going to need to change his bandages again. As she watched Naruto, he began to trash around, yelling and shouting in pain and fear. Sakura was forced to literally hold him down so he would not hurt himself any more than he already had. She waited for it to subside before getting off him. What's going on with him? She wondered as she began wiping some of the blood that was trickling down his mouth due to him biting his tongue as she continued to watch him. Her thoughts went back to the battle he had gotten into with Orochimaru. A part of her still could not believe he would go so far to protect her and Sasuke. I may not get along with these two very well, but there are still my teammates. The only way you're getting the theme is over my cooling corpse, Naruto declared, shocking his teammates and amusing Orochimaru. That he would so willingly fight an S-rank criminal he had no chance of beating just so we could escape. Sakura felt guilty for all of the times she had berated him now. He had risked his life for her, knowing the chances of victory were nil, and she repaid him by yelling at him and trying to abuse him. Not that she could hit him anymore when she tried, but that was not really the point. Seeing his strength and Sasuke's afterwards made her realize that they were getting farther and farther away from her in terms of ability. She was forced to hold Naruto down again as he began thrashing around and shouting in pain. Did you hear that? Asked a black-haired kunoichi as she turned to her partners after hearing the shouts of fright and pain. Do you think it was the Uchiha? No, it sounded like that blonde-haired kid, replied to the bandage-faced shinobi. Sounds like he was injured. I'm looking forward to paying him back for kicking me. So we should attack them now? Asked kunoichi. The bandaged shinobi shook his head. No, let's wait until the pink-haired one falls asleep. We'll attack at dawn to make things easier. Ah, come on, Dosu, that chick doesn't look like she can even take on one of us, the spiky-haired genin complained. Hell, I doubt she could even take on an academy student. I agree with Zaku. I mean, look at her. I would rather not deal with any unnecessary conflict, Dosu snapped. I don't care how weak she is. I would rather just run in and kill them without trouble. And even though she does look weak, I want to do this when she can't even put up a fight. The other two members just sighed, eventually nodding their heads. Dosu had been the one put in charge for this mission, so they really had no choice but to follow him. Naruto stared at the person who looked just like him in shock. This person looked exactly like him. There were some minor differences, those differences being that his hair was a little darker, his whiskers were thicker and more jagged, and his eyes were a blood-red color. But everything else was unmistakably his features. Who are you? What a stupid question, the Naruto look-alike chuckled. I am you, of course. Naruto's eyes widened. That's not possible. Then he stiffened and his eyes widened even more as he realized something. You're that voice I heard on the bridge. What the hell was going on? He thought the voice belonged to Kyubi. I'm so pleased to know you recognize my voice. Maybe you're not as stupid as I thought. Yami. Naruto tilted his head, his grin still on his face. And it's perfectly possible. I am you. I am the you that you bury deep within your heart. The darkness you carry within you. Haven't you ever wondered why even after everything you've been through you never truly felt any hatred? Why even with the village treating you like you worth less than the dirt they walked on, you never lashed out? Naruto frowned, Truth be told, he had never thought about why he had never really felt anger, or why he was always so cheerful. He had just felt that crying over something, or getting angry over something that could not be helped, simply wasn't worth it. All he had ever wanted was for people to see him, and then later on to prove he was not the QB. He never had time for what he felt were ridiculous thoughts, not really. The blonde shrugged and decided to try and keep a nonchalant attitude for this confrontation. I never had time to think about such stupid and ridiculous and pointless thoughts. Well, whether you thought about it or not, that is what I am. I am the darkness that you buried in your heart ever since you realized you were hated. The Yami Naruto grinned, showing off his elongated canines. I have been buried here deep within your mind. But every year I would gain just a little bit more power, a little bit more freedom. It was here that Yami Naruto frowned, at least until recently, that is. Ever since you graduated and befriended those two, I have stopped growing. Ever since they came into the picture, I began to get weaker. The dark version of the blonde growled. I nearly gave up hope of ever getting out of here and giving Konoha our just revenge. The only time I was able to truly make an appearance was when that Haku chick died, and even then I could only subtly influence you. However, Naruto watched in a mixture of shock and fear as a vile purple chakra surrounded his dark self. A seal spread out from his neck, forming a diamond pattern before stopping when it covered half of the dark Naruto's body. However, after that man bit you, I gained this incredible power. Power enough to defeat you and take over this body. Yami Naruto let loose a hollow and chilling laugh. With this I will get our revenge on Konoha. I will destroy that pathetic village. Naruto glared at his opposite before smirking. You must be some kind of fucking retard if you think I'm going to let you get away with something like that. I'll never let you destroy Konoha. It's still my home and there are still people I love in it. You won't be able to stop me. Yami Naruto rushed towards the blonde faster than he could track. Naruto gasped as he felt a powerful blow being delivered to his chest. The blonde was sent sailing off the Hokage monument and smacked into the Hokage tower, blasting a hole right through it. Naruto groaned as he pushed some of the larger pieces of rubble off of him. With strength he stood up on shaky legs, his dark self jumping towards him. The blonde snarled as he charged at Yami Naruto, who had stopped and stared at him with an infernal smirk on his face. Naruto threw a punch at his dark half. However, all he hit was an afterimage. He gasped in pain as a fist implanted itself in his stomach, making him fold over like a cheap lawn chair. Pathetic. To think you're a part of me, Yami Naruto frowned. Suddenly Naruto disappeared in a burst of smoke, causing Yami Naruto's eyes to widen before he was sent sailing from a kick to the face. He flipped over in midair as he flew out of the Hokage tower and landed on the ground several dozen feet below. Naruto jumped down after him, descending with an axe kick. The dark half blocked it, grabbing onto Naruto's leg and spinning him around before throwing him away. Flipping in midair, Naruto's feet hit a wall, which he used as a springboard to shoot forward. As soon as he got within reach of his dark half, the dark Naruto smashed an elbow in his face, only for Naruto to turn into a log. He reappeared behind his dark version and linked his fists together, hammering them down onto his head. However, Yami Naruto blocked the other blonde, crossing his arms over his head. He grabbed onto Naruto's wrists before flinging him over his back, making him hit the ground with a grunt. Despite getting the wind knocked out of him, Naruto managed to latch onto his dark half's hands, pulling him down as he planted his feet in the other blonde's stomach. With a yell, Naruto pushed the dark one into the air. Yami Naruto flew several feet into the air, and as he started coming back down, Naruto jumped up to meet him. The blonde planted a fist into the dark one's face, using his chakra to increase his strength and send the dark Naruto flying. Naruto landed back on the ground while his dark half hit it with a loud crash. He watched as dust flew into the air, getting into a stance as he waited for his other self to come out. Yami Naruto did eventually, bursting through the dust and coming towards him at speeds greater than those that the blonde could reach. They soon began to trade blows, smashing each other through buildings and beating and pounding away at each other. They began using the buildings and debris to their advantage, each one trying to gain the upper hand, setting traps with exploding clones in the hopes of at least catching the other off guard. They used all the skills they possessed to beat the other. Technically, the two were completely even. They had the same skills, the same strengths, and the same weaknesses. A battle such as this would normally have turned into a battle of attrition with two people who had the same strengths simply winning by wearing the other down. Technically, the battle was dead even. However, Yami Naruto had the power of the curse seal fueling him. his darkness feeding the seal and in turn the seal feeding his strength. For every one hit Naruto got in, Yami Naruto got in 3 to 4 more, pounding away at the blonde, beating him to a bleeding mass of flesh. Not that Naruto was about to give up. Realizing his situation, Naruto jumped back and went through several hand seals. Futon, Rankuden. Naruto's cheeks bulged as he gathered air into his mouth. He hit himself on the stomach, launching a compressed ball of wind. Fool, Yami Naruto sneered as he went through his own hand seals. You can't beat me like that. Rankuden, he shot out his own ball of wind, intercepting the one Naruto shot. The two clashed in an explosion of wind. Naruto grit his teeth as he jumped on a building, speeding through more hand seals. Futon, Kaze Samban. Several dozen Samban made of wind appeared in front of him, before all of them shot towards the dark Naruto. As soon as they hit, holes appeared on him, only for Naruto to disappear in a burst of smoke. The roof broke apart, and Yami Naruto flew out of the new hole, smashing a fist under Naruto's chin and sending him flying. Naruto hit the edge of the roof before bouncing off before he hit the ground below. Yami Naruto jumped off the roof, forcing Naruto to roll out of the way as he attempted to stomp on the blonde. Continuing his roll, Naruto pushed himself up and released a wind blade as he pushed himself into a corkscrew. Yami Naruto dodged and Naruto used that time to close the distance, punching his other half in the face. However, he was sent sailing back when his dark counterpart exploded. Naruto gasped in pain as he smashed through a wall, landing on his back and feeling several of the sharper pieces of debris stab into his back. He yelped in pain, rolling on his stomach in an effort to keep the debris from going any deeper. Hee, I told you that you couldn't beat me, Yami Naruto smirked as he appeared before Naruto, stepping on one of the pieces of debris and pushing it into Naruto's back. Aya! Naruto yelled out, his back contorting as pain shot through his nerves. When his counterpart released him, Naruto gasped for breath, trying to control the spasms that ran through his back. Hayami Naruto sighed, looks like I'm finally gonna get my freedom. He kneeled down next to Naruto. Don't worry, I won't kill you, that would be like killing myself after all. However, now you're gonna know what it feels like to be locked away, and you're not getting out. Damn it! Why is he so strong? Naruto grit his teeth as he tasted blood in his mouth. He tried to get up only to realize his body wasn't responding. On top of that, his vision was starting to get heavy. He's too strong, I can't beat him. Don't give up, Naruto blinked as he heard a feminine voice enter his mind. Who? You can't give up. But he's too strong. If you give up, he will destroy Konoha, and the precious people you have inside. Precious people? When a person has something important to protect, that's when they become truly strong. Haku, I can't give up now. What would Haku-chan think of me if I just let him win? All of my friends would die. Ajisen, Tuchi-Ajisen, I am Ne-chan, Anko Ne-chan and Ten-chan. I can't give up. Then you must get back up and fight. Who are you? The voice giggled, you will know in time. For now, let me help you. Naruto suddenly felt power coursing through him as a foreign chakra invaded him. It felt odd, familiar, and Naruto felt as if he should recognize the signature somehow. He stood up as the energy began pushing the debris out of his back, catching the attention of Yami Naruto. If you think I'll ever let you go free, you've got another thing coming, Naruto said with his hair shadowing his eyes, the smirk on his face being the only thing Yami Naruto saw. Now I'm gonna beat your ass black and blue. Naruto shot forward faster than his dark counterpart could react, jumping in the air and smashing a knee into Yami Naruto's face. As the Dark One stumbled back, Naruto came and grabbed his head and smashed Yami Naruto's face into his knee, over and over as blood began to splatter on the floor. Yami Naruto managed to free himself by jabbing his counterpart in the stomach, however it did little more than give him a second to breathe before Naruto was on him again. Like the last fight, this one was completely one-sided. Only this time it was Yami Naruto who was on the losing side. Naruto came in with a left, right, fist-elbow combination. Yami Naruto was able to block the combo, but did not even see the knee that came in due to his focus on the other attacks. The dark blonde gasped as he felt his intestines crumple under the hit, causing him to fold over the knee like a cheap lawn chair. Less than a second later, Naruto spun around on his heel and smashed a foot directly in his dark counterpart's face, listening in satisfaction as bone and cartilage broke under his assault. The force of the kick sent Yami Naruto flying, landing on the ground several feet back, skidding along the ground for several more feet before stopping. Panting heavily, Naruto walked over to where the figure of his dark half lay. He looked at the face of himself as the curse seal receded and smirked. "Looks like you lost." His dark half scowled. "Do not think this means I am beaten. I will come back. When the time is right I will return and," a cruel smile graced his lips, "I will destroy Konoha and everything you hold dear." Naruto watched as Yami Naruto disintegrated, leaving nothing behind. "You can come back as many times as you want." Naruto replied to his other self's parting words, even though he was no longer there to hear them, "I'll beat your ass each and every time." With the battle over the odd energy that had been empowering him left, causing him to fall to the floor, unconscious before he even hit the ground. Sakura continued trying to keep an active vigil over her two teammates, however there was a look of exhaustion clearly written on her face. She had been awake for close to 18 hours, foregoing even short naps since she did not know if or when an enemy would attack. Her head began to nod as she felt herself getting tired. It snapped back up when she heard the sound of a twig snapping, and turned to see a squirrel running towards her. She gave a sigh of relief when she realized it was not an enemy, however her eyes widened and she threw a kunai towards it. Luckily for the squirrel it hit the ground right in front of it, causing the creature to squeak and run off. She let out a deep breath as she watched it scurry away and turned back to watch her teammates. Soon enough her head began to nod and her eyes began to close. That was when she heard a chuckle coming from in front of her. Looking up it was to see the three Oto genin who Naruto had stopped from attacking Kabuto. All of them had a cocky-looking smirk on their faces. Well, the two whose faces could be seen, she could not tell if the one with his head wrapped in bandages did or not. "Looks like you've been up all night," came the smug voice from Dosu. "Now if you don't mind, why don't you wake up the Uchiha? We're here to fight him." Sasuke gave the girl a bloodthirsty leer. "What did Orochimaru do to Sasuke-kun and Naruto?" asked Sakura, causing the trio to widen their eyes in recognition of the name. "You guys work for him, don't you? Tell me what that mark he put on them is." The group of Oto ninja paused as they absorbed the new information given. The curse mark was something only the failed experiments, or the elite members of Orochimaru's forces had. Something seemed off about their orders now. Why give the Uchiha a curse mark, only to have him assassinated a short while later? And this girl was saying the blonde had one as well, which was even more out of character for their leader. "I wonder what that man is up to," Dosu wondered out loud. However, he pushed aside such thoughts for now. Since you now possess this information, I'm afraid we can't let you live. Or the other two for that matter." Sasuke prepared to charge the girl. "Wait, Sasuke!" Dosu ordered, getting his teammate to stop. The man walked forwards until he stopped at the spot where Sakura threw the kunai. Kneeling down on the grass, he ran his hand over the area. "This soil looks like it's been disturbed and the grass isn't growing here. It looks like you tried to set a trap for us, poorly I might add." Sakura paled, causing the three Oto ninja to smirk before they leapt over the ground. Before they reached the apex of their jump, Sakura smirked, using the kunai in her hand to cut a strand of ninja wire attached to the kunai embedded in the ground next to her. As the second wire was cut, a large log came flying towards the three Oto genin. While the three were slightly surprised by the second trap, they got over it quickly. Dosu placed a hand with the odd metal gauntlet on the log and channeled some chakra into it. The result shocked Sakura as the log was split in two, leaving the trio's progress to her unimpeded. Her eyes widened as the three descended towards them. As her mind registered that she was going to die, a loud shout of Konoha Senpa distracted her from the defeatist thought, and a green blur appeared in front of the three Oto genin, knocking each of them away with a kick. As the green blur stopped moving, Sakura managed to recognize the familiar figure. "Lee," she thought, confused but thankful for his help. "Who the hell are you?" Zaku shouted as he stood up and rubbed his sore cheek. "I am Konoha's beautiful green beast, Rock Lee," proclaimed the bull-cut, spandex-wearing genin. "Lee, what are you doing here?" asked a bewildered Sakura. The boy looked back at her and grinned. "I will always appear whenever you are in danger, Sakura-san." He reached over towards his shoulder and gently grabbed the squirrel sitting on it, before setting the woodland creature on the ground. "It's all thanks to you, little guy." Sakura gave the boy a smile. Thank you, Lee. Lee gave her a thumbs up before turning to the Oto Genin. I said it once before, I'll protect you till the day I die. Sakura just smiled as she pulled out a kunai and prepared in case Lee needed help. Dosu eyed the green-clad Genin wearily. He knew better than to judge the boy because of his terrible fashion sense. That speed he had shown proved he was good. No matter how good he is, he's no match for the three of us, Dosu thought as he began to advance towards Lee. Darting forward, Dosu uncovered the odd gauntlet he was wearing, rearing his fist back to strike at the Genin. Much to his shock, said boy waited until he was halfway there before slamming his hands into the ground and pulling out a large chunk of rock and dirt. Dosu's arm hit the rocks, causing it to explode. While I have not seen you fight, I remember you bringing that strange gauntlet to bear against Kabuto-san, Lee stated calmly. Because I don't know what it does, logic dictates that I shouldn't let you hit me with it. Dosu narrowed his one good eye as he landed on the ground before rushing back towards the Konoha Genin. Lee waited for his opponent to calm calmly, and when Dosu was in range struck out with a right-left combination. The right fist was blocked, but the left happened too fast for Dosu to see it until it was too late. Dosu stumbled back and was then kicked in the ribs, and went flying back a ways. Grunting, he got back up and was forced to jump out of the way when Lee sent a punch at him that was strong enough to make a crater when it hit the ground. Lee stood back up and faced Dosu, who came back at him. Dosu swung at Lee with the arm that did not have the gauntlet attached to it. Lee blocked the arm, grabbed onto his as he threw his opponent into a tree, leaving a small impression. Dosu narrowed his visible eye as he pushed himself out of the impression he was in before charging at Lee again. Realizing that straightforward tactics wouldn't work, he decided a little deception was in order. Coming in, Dosu made a feint with a high punch. When Lee moved to block him, he switched attacks and came in with a kick that caught Lee unawares. By the time Lee had recovered, Dosu was nowhere to be seen. A kick to the back of his head sent Lee stumbling forward before he felt a hand grip his leg and toss him into the air, then slam him into the ground. Lee got back to his feet and searched for Dosu. As he did, he felt a presence behind and saw Dosu coming in with his gauntlet-covered fist raised back. I am sorry, Guy-sensei, but I must use that jutsu, thought Lee as he unwound his bandages. As Dosu got within striking range, Lee disappeared from view before appearing below him and kicking the Oto Genin in the chin, hard. As Dosu soared into the air, Lee appeared behind him, wrapping the mummified Genin in his bandages. Then Lee started to spin, slowly at first, but it gradually picked up more and more speed until the pair looked like a drill plummeting to the earth. Take this. Omote Renge, Hidden Latsu! Yelled Lee as he released his hold on Dosu. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Zaku slammed a hand into the ground and sent a wave of air towards the spot Dosu was about to hit. A few seconds later, Dosu hit the ground head first, implanting himself into it with a little over half his body sticking up. With a few wiggles and grunts, Dosu got himself out of the ground and stood back up, no worse for wear. That actually would have killed me had Zaku not softened the ground for my fall, Dosu said as he looked at his now tired-out opponent. I am possible, Lee muttered as he fell to the ground, his muscles having torn from using his jutsu. It seems that the attack you used has some serious backlash, Dosu mused as he saw Lee kneeling on the ground, panting. It matters not. I have tired you out as well. I can still win, Lee said, giving Dosu a confident smile. Not in that condition you can't, Dosu chuckled, and in case you haven't noticed, I'm not the only one you need to deal with. But enough of that, I'm getting tired of your interference, so I'm going to finish you off now. Dosu charged forward once again as he reared his arm back for another attack. Lee tried to dodge only to receive a jolt of pain for his troubles as the after effects of the jutsu kicked in. He looked up just as Dosu swung at him. Lee was lucky enough to dodge the attack, albeit barely, but before he could even think of retaliating, his vision began to get blurry and a sharp pain filled his head as his ears bled. Lee tried to stand, but as soon as he moved he was forced onto his hands and knees as he began to throw up. You like? Asked Dosu. I call this my melody arm. With it I can amplify sound waves and use the vibrations they cause to break through your eardrum and damage the inner membrane, making you lose your semblance of balance. You won't be able to function properly for a while now. Deciding he did not want to be left out, Zaku lifted up his hands and pulled his palms up to reveal the hole he had in each hand. My specialty is the ability to control supersonic airwaves and air pressure, slicing up or blasting my opponents. To us, your jutsu are laughable. As you can see, you have no hope against us. You put up a good fight, but it's time to say goodbye, kid. Dosu raised his melody arm back, ready to strike. He didn't get the chance to swing as a powerful punch connected with his jaw, launching him back several feet. Dosu looked up in surprise at seeing a fiercely determined Sakura standing beside Lee, her fist held out in a punch. So it looks like she's not completely useless after all, Zaku commented with a sneer. Sakura panted as she glared at the trio. There was no way she could win against one of them, let alone all three at the same time. Maybe Sasuke could, maybe Naruto could, but Sakura held no delusions that she could. It didn't mean she was going to let them kill Lee when he had come to save her. As Sakura-san? Asked a wide-eyed Lee. Don't worry, Lee, I can at least hold them off for a bit while you recover, Sakura said, smiling at him. Heh, I don't even know if she's worth the effort, Zaku commented. Well then, why don't I take care of this? Kin asked rhetorically. Sakura looked at Kin before dashing towards her. She flung several shuriken before going through a set of hand seals. Kin blocked or dodged all the shuriken and looked at the pinkette only to see 3 of her. You don't honestly think a pathetic jutsu like that is going to work, do you? Snorted Kin as she threw several sanban at Sakura. All 3 Sakuras burst into smoke, with the one in the middle also being replaced with a log. Sensing a presence behind her, Kin turned to see 3 more Sakuras, all of them doing hand seals. Kin gave a grunt of annoyance as she tossed more sanban. Once again, the 2 on either end disappeared in a puff of smoke, while the middle one was replaced with a log. Kin spun around just as Sakura appeared behind her, blocking the punch the pinkette sent her before lashing out with her own fist. Sakura stumbled back, giving Kin the opportunity to knee the girl in the gut before kicking the back of her legs, forcing Sakura onto her knees. Then she grabbed Sakura by the hair, pulling on it as hard as she could, forcing Sakura to yelp in pain. Well, get a feel of this, it seems her hair is softer than mine. Kin's smirk turned into a disgusted sneer. If you have time to take such good care of your hair, you could have spent it better training. You're not even a real kunoichi, are you? Probably just a pathetic fangirl for the Uchiha boy over there. Hey Zaku! Why don't we kill that Sasuke guy in front of this little bitch? Heh, it would be my pleasure, Sasuke said as he made his way over to the shelter. Tears began to pour from Sakura's eyes as she realized just how useless she was. I'm so weak. I've always berated Naruto for being a pathetic idiot, but the truth is I always had to rely on him and Sasuke-kun to bail me out of trouble. Now these guys are going to kill them because I couldn't do anything. She thought about all the times Naruto and Sasuke had protected her. When Sasuke jumped in front of Chunin during the beginning of the Nami mission, he and Naruto had done all the fighting during that mission, she had done nothing. And then in the Forest of Death Naruto had put his life on the line for them, knowing he could not defeat Orochimaru. And even though he had been severely outclassed, he had done far better than any genin had the right to, Sasuke as well after Naruto fell. I don't want to be the one to fall behind, Sakura thought. I can't be the one to fall into their shadow. I want to stand beside my teammates. A yank on her hair brought her head back up. Come on, pay attention. My teammate is going to kill your boyfriend, I wouldn't want you to miss it. Sakura's eyes widened. I can't let them kill Sasuke-kun or Naruto. Sakura brought her kunai up, causing Kin to take notice. You don't seriously think you can get me like this, do you? Kin asked with a superior smirk. Don't be stupid, you're too weak to get me. Who said this was for you? Wah. Sakura slashed the kunai up behind her, cutting off her hair and surprising Kin. Standing up, the pink-haired girl reared her head back and smashed it into Kin's face, causing the girl to stumble back. Sakura then raced towards Zaku, who had taken notice, and began several hand seals. Zaku sent a blast of airwaves at her, but Sakura replaced herself with a log, reappearing on his left doing more hand seals. Gah! You're so annoying! Zaku shouted as he released more airwaves. However, Sakura once again replaced herself with a log, this time appearing above him. That stupid technique will only work so many times. He flung a kunai at her, and then began searching around for where she would appear next. After a while, when she did not reappear, he blinked, then became surprised when he felt blood splatter onto his face. He looked up to see Sakura with a kunai in her forearm still descending on him. She jabbed her own kunai in his left forearm while biting onto his right hand. The two tumbled to the ground with Sakura on top and kept Zaku from using his airwave attack. Gah! You bitch! Get off! He began to smash a fist onto her head, attempting to get her off of him. You goddamn crazy bitch! Get off! A little distance away, Chuji, Ino, and Shikamaru, who had stumbled on the scene, watched in horror as one of the people they knew from the academy was getting her face beaten in. What do you want to do, Ino? Asked Shikamaru. For once his voice did not sound lazy. Ino bit her lip as she remained silent. She didn't know what to do. A part of her wanted to help her former friend. But another part still remembered when Sakura had given her back the ribbon she had given the pink-haired girl as a sign of friendship. Ino? Shikamaru said. She's your friend, isn't she? Didn't you two know each other really well in the academy? Ino looked at Shikamaru before looking back at Sakura, who was still taking a beating. A determined expression came onto Ino's face as she stood up. Let's get out of here. After bashing Sakura in the face several dozen more times, Zaku finally managed to get her off. He was just about to blow her to oblivion when Team 10 appeared, though Chuji looked like he was about to run away at any second. Great, some more of you. Zaku snorted. No matter how many turns up, the outcome is going to be the same. He and the other two Oto Genin were getting annoyed with all these people constantly coming and interfering. They just keep swarming in, like bugs. Dosu mumbled. What the hell are you two thinking? Chuji hissed. These guys are too dangerous. Chuji knew that out of all the teams theirs was likely the weakest. They had the laziest jonin in Konoha, who preferred playing shogi to teaching. Shikamaru never trained, preferring to either watch the clouds or play shogi with Asuma, and recently Naruto when he would show up. He himself was always eating while watching the clouds or watching Shikamaru play shogi. And Ino either only complained, fawned over Sasuke, or talked about beating Sakura. It was made worse because each of them only knew one of their clan techniques. Shikamaru was too lazy to learn anymore. Ino was too busy being a fangirl. And Chuji was always too busy eating to learn. He was snapped out of his thoughts when Shikamaru spoke up. It's troublesome, but we have to do this. Now that Ino's shown herself, we men can't just run away. Sorry I got you two involved, Ino apologized. But we are a three-man team, we do everything together. Meh, whatever happens, happens, Shikamaru shrugged, we'll find a way to deal with this. But I don't want to die yet, whined Chuji as he turned around and attempted to make a run for it. However, Shikamaru had latched onto Chuji's scarf to keep him from leaving. Come on, Shikamaru! Let go of my scarf! You can leave if you want, fatty, Zaku said, grinning darkly. Chuji stopped moving completely. All thoughts of leaving disappeared when Zaku said those words. What did he just say? I couldn't hear him too well. I said you can go back into the forest and fuck yourself. Fat ass! Zaku exclaimed. Oh no, he's done it. Shikamaru muttered a quick curse of trouble under his breath. That word is taboo for Chuji. Chuji did complete 180 turns around as steam began to pour out of his ears. I'm not fat, you stupid piece of shit. I'm big boned. And now I'm gonna squash you. Chuji began going through several hand seals and with a cry of Baika no Jutsu, double weight jutsu, expanded to nearly 3 times his size. His limbs and head were pulled into his clothing with chakra coming out of the holes, turning him into a giant ball. Pudgy's rule! He cried out, somehow still perfectly clear despite being inside his clothes, before he began rolling towards Zaku faster than the Oto Genin expected. What's this weird jutsu? Zaku held out his hands and sneered. It's just a rolling ball of fat ass. Zankuhua, slicing airwaves. A blast of airwaves was sent towards the rolling ball that was Chuji, slowing the genin down some. However, Chuji jumped up into the air and descended towards him. What the dash? My airwaves were useless, Zaku shouted. And I can't touch that thing or it will rip my arms off, then I'll be crushed. Seeing the predicament his teammate was in, Dosu began to run towards Zaku. Before he could get even 5 feet, he found himself frozen. Out of the corner of his eyes, he noticed his shadow was attached to Shikamaru, who was holding up a hand seal. Kage main no jutsu, shadow possession jutsu, success. The shadow using genin muttered. My body, I can't move. Dosu found that even talking was requiring some effort. Choji slammed into the ground, forcing Zaku to jump away lest he be crushed. Shikamaru put his hands on his head with the fingertips touching his head, forming an M and forcing Dosu to do the same. Dosu! What are you doing? Kin shouted as she saw Dosu moving into weird poses. Now it's just the girl we need to take care of. Shikamaru shouted as he used his hands to make a pair of ears on his head, forcing Dosu to do the same. Got it, Shikamaru. Ino made a triangle hand seal. Take care of my body. Ninpu, Shintenshin no Jutsu, Ninja Art, Body Possession Jutsu. Ino's body swayed a bit before Shikamaru caught her. A little ways away, Chuji's jutsu had worn off and Sejenin had swirls in his eyes. Oh wow. Everything's spinning. It's over now. The now possessed Kin shouted as she pulled out a kunai. If you guys move an inch, I will kill this girl. When I can't sense your chakra anymore, I'll let her go. If you don't want it to end here, I suggest you leave your scroll and get out of here. Both Dosu and Zaku just looked at her, confusing the Konoha ninja. Much to their shock, Zaku held up a hand towards her and blasted Kin/Ino with an airwave, sending the girl flying back. The possessed girl hit the tree behind her, making her yelp in pain and cough up blood. Because of the effects of the jutsu, blood also started coming out of Ino's mouth. Ino! Shikamaru yelled in worry. These Gisti don't even care if they hurt their comrade, Ino said from Kin's body as she lay on the ground. Heh, I think you guys are confused about us, Zaku said darkly. Our goals are not to do stupid scrolls nor to safely complete this exam. Dosu said, we're simply here to kill Sasuke. The genin who had not known that felt their eyes widen in surprise. Damn it! This jutsu's gonna end soon. Shikamaru grit his teeth in frustration at the troublesome situation he found himself in. It looks like that girl's jutsu allows her spirit to enter the body of another. Dosu smirked under his bandages. However, if her bleeding is any indication, she receives any damage done to the body she enters. That means that killing Kin will also kill that girl. Just as Dosu prepared to kill Kin, another voice spoke up from above the rest of the genin. Bah, I can't take this anymore. Everyone looked up to see Neji and Tenten on a branch several meters above them. Neji scowled as he crossed his arms, some minor Oto ninja fighting against these second-rate ninjas and declaring it a victory? He scoffed, how pathetic. They keep coming out like cockroaches, Dosu mumbled. Lee Tenten muttered as she saw her teammate. She turned her gaze to look out across the battlefield and her eyes widened when she saw Naruto unconscious. Naruto. Neji looked at her before looking back at the battle, more specifically 3 Oto genin. The kid with the bowl cut is our teammate. It looks like you went a little overboard with him. So what if we did? What are you going to do about it? Zaku gave the Hyuga a defiant glare. Neji opened his mouth for a moment before he smirked and deactivated his Byakugan. I don't have to do anything. Everyone wondered what he meant with that statement, but it soon became clear when a vile and evil chakra descended onto the clearing. Turning, everyone saw Sasuke, who was getting to his feet with purple chakra whipping around him violently. Standing up, he looked himself over as he activated his Sharingan. Sasuke-kun, Sakura mumbled in shock, shivering at the violating field the purple chakra gave off. Sasuke turned to look at her and frowned. Sakura, who did this to you? With everyone's attention on Sasuke, no one took notice of Naruto as the seal on his neck hissed and steamed before dissolving as if it had never existed. Naruto stifled a small groan as he woke up. Cracking his eyes open, the whiskered blonde found himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. He looked to his left, then his right, and took note of the room he was in. The room was fairly lavish as far as he could see, with deep red walls and intricate patterns that Naruto could recognize as seals lining them. On his left-hand side, Naruto saw a door that also had seals running along it, and on the right was a nightstand and a mirror, made from some kind of rich wood, with beautiful inlaid golden patterns running along it. As he continued looking around, a voice spoke up from the foot of the bed. I was wondering when you would wake up. Naruto shot upright from the bed and found himself staring at what he could only describe as a goddess. She had caramel-colored skin several shades lighter than some of the citizens found in Kumo. High cheekbones gave her a regal look, yet at the same time they were softer than the more rigid and cold look most nobility seemed to possess. A small button nose fit her face perfectly, along with her thin yet full red lips and a startling pair of ruby red eyes. Her hair was a dark red that trailed down to her lower back, with two bangs framing her face. Her body likewise spoke of absolute perfection. She was wearing a dark crimson kimono that hugged her frame to reveal a perfect hourglass figure, and had slits running along the side of her legs up to mid-thigh that revealed perfectly smooth-looking skin. The front of her kimono also had a V cut to it, revealing a generous amount of her cleavage, which seemed to fit her slender frame perfectly. Naruto could not help the small blush that spread across his cheeks as he stared at the enchanting woman. Something said woman noticed. She gave the young man a smirk. You know, you're very lucky that I have not castrated you yet. I very rarely allow people to view me in this form. Her soft alto voice was like honey being poured into Naruto's ears and made him blush even more. It was then she realized what she had said. In this form? Questioned Naruto as he tilted his head to the side. What did she mean by this form? Did she have a different form? Who was she? These questions ran through his mind before his eyes caught sight of something that his previously enamored self had missed. Those being the 9 swishing red fox tails behind her, and the 2 red fox ears that were situated on top of her head. He narrowed his eyes. You're the Kyuubi? It sounded like a question, however they both knew it was more of a statement than anything. Kyuubi smirked. I'm impressed, you got it right in one. That was quite the observation. She said in a small mocking tone. Of course, the added appendages should have made it obvious. Naruto stared at the woman for a long time as he tried to get a rein over his emotions. Right now there were many he was currently feeling: anger at being near the creature who had destroyed his life, and confusion about why he was here, and at seeing Kyuubi as a female rather than a giant fox, being to name a few. As the moment ended, Naruto shunted his anger to the side for a moment. It would not do for him to say something that he would regret. You know, I never would have imagined that the great Kyuubi no Kitsune was a female. Well, just because he was trying not to say something he would regret did not mean his mouth would always agree with him. I hope you plan on explaining what you mean by that comment. Kyuubi narrowed her eyes at him. I don't often take very well to insults. To add more impact to her threat, she unleashed a small portion of her yuki, along with the bloodlust and killing intent that came with it. Naruto paled as he felt the power she was radiating and realized that what he had said might not have been his smartest statement. He immediately made it too elaborate. What I meant was that I had not realized the Bija had genders. I thought you were all just a mass of chakra. He cursed to himself as he heard the slight stutter in his voice. It was made even worse when a small smirk came to Kyuubi's lips, telling him she had noticed it too. Kyuubi reined in her power a moment later, as she regarded the blonde before speaking. I suppose I cannot blame you for that common misconception. None of the Bija were born with genders. Even I myself did not have one to start off with. The vixen gestured to her body as she continued. This body, what you see before you, is a creation of my own making. I made this sometime near the beginning of my life so I would not have to deal with all of the troublesome humans that would try to attack me when I traveled. She paused for a moment before smirking. It was also a good way to live a more luxurious life, one that was more befitting for a being like me. Naruto narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Kyuubi looked at Naruto with a smirk before shrugging her shoulders. I suppose I could tell you. You should be suitably honored, as you will be the first, and most likely only person to ever know this. When I originally created this form, it was simply so I could move without the hassle of having to deal with some stupid humans that may try to gain my power, as I stated earlier. However, I soon learned of another benefit that came with this form. Men tended to lust after me. When Naruto raised an eyebrow, Kyuubi decided to elaborate. I noticed it during the first time I visited a human settlement. Men would tend to stare at me as I passed. Even those who seemed to have a significant other with them could not help but drool over me. I soon learned that I could use this to my advantage. Naruto's mind ran through that statement several times before he realized what she meant. You're telling me you seduced them? Well, not exactly seduced, Kyuubi smirked. That would imply that I actually touched them. I would never sully my hands by letting them touch some pathetic human in that way. Nor would I let a human touch me, beyond what was absolutely necessary. And no, I simply let my natural charms do the work, and they would wait on me hand and foot. It really was quite amusing to watch. So you ruin people's relationships for your own selfish reasons? You use people for your entertainment? Naruto hissed out through gritted teeth. I suppose I should expect nothing less from a selfish creature like you. Kyuubi narrowed her eyes at the blonde. Do not presume to know me. I am ageless. I have lived hundreds if not thousands of years. Humans are nothing to me. They are like ants, Such creatures should be honored that I found a use for them, rather than simply stepping on them like the other bijou were prone to do. Naruto snorted. Right, 'cause the Konoha ninja you killed when you attempted to destroy Konoha were ants that you decided to find a use for, right? Almost as soon as he said that, Naruto was blasted with a high dose of Kyuubi's killing intent. He paled, and sweat began to form on his brow as his breathing got heavy from the pressure of the redhead's power. Before he knew what was going on, Kyuubi was right in his face with a glare that put every other glare he had seen on a female to shame. You are so lucky I cannot kill you right now, child. Kyuubi sneered at the blonde, twisting her pretty visage into something truly frightening. Were it not for the seal that binds our souls together, I would have destroyed you for making such a presumptuous and arrogant claim. You know nothing of me, of whom I am, what I am. You only know of the things you have heard from this damnable village and the fools who live in it, words spoken by foolish humans who understand nothing and cannot even see past their own self-importance. You know absolutely nothing about that night. Do you honestly think I would let myself stoop to such a level that I would bother with killing off a small human village such as yours? Kyuubi scoffed. Do not be full of yourself. As I said, humans are contemptuous creatures, and I would never tarnish myself by giving in to baser emotions. I may have to destroy one pathetic human village like lesser beings might. Naruto gulped as he tried to keep his fear out of his voice. Then why did you attack? The demoness reigned in her bloodlust and power as she backed off and gave the blonde a pointed look. That is not something I would share with another lightly. You have not earned my respect, nor do I feel you deserve that information. Kyuubi paused for a moment as if in thought. Perhaps in time, if you prove worthy, I will tell you, but as of right now you have not earned the right. Naruto frowned as Kyuubi spoke. A part of him wanted to demand her to tell him what had happened on that night. After all, she was sealed inside of him because of her nearly leveling all of Konoha to the ground. If anyone had the right to know what had happened that night, then it was him. However, he was also not stupid enough to push his luck. In the end, he decided it was best not to speak, lest his tongue say something he would regret. Thankfully, the vixen had some other things to say to break the silence. Now that you know your place, perhaps we can discuss the real reason I brought you here. Naruto looked at Kyuubi with a prominent frown. The real reason? Yes. Deciding to get comfortable, Kyuubi sat down on the bed, letting her tails lay on her lap. The reason I called you here is due to what that man did to you. Naruto noticed the distaste the fox woman's voice held when she said man, making it obvious she did not like him. You mean when he bit me? Asked Naruto as his hand went to the spot he was bitten. Kyuubi nodded. When he bit you, he injected several powerful enzymes along with a portion of his soul and several powerful seals that, if they had taken a hold of you, would have enslaved you to his will. It was here that Kyuubi gave a small pause and her eyes gained a thoughtful look. You are lucky it was me who was sealed inside of you. Had it been any of the other bijou, they would not have been able to contain the power of the seal like I had. Naruto frowned. But you didn't contain it. I had to face an evil version of myself with the power from that damned seal. And yet it did not extend beyond that, did it? Kyuubi said, making the spiky-headed blonde concede the point. I was able to use my yuki to contain it, which in turn allowed you to drive it out by combating your other half. I see. Naruto looked at his lap and thought for a second. Bringing his head up again, he looked at Kyuubi. I suppose you want some kind of thank you. Kyuubi gave him a mocking smile. Well, a thank you would certainly be warranted in this instance, but I did not do it just for you. The redhead frowned. Had I not used my power, you would be enslaved to the power of the cursed seal. I will not have my vessel being used by some foolish man with delusions of grandeur. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the statement, and the possessiveness her voice held when she said my. It was obvious to him that she did not particularly care for him, if she even did at all. Yet she had protected him from Orochimaru's seal. A part of him wondered why she had done such a thing. His tenant noticed his questioning look and decided that further explanations were needed. As you are my vessel, that means you represent me in a way. I have no way of escaping here, so I have to rely on you to make sure my name does not get sullied. Being used by a man who desires the untouchable would ruin not only my reputation, but also make it harder for me to have any influence over your decisions. So you wish to control me? Asked Naruto with narrowed eyes. Kyuubi scoffed. Of course I wish to control you, though you do not need to worry. With this, the redhead pointed to the choker on her neck. I cannot control you in any way. Naruto took a closer look at the choker she was wearing and noticed it had the same seal that he had noticed running along the walls. It took him a moment to realize they were the exact same seal as the one on his stomach. I see, this seal is what keeps you here. Yes, QB answered stiffly. The whisker-marked blonde was silent for a moment. I get the feeling you did not bring me here just to tell me about what that man did to me. Very good, QB said with a smirk, you are right. I called you here to tell you of the consequences that this event has had on you. She frowned as she went into her explanation. When he placed that seal on you, I was forced to divert a lot of my yuki to keep you alive, and the seal from spreading. More than half, to be honest, the enzymes were much stronger than I would have expected. However, due to the enzymes that have entered your body and my yuki being used to keep them at bay, your body has been changed would be the best way to put it. Naruto stiffened as he looked at QB. What do you mean changed? I mean you are no longer human, she said in a blunt tone. The complete overdose of my yuki, along with the enzymes invading your body, has turned you into something other than human. I believe the closest term I can call you is Hanyu. Your body, while still at least half human, has been changed to match that of a demon. QB noticed the pale look on Naruto's face and smirked a little. You are now half demon, half human, a hybrid between the two if you will. Naruto felt his whole world sink with that knowledge. He was now exactly what the villagers always said he was, a demon. It did not matter if he was only half demon, the fact that he had somehow changed into even part of a demon was enough to send his whole world spiraling out of control. So the villagers were right, Naruto mumbled as tears stung his eyes. I am a demon. QB watched the various emotions play upon the young man's face, and when tears started forming in his eyes she could not help but scoff. Do not be such a baby. When Naruto turned to glare on her, she just glared right back. And do not think I will stand for you glaring at me either. You are not even my equal, much less my better, so you have no right to glare at me. No right? No right! Naruto shouted. This is all your fault. I'm not even human anymore because of you. How can I ever hope to gain acceptance? Everyone I know will hate me now. You should be thanking me, QB said in a calm voice, surprisingly not mad at his outburst. He may not be fully human anymore, but she knew enough about psychology that he would get angry at learning something like this. And while a part of her just wanted to taunt him and send him even further into despair, she could not afford to do that. Her survival now depended on his survival, and she needed him to be strong. While it was not the most ideal solution, it was the only thing that would have worked to keep you from becoming enslaved to that man, QB explained calmly. If I had another option I would have used it, but I didn't, nor did I know of this outcome. And trust me, if I had known you would become I would have never done this. Naruto took several deep breaths as he tried to bring his emotions back under control. It was rather difficult with this new knowledge, but he had long since mastered the art of hiding his emotions. When he felt sufficiently calm, he turned a gaze on QB. How could you not have known I would not turn into this? And why would you have found another solution if you had known what would happen? I am not all-knowing, QB said, sighing a bit as she admitted to having faults. She did not like informing someone of this, but it was necessary to build some form of trust between them, which had now become imperative. As powerful as I am, as intelligent as I am, even I do not know everything. This was just one of those things that I could not have foreseen. There was a prominent pause as QB gathered her thoughts. As for why I would have selected a different option to save you had there been one, she paused again before grimacing. Now that you are there are several problems that have arisen that. QB paused again as her eyes glazed over. Naruto saw this and was about to ask why she had stopped when the fox woman beat him to it. We will have to continue this discussion some other time. It seems your friends are in danger. Naruto's eyes widened as he jumped out of bed. In danger? Damn it! I have to get out of here. He looked at QB as he realized something. How do I get out of here? QB sighed as she answered, just close your eyes and think yourself out. Same for coming back, only in reverse. The blonde looked at QB for a second before nodding. He closed his eyes and QB watched as Naruto faded out. She stared at the spot he had left for a few moments before. You know, I'm surprised you did not reveal yourself. Are you afraid of what he will think when he finds you? She spoke to what seemed like thin air. Or is it that you are afraid of facing me? For a moment there was no sound. After a few seconds a feminine voice spoke up. Do not think I fear you, QB. You know as well as I that there is nothing you can do to me. Kyuubi's lips thinned, but she could not think of a suitable comeback. Instead she said, "Whatever, you should just consider yourself lucky that I have agreed to protect that child. My survival now depends on it. We both know that if it became necessary I could have forced you to protect him." Kyuubi snarled, "You may be safe for now, but do not think I won't find a way to make you suffer for your insolence." Rather than get frightened, the voice merely laughed. "We both know there is nothing you can do." With that the voice left, leaving an angry and irritated Kyuubi. Chapter 18. A slightly different Naruto, sort of. Sasuke turned to look at her and frowned. "Sakura, who did this to you?" As Sasuke near body, Sakura stammered at seeing the black flame-like pattern on his skin. Looking at himself, Sasuke saw the flames spread out over the left half of his body. He smirked. "It's fine. I can feel the power flowing out of my body. I'm feeling pretty good right now. He gave it to me. And I finally understand. I am an Avenger. Even if I must make a deal with the devil, I cannot stop my quest to gain power." While these thoughts were running through Sasuke's head, everyone else was looking at the raven-haired genin in either shock or curiosity. "That shouldn't be possible. That mark only has a 1/10 chance of not killing the person who has it placed on them," Dosu thought in shock. "For him to have survived." Sasuke turned back to the pinkette. "Now tell me, who hurt you?" "That would be me," Sakura stepped forward with a smirk. Shikamaru's mind, for once, was actually working harder than it had when he usually played shogi against his dad and Naruto as he watched Sasuke. Realizing the danger, he quickly turned to Ino and began shouting, "Ino! This is going to get bad. You'll get caught up in this if you don't return to your body. You come here too, Chuji. We're hiding." "Not good." Ino put her hands together, and her family's hands sign. "Kai!" Kin slumped back to the ground as Ino returned to her body. Cough, cough. "You're back," Shikamaru said in relief as he kept the girl up. "Thank Kami." Sasuke turned around to face the Oto ninja. His teeth grit as the seals along his body began to spread to the other side, covering most of his visible skin. "This is..." Dosu's eyes widened as he realized at least a part of what was going on. "His chakra is too large." Sakura scoffed as he held out his hands. "Dosu, there's no need to be afraid of this half-dead freak." Dosu looked over at Sakura in shock. "No, Sakura. Don't you realize what that is?" But Sakura wasn't listening as he shot his hands towards Sasuke. Ultimate Zankuha. A large blast of air was shot towards the area where Team 7 resided. The attack destroyed everything that had not been rooted to the spot. "Naruto-kun!" Tenten shouted as she watched her friend's form disappear within the jutsu. When the dust settled, Sakura smirked as he no longer saw any trace of Team 7. "Ha! I've blown them all away." "Blown who away?" a voice asked behind him. Sakura barely had time to turn around before Sasuke backhanded him, sending him flying back. "He's fast," Dosu said in shock. His eyes wandered over to the still unconscious blonde and the pink-haired girl. He managed to move so fast, while carrying them away. Grinning, Sasuke went through several hand seals before sucking in a breath. "Katan, Hausenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Mythical Fire Flower Jutsu." 6 decent-sized fireballs were launched towards Sakura. "So what? I'll just blast them all away." Sakura thrust out his hands again. "Zankuha!" The airwaves blasted into the fireballs, putting them out. However, when they were gone, everyone could see the 6 shuriken that had been hidden in the fire. "What?" Zaku only had time to put his hands in a cross guard as the shuriken slammed into him. HHHH. Once the shuriken all hit their mark, Sakura looked around to find the Uchiha. He only had a few seconds to look before Uchiha was behind him, grabbing onto both of his arms and forcing Sakura onto his knees. Sasuke put a foot on the Oto Genin's back and began to pull the arms back. Ino looked at her crush in shock. His chakra is totally different from his time at the academy. What's going on? Sakura tried to move, but was only able to turn his head enough to see Sasuke grinning at him. "You must be awfully proud of these arms of yours. I think I'll take them away." Not giving Zaku a chance to reply, Sasuke began to yank Genin's arms, while simultaneously pushing his foot further into Zaku's back. Snap! Ah! Zaki yelled, and everyone else either flinched or blanched at the sickening crack as they heard Zaku's arms snap like a twig. As this was happening, all of the Konoha genin were watching in horror as Sasuke brutally dealt with his opponent. When Zaku's screams died off, Sasuke let go of him, no longer finding any fun hurting the near comatose shinobi. Sasuke's eyes looked over to see Dosu, and a smirk made its way to his face. "You're the only one left." He began walking over to the now petrified Dosu. "I hope you let me have more fun than he did." This isn't Sasuke-kun, Sakura thought to herself in horror. She remembered all of the times she had watched Sasuke while on Team 7. Even she could not deny that the Uchiha was cold. But even then, she knew that this was not Sasuke. She was just about to run up to him and get him to stop when someone else did it for her. Sasuke froze as a hand placed itself on his shoulder. "That's enough time." Sasuke turned with a sneer on his face at the slightly familiar voice, though it was a tad deeper than he remembered. However, the sneer faded and was replaced with a look of shock as he stared at the only somewhat familiar figure. He could easily tell it was Naruto. The 3 whisker marks on each cheek and the blue eyes showed that. However, there were several prominent changes that the blonde had. The first was his hair. It had grown quite significantly, going from the short spikes to longer hair that, while still spiky, now went down to mid-back. A pair of elongated canines could just barely be seen jutting from his upper lip, and his whisker marks looked thicker than they had been. His face was a little bit leaner than it had been. It almost seemed as if the blonde had aged a year or two, as it looked more mature than the chibi-like face he had before. And finally, Naruto seemed to have grown a bit, not much, but the fact that he was now taller than Sasuke himself and almost looked to be the same height as Shikamaru was a significant enough difference that it was noticeable. "Dobe?" Sasuke asked in so much shock his seal reverted to its sealed state. "What happened to you?" Naruto frowned at his teammates, shocked, and looked. "What do you mean, what happened to me?" "And Naruto?" Naruto turned around to see Sakura and the members of Team 10. He blinked for a minute before grinning. "Yo. Man, this is so troublesome," Shikamaru muttered as he looked over at Ino, who, despite the situation, was drooling at the blonde without even realizing it. "Definitely troublesome." Naruto looked around and frowned when he saw everyone in the clearing staring at him. "What the hell are you people staring at?" With that, everyone looked away and Naruto frowned again. Sighing, he turned to look back at Sasuke. "I'm disappointed, Sasuke, using something given to you by that man. You should know something like that is always a double-edged sword. Nothing good can come of it." Sasuke scowled and would have said something had a voice not interrupted. "You are strong." Everyone turned to see Dosu holding out an earth scroll. "Sasuke-kun, we can't defeat you at this time." He placed the scroll on the ground. "The earth scroll, a gift to you in exchange for letting us go." He rolled the scroll over to them. "I know this may seem convenient, but there is something we need to find out." Naruto looked over at Sasuke and sighed before picking up the scroll. He pocketed it before turning to Dosu, who was picking up his 2 unconscious teammates. "Do what you need to do, but I suggest you leave my teammate alone. If you show up again with hostile intent, it won't be Sasuke team you face but me." Naruto's eyes flashed red. "And I won't hesitate to kill you." Dosu stiffened as something in the blonde's gaze told him he wasn't lying and that not only could he kill him, but that he would kill him. Dosu nodded. "Very well, but just so you know, if we do meet in battle we will not hesitate to fight back." "As I won't either," Naruto replied as Dosu left. The blonde turned back to the others and was about to say something when he noticed something off. "Hey, has anyone seen my shirt?" Several face faults went around, with those still conscious just now wondering how he had not noticed that. "Naruto-kun." Naruto turned his head to see a red-faced Tenten walking up to him. Oddly enough, she was looking anywhere but him. "Hey, are you alright?" "Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I be?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. "It's just that you're not able to continue." She merely pointed to the bandages he had wrapped around his torso. "Oh, these." Naruto tore the bandages off to reveal perfectly healthy, if a little blood-smeared, skin. He patted where the wound had been a few times. "Yeah, I'm good. I've got a pretty good healing factor, so there's nothing to worry about." Naruto looked up at her and smiled, before noticing the redness staining her cheeks. "What about you? Your face is all red?" He put a hand on her head, causing her face to turn even more red. "Huh, that's odd, you don't have a fever, but your face looks like a tomato. Are you okay, Tenchan?" Oh, of course. Tenten squeaked as she stepped away from the blonde, her face feeling as if it had been burned with a cat-on jutsu. Anyways, I'm glad you're not hurt. Thanks, Naruto said with a smile. It was then he noticed Tenten's spandex-wearing teammate sleeping on the ground a few feet away. Is your teammate okay, Tenchan? Tenten turned around to see her teammate passed out and drooling on the forest floor. Oh he, yeah he's fine, just taking a little breather. She backed away from the blonde, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Why don't I go wake up now? Naruto watched in a mixture of shock and amusement as Tenten began to slaply awake. He turned his attention back to Sasuke, who was now being fussed over by Sakura. He reached into his pouch as he walked over to them. Rummaging through it for a little while, Naruto found the scroll he was looking for and unsealed a spare shirt and cloak. He began to put his shirt on and frowned as he found the shirt didn't seem to fit. Grunting a bit, he continued to try and make his shirt fit, only to rip it when he zipped it up. Gah! Stupid shirt. What the fuck is wrong with you? Everyone once again turned their attention to Naruto, who had lost the epic struggle of trying to put his shirt on, and sweat dropped. Why doesn't it fit? Sasuke's right eye twitched while the others either sweat dropped, or in the case Tenten blushed at seeing the blonde shirt rip over his muscles. Naruto, Sakura said unsurely, getting his attention, haven't you noticed? Naruto blinked at her. Noticed what? You're different, physically I mean. Sakura blushed a bit, even though she could not deny that whatever had happened to Naruto had made him fill out nicely. Frowning, Naruto looked at his arms and noticed they looked a little bigger than before, bigger and more defined, though they still held their lithe whipcord quality. Huh? I guess this is something I gained from becoming a Hanyu. So I have. Sighing, he decided to forego trying to get a shirt to fit and instead just put on the cloak, which now came up to his calves. Finished with his clothing crisis, Naruto turned his attention back to his teammates. Since we have both of the scrolls necessary, we should probably head over to the tower. No sense in wasting our time here. Sasuke grunted as he stood up. You're right, done. We should get to the tower as soon as possible, especially since we don't know what the rest of this stage might entail. Nodding, Naruto said goodbye to Tenten and Team 10 before the three began moving towards the tower in the center of the Forest of Death. Naruto, stop jumping around! Sakura shouted as Naruto shot back towards them after having been flying through the forest at speeds faster than she could properly track. Coming back, Naruto brought himself towards Sasuke and Sakura, who had been jumping at a more sedate pace and watching the blonde with some annoyance. Sorry, Sakura, it's just that I've never felt so good before. After they had left the others and began making their way towards the tower, Naruto had been noticing all the differences he had with this new body of his. For one, all of his senses were now through the roof. He didn't even have to channel chakra into them, and they were just naturally powerful. He had also noticed an increase in his physical capabilities, his strength, speed, stamina, reflexes. Everything seemed to have gained a bit of a boost, though he would have to test his physical capabilities out to see the full extent of his growth. Even his mind seemed to have been affected by his new change. He noticed it was nothing major, but he could think much more clearly now, like some kind of blocker that had been in his mind had been released and unlocked his potential. Another thing he noticed was his chakra felt different. It was much more chaotic than before, yet at the same time it flowed through his coils far more smoothly, allowing him to access it more easily. All in all, he felt great. Whatever, let's just get to the tower, Sakura sighed, not quite able to blame Naruto for being so energetic. Nor would she. Naruto had proven himself to her in the forest, risking his life for theirs. The least she could do was be nice to him. With Naruto calming down and guiding them, the group made it to the tower 2 hours later. When they walked in, the trio looked around and frowned when they saw it was empty. Damn it, no one's here! Naruto grunted in annoyance. I thought someone would have at least been here to greet us and take the scrolls. Sasuke grunted a bit as he stood up a little straighter, untangling himself from Sakura, who had been helping him move since his curse seal had disappeared. I'm alright now, Sakura. Ohak Sasuke-kun, Sakura said with a smile, though on the inside she was crying at the loss of holding her Sasuke-kun. I can't believe we had to let go of him. Shinaro! Inner Sakura shook her fist in anger. So what do you guys think we should do now? Asked Naruto. The other two blinked as they tried to figure out what they should do as well. Hey, look at this! Sakura said as she pointed to a large poster on the wall opposite of the entrance. Naruto read the message on it several times over before nodding. I think it's telling us to open the scrolls. The other two agreed and Naruto and Sasuke each grabbed one of the scrolls. Alright, we'll open them on 3. Sasuke and Naruto looked over at each other. 123. The two opened the scroll and looked to see what was inside. Naruto's eyes widened as he recognized the complex seal on the scroll. Sasuke, it's a summoning jutsu. Toss your scroll now. The two tossed the scroll away where they landed on the ground in an X. A few seconds later there was a puff of smoke, signaling someone had been summoned. When the smoke cleared it revealed Iruka standing there. Hey! Iruka-sensei, Naruto said with a grin. I didn't realize you would be a part of this. Iruka looked over at Naruto and blinked for a second before he spotted the whisker marks. Naruto. What happened to you? Naruto shook his head. To be honest, I don't really know myself. I passed out after the blonde frowned for a moment. That's right. Iruka-sensei, you need to inform the Hokage that Orochimaru is in the Forest of Death. What? Iruka shouted in surprise, shock and fear. How do you know this? Because he attacked us, Naruto said, looking over at Sasuke who was now rubbing the seal on his neck. He managed to put some kind of hickey on Sasuke, I can be sure, but I believe he was after the themed Sharingan. Iruka stiffened as he processed the new information. Anything dealing with Orochimaru was bad news, and if the man was after the Sharingan it would spell trouble for Konoha. I'll be sure to inform Hokage-sama right away then. In the meantime I suggest you rest from your ordeal. Chances are, Hokage-sama will call the three of you in to give a report on what happened. So stay in your room until you're told otherwise. Naruto nodded to Iruka. Got it, sensei, we'll stay put. Right. Iruka was tempted to say more, to ask Naruto if he was alright, but if Orochimaru had given Sasuke what he thought it was, then the Hokage would need to be informed immediately. He disappeared within Shunshin a moment later. Why did you tell him that done? Sasuke asked in anger after Iruka left. Because the Hokage needs to be informed of what happened, Naruto replied in a mild voice. We were attacked by Orochimaru of the Sannin, an S-rank traitor of Konoha. Something of this magnitude cannot be kept secret. I'm not talking about that, Sasuke glared at the blonde. I want to know why you told him about the seal. Specifically my seal. He would have found out eventually anyway. Naruto rolled his eyes at the glare he was receiving. Don't glare at me like that, this is serious. We don't know what kind of effects that seal will have on you. It gives me power, Sasuke said, remembering the feel of power flowing through him. That's all that matters. Naruto's mouth became a thin line as he heard his teammates remark, it also makes you a psychotic killer. Or do you not remember how you nearly killed that Oto Genin for sport? We need to look at it, and see what it does besides give power. Remember, Orochimaru obviously wants your Sharingan. Do you really think he would give you something that powerful without a cost? Sasuke frowned. The dove did have a point, so what do you suggest? We'll head to our room for now. I want to look at the seal before anyone tries to tamper with it, Naruto said. Depending on what we find, we may need to seal it until we can determine if it's safe to use or not. Hearing that his new power may have to be sealed did not sit well with Sasuke. However, Naruto had made a decent point, and he would admit the blonde knew more about seals than he did. Fine, let's go get a room and get this over with. Naruto frowned in thought as he stared at the seal on his teammate's neck. The seal was something of an oddity. Naruto could tell it was a decently high level, yet at the same time it was so sloppy the blonde had to wonder what Orochimaru was thinking to put something like this on someone. Well? Asked Sasuke, who was sitting in front of Naruto with his shirt off so the blonde could have unhindered access to the seal. It's definitely a fairly high-level seal, Naruto replied as he unsealed his equipment. Powerful too. Some of the seals I don't even recognize. However, it's also been made rather poorly. The Hibi team obviously doesn't really care if someone lives or dies from this seal. I can see a few seals that I have knowledge of. You've got a slave seal, which is designed to bend the will of the person using it to whoever created it. A modified pain seal. I think this one is to inflict pain on a person if they decide to use it against the seal against its creator. And another one that I can only recognize a little bit as something that affects the mind. My guess is it's a modified mind slave seal. Normally these are designed to control others by controlling the chemical processes in the brain. This one, however, looks like it enslaves the user's will to the power of the seal. Basically, it acts like a drug. The more you use the seal, the more you'll crave its use. Naruto cut his thumb and placed his blood in the ink bottle. He began to stir the ink as he thought of what kind of seal he should use to seal this mark. Until either myself, or someone better than me can figure out what this seal does, we should keep it under lock. Sasuke grunted, still not liking the thought of having all that power sealed away. However, he understood what his blonde teammate was saying, and did not want his will to be enslaved to someone else. Using quick and precise brushstrokes, Naruto began to create a counterseal to keep the curse mark under control. "Don't you also have one of these curse marks?" asked Sasuke a little while after Naruto started sealing. "I thought he bit you too." "He did," Naruto said, biting his bottom lip in concentration. "However, the seal couldn't take hold of me. This mark seems to feed off of a person's dark emotions to get its power, so if someone rejects their darker side, the seal can't take effect." Naruto started writing all along Sasuke's back as he found himself needing more space to write the seal. "I remember when I was caught in my mind because of the seal. I had to fight my dark half in combat. Apparently he had the power of the seal, so when I defeated him the seal disappeared as well." Sasuke frowned. He had merely shown a younger version of him being powerless, and Orochimaru had come and offered him power. "I didn't have something like that happen to me." "It's probably different for everyone," Naruto shrugged as he finished creating the seal. Unlike the predecessor for the seal he was using, this one did not require much space due to how Naruto had created the seal. The Fujihoin, which this seal was created from, required the person the seal was being used on to sit within two concentric circles. Having realized that it was because most people created an unnecessary amount of formula symbols, Naruto had set about making something easier, taking away some symbols and adding in other ones to compress the necessary amount of seals needed for the. He checked it over to make sure there were no mistakes, and upon finding none went through several hand seals. Daiwaru So Fujihoin, dual-layered evil sealing method. He placed a glowing purple hand on the cursed seal and watched as the seals he had created all began to move towards the one on Sasuke's neck. "Phew!" Sasuke grunted and squeezed his eyes shut as his curse seal flared. It definitely hurt, but thankfully this pain was nowhere near the pain he felt when he had been given the curse seal. For several seconds Sasuke was forced to bear with the pain until Naruto finished sealing the curse seal. When it was done, the Uchiha heir was left gasping for breath as he felt slightly weakened. "You should get some rest. You're going to feel groggy after having that sealed up," Naruto said as he moved off the bed. Sasuke didn't say anything but nodded as he lay down and fell asleep. A few minutes later the door to the shower opened and Sakura stepped out in a clean set of clothes. "Shower's open if either of you two wants it." She looked over to see Sasuke already asleep and Naruto moving to the shower. As the door closed, Sakura went over to Sasuke and looked down at the sleeping figure of her crush. She sighed as she went to one of the other beds and went to sleep. 15 minutes later Naruto came out of the shower in a pair of orange boxers. Seeing his teammates already asleep and feeling kind of tired himself, he went over to the last bed and plopped down on it. Rolling onto his back, Naruto closed his eyes and decided to visit Kyuubi and finish the conversation they had started from earlier. Opening his eyes, Naruto found himself in a forest that he recognized as the one that surrounded Konoha. A little ways away in front of him was a small hut with some smoke coming out of a chimney. Determining that was where Kyuubi lived, the blonde made his way over to it, promising to get some answers from his tenant. When he got in front of the door, he paused for a second, before deciding that it may be in his best interest not to get on the redhead's bad side and knock. He heard some shuffling and a small curse when it sounded like someone bumped into something before the door opened and revealed Kyuubi. Kyuubi blinked at him for a moment, and for a second Naruto could see surprise in her eyes, though it only lasted for a second. "I did not expect to see you so soon," she said after a while, only for a small grin to form a second later. "Did you miss looking at someone as beautiful as me?" For a moment Naruto blushed in embarrassment, however he soon remembered who, or more precisely what this was that was in front of him. Gathering himself, he did his best not to scowl at her as he spoke. "Believe me, were it up to me I would not have come back." He smirked for a moment as he noticed her scowl. "However, I believe our conversation last time was interrupted." Kyuubi frowned at the lack of respect in Naruto's tone, but decided to let it slide for the moment. "I suppose it did." "Very well, you may come in." She opened the door a little wider and walked away, forcing the blonde to close the door as he walked in. "You may as well find a spot to sit and get comfortable," Kyubi said as she took the bed. "This is going to be a long conversation." Naruto frowned as he looked around and eventually found a chair next to the bed on the opposite side of the armor. Moving over to it, the blonde Konoha shinobi took a seat. "I guess I should start by asking why you would honor me with another visit so soon?" Kyubi said with some sarcasm being spoken when she said honor. Naruto's hackles rose, but upon seeing the smirk on Kyubi's face knew she was baiting him. He took a deep breath and blew it out. When he had gained a good handle on his emotions, he looked over at the redhead. "As I said before, our last conversation was interrupted." So it was. Kyubi trailed off. For a moment Naruto waited for her to begin the explanation she had been about to give him before he was forced to get to his friends. However, when none were forthcoming, he realized she was waiting for him. This caused him to scowl as he knew it meant she had put one over on him, and judging by her smirk, he knew that was what she had intended. Unfortunately for him, he needed to know what had happened to his body. "You were about to tell me why you would not have used the method you had to save me, if you knew what would have happened." Kyubi looked at him for a moment and smiled. "I suppose I will, however, I don't really feel like telling you anymore." Naruto grit his teeth but did his best not to let her get to him. "And why not?" "Because I don't see how I can gain anything from telling you." Kyubi's smile widened at seeing how her words were pushing him. While she may not be able to kill him, that did not mean she was not going to make him suffer for being in her prison. Despite knowing she was being stubborn and refusing to tell him just to get him riled up, Naruto was having a hard time controlling his emotions. Were it not for the fact that he had no desire to feel her power again, he would have lashed out. As it was, it took nearly 5 minutes for him to regain control over himself. "We both know that whatever you were going to say is just important to your survival. I doubt you would have been willing to have even gotten started on that topic otherwise." For just a second Naruto saw what looked like respect flicker within the twin red orbs. However, it was gone soon after, making the blonde wonder if he had imagined it. "Clever deduction," Kyubi said as she looked at him. "I'm impressed you were able to come to that conclusion." She frowned as she began her explanation. "You are correct, this is important to my continued survival. Because you are a half-demon, you have gained immortality." What? Naruto choked out in a whisper as his eyes widened. Kyubi sighed. "Immortality. I am positive that you have gained immortality." Naruto could not finish the word. Some people may have been pleased to learn that they would never die. A fear of death was always present for most people who lived. However, Naruto had never been one of those people, had never wished for such a thing. Especially now when he had finally found precious people to protect, people who enjoyed being with him. A friend in Tenten, Rock Lee, Anko, the father/daughter duo who owned the ramen stand, Irika and the Hokage. They were the closest thing he had to family. Being with them had brought life to him. He was happier now that he had several people who genuinely cared for him. However, they would all grow old and eventually die. It was just how things were. Nothing could survive the ravages of time, nothing except for a demon, or in his case a half-demon. He was officially being told that he would never die, that he would be forced to watch everyone he ever loved and ever would love die. Meanwhile, he would live on and be forced to endure the pain of losing those he cared for. Tears once again began gathering in the corner of his eyes, something that Kyubi picked up on right away. "You need to grow up, child." Naruto looked up at Kyubi to see her looking at him with a harsh glare. "I will not have my vessel acting in such a pathetic manner. There is nothing that can be done to turn you back to the way you were, so thinking about it is pointless." She favored Naruto with a condescending smirk. "Besides, you should be grateful. It's not often one is gifted with immortality after all." "Grateful?" Naruto asked in a harsh whisper. "Why should I be grateful? What possible reason is there that you believe would make me feel gratitude towards you?" Kyubi's eyes narrowed at the blonde. "I would suggest you watch your tongue, boy. Or did you not learn your lesson from yesterday?" However, Naruto was too far gone to listen to her. This woman, this creature had just given him a curse that would only cause him more pain, and he, with his mind decidedly clouded right now, he lashed out in the only way he could think of. Kyubi became surprised when the blonde leapt at her. She had no time to react as he grabbed her by the front of her kimono, picked her up and bodily slammed her against the wall. "Shut up!" Naruto ground out as he glared at the still surprised Kyubi. "I have no reason to be thankful for what you've given me. Because of you, I will be forced to watch all the people I care about die. No matter how strong I am, how powerful I grow, how much intelligence I gain, Naruto was cut off as their situation became reversed when Kyuubi spun them around and slammed him into the wall hard enough to leave several cracks within the mindscape. Don't you ever try to touch me without my permission. Kyuubi snarled with absolute rage on her face. If you so much as even think of trying to lay your hands on me, I will make you regret it. Do not think that just because I cannot kill you, that I cannot make you suffer. I will not have someone below my station put their paws on me, and you are far below me. Naruto snarled at her, and Kyuubi became surprised again when she saw Naruto's eyes morph from the blue orbs they had been, into a set of amethyst-colored eyes with black slits running down the middle. His whisker marks began to thicken as well, and purple yuki began leaking out of Naruto's body. The power was not only surprising to Kyuubi, but due to the fact that she was still weakened from having used as much power as she had, it was also frightening. The blonde before her currently had more power than she did. In an act of anger, Naruto pushed off the wall and tackled the stunned and frightened Kyuubi to the ground. A gasp escaped the redhead's lips, and she was surprised to feel pain when her back hit the floor. Looking up, she saw Naruto with a fist cocked back, encased in a globe of purple energy, and ready to smash it into her. She closed her eyes, and for the first time in her life, she found herself afraid of another being. However, as she waited for the blow, she found herself surprised when it never came. Opening her eyes, Kyuubi looked into Naruto's and was startled to see his fist shaking. She looked from his fist to his face, and saw that his teeth were grit in frustration, and tears were trickling down his eyes. He looked like he was having some kind of inner battle with himself. As if the surprises she had endured in the last few seconds was not enough, the hand Naruto was holding lost its purple glow, his features returned to normal, and a choked sob escaped him. Finally, the blonde seemed to lose his strength and fell right on top of Kyuubi, where he proceeded to break down crying right into her chest. Had this happened any other time, Kyuubi probably would have been so royally pissed that Naruto would have likely been beaten so badly that it would have reflected in the real world and he would have required a bedpan. However, the culmination of shock for what had transpired, fear for the power the blonde had emanated, and confusion about why he had not struck her when he had the chance kept Kyuubi from harming him. So instead of doing that, she just lay there and let the whisker-marked blonde cry. After a while, Naruto seemed to get a hold of himself, and looked up to see Kyuubi staring at him with wide eyes. "Sorry," he whispered in a hoarse voice before getting off of her and standing up. He held his hand out to Kyuubi, who looked at it wearily for several long seconds before taking it. "I don't understand," she said as she looked at the blonde in complete confusion. "You could have killed me back there." "I know," Naruto whispered. He was unsure how he knew, but somehow he knew that he could have killed Kyuubi right then had he wanted to. And he knew instinctively that, unlike her, he was not dependent on her survival, not anymore since he had his own Yuki, and no longer needed hers. "Why didn't you?" asked Kyuubi as she tried to get a good look in his eyes, not that it did any good since his eyes were covered in shadow. Naruto shook his head. "I don't know, I guess I just couldn't do it. Even though you ruined my life too, guess I just couldn't bring myself to do it." Kyuubi looked at Naruto for a long time, studying the blonde as if he were some kind of puzzle. After several minutes of searching for something she could not seem to find, she spoke, "Thank you." She had to forcibly make the words come out of her. Never before had she ever thanked another being for anything. Doing such a thing was beneath her. To Kyuubi it should be others who thanked her for not ending their miserable existence. But right now the blonde before her was currently more powerful than she was. Not only that, but she had felt what little power she did have been drained by the seal when he had gotten angry. Until she could figure out what that meant, the vixen decided it would be wise not to anger Naruto. Naruto looked at her for a moment before nodding, not really trusting his voice for the moment. It was silent after that as the two tried their best to look anywhere but at each other. That silence soon began to stretch, and it was surprisingly Kyuubi who became uncomfortable with it. "Look to no, we didn't really get off on the right foot." Kyuubi frowned for a moment as she tried to find the right words for what she wanted to say. It was not easy for one such as her, one who had never really tried to get along with others. However, she knew what needed to be done in order to ensure her continued existence, and like it or not, this boy was the key. "I know we got off on the wrong foot, and I know you don't like what's happened to you." Naruto's snort interrupted her. "That's a very mild way of putting it. You've essentially told me that I'm going to live forever. That means that I will be forced to watch as all of the people I've grown close to die. You've made it virtually impossible for me to meet my friends in whatever afterlife awaits us. Hell, you've made it hard for me to even make friends now. The blonde's voice was soon reduced to a whisper, and you've made it impossible for me to find love. Despite herself, Kyubi winced. That's not true, at least not in the context of your thinking. When Naruto merely raised an eyebrow, she tried her best to elaborate. It is true that a relationship like marriage or something permanent is impossible. At the blonde's glare, she realized that might not have been the best way of putting it and tried to finish what she was saying more delicately than she normally would. But that still does not mean you can't find someone out there who will love you. But they won't always be there, Naruto said. Eventually they will die and I will be alone again. Kyubi found herself biting her lip. There was something about the way he said that brought an odd desire to help him out of her. That, or perhaps she was still afraid of the power he had displayed. "'Twill be there, you know," she said, causing the young half-demon to look at her with an odd stare that almost caused her to blush. "Because you're a half-demon now, there is no way for me to escape the seal." So she trailed off for a moment, when she noticed him still looking at her. After a few seconds, a blush finally did arise from her cheeks, one made from both anger and embarrassment. "Look, would you stop staring at me like that?" After a few moments, Naruto's eyes went to a less imposing stare. "Sorry, it sounded like you're telling me that you've offered to stay with me." Kyubi's blush seemed to increase a bit. "Well, it's not like I have a choice. I'm stuck here now. Before I turned you, I could have escaped the seal if I had managed to convince you to take it off. However, when you changed into a something and the seal changed as well, and now there is no way for me to escape." She gestured around both her neck and the walls. "Even were you to rip the one off of my neck, these walls are impossible for even you to take off." She frowned. "I suspect it has something to do with the seal that man tried to put on you. I don't know much about sealing. I never really bothered to learn anything about sealing until I actually was sealed, to be honest. But I do know that placing a high-level seal on a body that already has an existing high-level seal can cause a disruption in the original seal that was placed on the person. Likely that's what happened here, and it caused the seal that held me to mutate before I could contain it." She shook her head, though as I said, I can't be too sure. I see. Naruto trailed off for several moments, as he tried to come to grips with everything he had just been told. He felt like he had been given far too much information and his mind was going to melt down from being so overloaded. With a heavy sigh, he sat down on the bed, which was the closest object to him. He looked up at Kyubi, who was still looking at him. "Why don't you tell me about what it's going to mean for me to be a now?" He realized that at the moment there was no way he could come to grips with what had just happened, so it would be best if he moved on to something else before he dealt with the knowledge he had been given. "Are there any benefits to me becoming a half-demon?" he asked. Kyubi stood there for a few seconds before getting herself together. She tentatively sat down next to him. "There are a few things I can tell you, however I should warn you, I don't know everything there is about this new form." "But didn't you turn me into a Hanyu?" Naruto asked in confusion. "I would have figured that you would know my abilities since you're the reason I changed." Kyubi shook her head. "Unfortunately, I have only basic knowledge on Hanyas. There has not been a half-demon in nearly 4 millennia. Long before even I was born. The only reason I was even able to figure out what you were was because of a tome I had once read that spoke of a Hanyu who had been a cross between a powerful Inu, dog, demon and a human. And even then, this is different." "How so?" "Because you started off human," Kyubi said with a shrug. "You were not bred between a demon and a human, but created because of an overdose of my yuki. Normally such a thing would have killed you, but because the seal that keeps me here is constantly channeling my yuki through you, it has changed you to that of a Hanyu instead." Kyubi paused for a moment before continuing. "It may also have something to do with your chakra." "My chakra?" asked Naruto with a frown. Kyubi gave a small nod. "Your chakra is more stronger than most. It had an odd vitality to it that made it stronger than other people's chakra. I believe it was at least another part of the reason you did not die during the transformation." I see. Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment before getting back to the topic at hand. "So then my abilities are likely different from those of this other Hanyu you read about." "Yes," Kyubi answered simply. "But that's a given considering you were made this way because of me. From what I read, the demons of ancient times were nowhere near the strength of the Bijou. In fact, most Jonin-level shinobi could go toe-to-toe with the demons of the past." Naruto tilted his head to the side and raised an eyebrow at that tidbit of information. "How do you know that? More tomes?" Partially. However, there were also still a few demons other than myself and the bijou when I was first born. Kyubi shrugged. Most if not all of them were killed off, with only the most powerful surviving, and even then I think the stronger demons were eventually killed, leaving only us bijou. So then how were you born? Asked Naruto, actually getting interested in learning more about the past. Despite not liking Kyubi, hearing a piece of history that nobody else was likely to know held an odd form of appeal to the blonde. Feeling a bit more bold now that they were no longer at each other's throats, Kyubi just gave him a knowing smile. A story for another time perhaps, we're getting off topic after all. Naruto appalled at not having his curiosity sated, and Kyubi was unable to contain the laugh that escaped her. Now I'm sure you already know the basics of your abilities. Your speed, strength, endurance, reflexes, senses and regeneration have increased significantly. I would say that you are now on par with your friend in the horrible green spandex when he is not wearing his weights. Your mind is also able to process information at a faster rate, even though you still act like an idiot sometimes. It took Naruto several seconds to realize she was trying to make a joke, and when he did, the blonde decided that since she seemed to be trying to get along, that he would also extend an olive branch. He gave her a small tentative smile, which made Kyubi give an internal sigh of relief before she continued her explanation. As far as other abilities, I'm not 100% sure. As I said, this has not happened for a long time. Aside from that, you are the first and likely only human to ever become a Hanyu from a bijou. I would hazard a guess that you will be able to use at least some of the techniques I have created over the years. You created your own jutsu? Asked Naruto. Despite the revelations, emotions and mental exhaustion they had given him, he could not help but feel a small bit of excitement at the prospect of using jutsu created by the Kyubi no Kitsune. Kyubi hummed as she tapped a finger against her chin in a thinking pose that made her surprisingly cute. I suppose you could call them that. However, none of these actually require hand signs. Instead, they are pure manipulation of either an element or yuki. And you may not be able to use all of them, since your yuki is not as potent as mine. Yuki? You mean I have yuki? Asked Naruto. Of course, you're a Hanyu now, so your chakra was actually replaced with yuki. Kyubi frowned for a moment. Technically, you can consider it half yuki. When my yuki mixed with your chakra, it melded with it, turning you into a Hanyu. That's partly why your physical abilities are so much better now. Because yuki is many times more potent than chakra, your coils constantly have a set amount flowing through you no matter what you do. This means that you is moving through all the various parts of your body, enhancing them. This is actually going to be useful to your physical training, since it means that your muscles will never atrophy from disuse. So basically, I could stop exercising right now and remain at the same level of physical performance? Asked Naruto. Kyubi nodded yes. And if you continue to get stronger, your muscles and bones and anything else that gets strained, torn or broken will become twice as strong. Naruto nodded as he thought about what that would mean. Since his body would no longer atrophy, he would not need to wear his weights all the time unless training. In fact, it may prove to be more beneficial than if he were to keep his weights and resistance seals on, since they would not be needed to keep his muscles from deteriorating. So does this mean my yuki will be harder to control? Asked Naruto as he decided to get back on track. Kyubi gave Naruto a grin as she shook her head. On the contrary, because your coils expand and your yuki flows much more smoothly than your chakra did, it will be easier to control. Your only real issue will be some of the less powerful human techniques. Because yuki is many times more potent and chaotic, you will need to use nearly 3 times less yuki than you did chakra. But I know several advanced exercises that I created to help you control your yuki. Naruto nodded as he gave Kyubi a smile. So does this mean you're going to help me with my training? Kyubi smirked. I suppose I could, but you'll have to listen to everything I say when I say. And if you fail to do so, I'll cut off the circulation to one of your limbs, and trust me, you won't like the one I pick. Naruto frowned, but before he could respond to that threat, a new voice interrupted him. To Naruto. What the hell? Asked Naruto. Oh, sounds like someone's calling you from the outside world, Kyubi commented. Naruto frowned. Then I guess I have to go. He looked over at Kyubi. I'll see you later, I guess. Actually, if you want to talk to me, just think what you're going to say and I'll be able to hear and answer you, Kyubi said, getting a nod from Naruto as he faded out of the seal. Kyubi stared at the spot Naruto had been sitting, thinking hard on what had just happened. The conversation had turned out to be nothing like what she had expected, The way Naruto had surprised her when he slammed her into the wall, and again when he had called upon that power. While his Yuki was nowhere near as strong as I am at full power, it was still far more powerful than I had expected. She was unsure what to make of it. The power he had unleashed was both unexpected and unwelcome. Mainly because she did not know what it meant. That energy had just seemed to burst out of him in an uncontrolled manner. If anything, it seemed like a hidden well of energy, she thought to herself. This new development bears further investigation. Naruto! Wake up, Naruto! Sakura yelled as she shook the blonde viciously. Sasuke and the ANBU who had come to get them sweat dropped at how violent the girl was acting. And nug. Naruto blinked his eyes open to see Sakura over him. What the hell do you want? Can't you see I'm trying to sleep? Sakura huffed. Hokage-sama wants to see us. So get off your lazy ass and come on. Fine, Naruto yawned as he got out of bed. As soon as he did, he heard a squeak and turned to see a red-faced Sakura. P, put some clothes on, Baka, she shouted as she turned around and attempted to hold in her nosebleed. Naruto grinned. You may want to keep any fantasies with me in them out of your head, Sakura-chan. After all, what would Sasuke-kun think if you started falling for another man? Shut up. Sakura squeaked as Naruto laughed, and put on a pair of pants and his cloak. Sai, looks like I'm going to need a change of pants too, these no longer fit either. Naruto shrugged the thought off for now. He looked over at the ANBU who was standing in the doorway. He had the distinct impression the person was staring at him. Lead the way, ANBU-san. This seemed to snap the ANBU out of her stupor. Right, follow me, a distinctly female voice said. The members of Team 7 all stood up and followed the ANBU out of the room. Sarutobi looked at the door as it opened and the members of Team 7 walked in. He immediately put a smile on his face, pleased to see that they seemed relatively unharmed. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, Sakura-chan, it is good to see you three. I trust you are doing well? He looked at Naruto in surprise. Naruto! What happened to you? Why does everyone always ask me that? Naruto said in an annoyed tone, first Sasuke team, then Iruka-sensei and now you. Well, it's just that you look so different, Sarutobi defended himself. Didn't Iruka-sensei tell you about my changes? Sarutobi shook his head. I believe he was more concerned by the fact that 3 genin went up against an S-rank criminal. Whatever, it's cool, Naruto shrugged. As for the changes, I honestly don't know. One minute I'm up against that pedohibi team, and the next I'm like this. Not that I'm complaining, because I gotta admit, I'm really liking this new look. Anyways, I guess you called us to talk about your pedophile of a student? Sarutobi chuckled at his surrogate grandson's nonchalant attitude, though he was a tad worried. I suppose if you don't know, we'll just have to see if we can figure out what happened later. However, as you seem to have guessed, I called you here to discuss what I heard from Iruka as well as Anko in the Forest of Death. Anko faced Orochimaru. Naruto said in shock, is she okay? Orochimaru didn't hurt her, did he? Where is? Calm down, Naruto-kun, Sarutobi said, watching as the blonde took several deep breaths. Anko is perfectly fine. She had a few minor injuries but nothing serious. It seems Orochimaru does not want to start any trouble yet. Naruto snorted. If that were the case, I doubt he would have attacked our team. Perhaps, but from what I understand, he had a specific purpose for doing that, Sarutobi said. Perhaps you three can elaborate on what happened from your perspective. The 3 genin looked at each other, nodding before they began to corroborate their story, telling Sarutobi what happened to them after the group had been separated by a futon jutsu. Several times throughout the brief, the old Hokage felt like he was going to have a heart attack, especially when he was told of Naruto basically sacrificing himself for his teammates, though a part of him could also not help but feel pride at Naruto's willingness to sacrifice himself for his teammates. At the end of the report he frowned. So you're telling me that both of you received the cursed seal? Hi, that sounds right, Naruto replied. And yours is no longer there? Naruto sighed before showing either side of his neck where the cursed seal would be, but there was nothing there. I managed to beat the Hibi team's power back. I suppose that just goes to show how truly awesome I am. His teammates snorted while Sarutobi chuckled. I see, well, that is good to hear. Now Sasuke, anything Orochimaru gives is extremely dangerous, so I am afraid we will have to seal it. Don't worry, Ajisen, Naruto interrupted, I already took care of it. Sarutobi blinked. What do you mean you already took care of it? I mean I sealed it up, Naruto answered as if it should have been obvious. Show me, the aging Hokage ordered. Sasuke frowned but went over to Sarutobi and showed him the seal nonetheless. The Hokage looked down at the seal to see the familiar heaven seal like Anko's. However, surrounding that was a seal that looked extremely complex and powerful. What kind of seal is this? It's a modified version of the Fujihoin, evil sealing method. It's essentially a double-layered version of that, Naruto answered. At Sarutobi's inquiring look, he continued. As you know, the Fujihoin is a seal that ties the user's will to its ability to seal whatever you're trying to seal away. At Sarutobi's nod, Naruto continued, what I did was dual layer it so that rather than just being tied to Sasuke's will, it's also tied to my will, meaning that even if Sasuke tried to use it, it wouldn't work unless I gave permission for it to be used. This also has the added benefit of allowing Sasuke to train harder since he does not need to worry about keeping the seal in check. Sarutobi stared at the blonde in amazement as he listened to the boy's explanation. To think that in less than 6 months Naruto-kun has come so far in such a vague and difficult skill to learn. He truly is your son Minato. That's extremely impressive, Naruto-kun, Sarutobi said. I am actually surprised by how good you have gotten in your sealing. Thanks Ajisen, Naruto rubbed the back of his head as an embarrassed blush spread across his face. You know, if you're interested I could have Jiraiya look over a few of your sealed designs when he gets into the village, Sarutobi suggested. You mean Jiraiya, the Jiraiya? Of the Sannin? Asked Naruto in shock. Yes, the very same. I have recalled him from a mission I sent him on, and he should be returning sometime within the next month. Naruto grinned. That would be awesome. Sarutobi chuckled. I am glad to know you're pleased. I do have a question though. Can you put that seal on Anko? Naruto's shoulders slumped a bit at that. No, because Anko already has a Fujihoin on it. I can't. That would have to be removed before I could place this one on her, and if the seal is removed the cursed seal would flare up and destroy her chakra coils, especially since she's never used it before and would be unable to handle the influx of power. I see, Sarutobi sighed sadly. I thank you three for giving me your report on what happened. The second stage for the Chunin exams will be ending in 2 days, so I suggest you use that time to rest. In that case I'm going to get some food? I feel like I haven't eaten in weeks, Naruto said as he and the other two left. I wonder if they have any Ichirakus here. As the door shut, Sarutobi looked over to the corner of the room. What do you think? There was a shimmer before a man appeared in the corner. He was taller than most people, standing at around 6 feet 5 inches and had long white spiky hair that went to his mid-back and was held up by a headband that had 2 horns on either side and the kanji for oil on the front. He was wearing a green gi under a red vest and had wooden geta sandals, along with a large summoning scroll attached to his back. The man gave a thoughtful look as he glanced back at the doorway. The gaki is definitely talented, I can tell you that. I'm not even sure Minato could have come up with a seal like that at his age. And this means we won't have to worry about the snake trying to affect the Uchiha's mind since it would have to go through Naruto. So I'm guessing you would be willing to help him out over the 1-month period? Asked Sarutobi. I also need you to look at his seal. I fear Kyubi may be able to try and influence him. I was able to speak with him during the mission to Nami. I want to make sure that won't happen to Jiraiya. Jiraiya frowned before shrugging. Well, we'll see what happens, so long as it doesn't cut into my research. Have no shame, Jiraiya-kun, Sarutobi scolded. And you're telling me you do? Asked Jiraiya with a grin. Besides, I only need a little bit more material before I come up with my newest Ika series. Well, that is quite important, Sarutobi said in agreement. Still, I think you should help train the boy. Don't worry, old man, I'll help the gaki along, Jiraiya said. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got to go do some research. Sarutobi watched as Jiraiya disappeared, sighing as he went back to thinking about all the information he had on Orochimaru. I will need to be careful with my old student around. Just what are you planning, Orochimaru? 2 days later. After the remaining 2 days had passed, everyone who had managed to make it through the forest of death gathered in the center of the tower. As Naruto looked around, he spotted those who had managed to pass the second stage. Aside from his team, The other rookie teams 8 and 10 had managed to pass, along with Team 9. Kabuto's team had also made it. The Suna team had passed, as well as the Kumo team, and, to Naruto's surprise, the Odo team had managed to pass. Behind and on either side of Sarutobi stood Anko and Ibiki, along with all of the Jonin senseis whose teams had made it, along with several other Chunin and Jonin who were here to witness the event. I can't believe so many people made it, Anko frowned as she scanned the crowd. 24 people managed to pass the second test. I would have at least thought it would be in the double digits. As she continued watching, she spotted Naruto, who gave her a grin, causing her to grin back. At least the Gaki made it, now maybe I can get some entertainment. She frowned again. Though he did face Orochimaru, I was told by Hokage-sama not to worry and that his curse seal had disappeared. I'll have to ask him about that later. Looks like your team made it to Kakashi. They didn't do too bad, or perhaps they got lucky. But from here on out it's all about skill, and with my team here yours is out of luck, Guy said to his eternal rival. You say something, Guy? Kakashi turned towards the green-clad Jonin with a bored look. Oh, rival Kakashi, that attitude of yours is so hip and it gets on my nerves. Guy formed a fist in front of his face, as fire seemingly ignited in his eyes. Kakashi's sweat dropped before turning his attention back to the stadium floor. So that's Naruto-kun sensei and Guy sensei's eternal rival, Tenten eyed by the silver-haired man. Well, if we're going by the looks department, he's got Guy sensei beat. It looks like quite a few made it, Yujito thought as she looked around at the others. She paused when she spotted the blonde. It seems he was more than just empty bravado after all. For this many teams to make it, and most of them rookies, it's no wonder these three nominated their teams. Sarutobi looked over to Kakashi, Kurina and Asuma. To everyone who has made it this far, I would like to congratulate you on passing the second stage of the Chunin exams, Anko started, breaking everyone from their thoughts. Now I suggest all of you listen carefully to Hokage-sama, who will be explaining the third test. Everyone stood a tad straighter as the Hokage stepped forward. Before I explain the third test, there is something I would like all of you to know. And that is the true reason for this exam. Many of the genin perked up at this, wondering what he was talking about. Why do we have all of the shinobi villages taking these exams together? Many people believe it is to promote friendship among other countries. Others believe it is to raise the skill level of our shinobi. It is here today that I will tell you the truth, because I do not want you to be confused about this. Sarutobi took a slight pause as he watched the genin look at him in curiosity. The truth of the matter is that this is a replacement for the war among allied countries, Sarutobi stated, surprising even the most knowledgeable genin. I see many of you are confused, so I will explain. A village's strength is determined by the strength of its shinobi, not just having the numbers over another village, but proving that our shinobi are stronger than those of other villages. By holding the Chunin selection exams, we can prove to the daimyos and other villages the strength we have to offer, though I will admit this is not entirely reliable. To simplify this explanation, your strength represents the power of your village, and that in turn makes other villages wary of attacking and entices more clients to choose your village for missions over theirs. Sarutobi watched as several of the genin there began to understand. He then looked over at Naruto, who was picking at his ear and looked bored. The old Hokage's sweat dropped. I doubt he's even listening to what I have to say. He was just about to start talking again when a sickly-looking jonin appeared in front of him. Cough, actually Hokage-sama, cough, would you please let me explain this cough to this genin? Sarutobi nodded and took a step back. The jonin stood up and turned around, and Naruto had to raise an eyebrow at the man's appearance. He was dressed in the standard jonin uniform and had a bandana-style headband. But what caught Naruto's attention were the deep-set bags under his eyes, as well as his general sickly look. I wonder if he's actually sick, or if he's just faking it so people underestimate him, Naruto wondered, having read about psyching your enemies out so that you could surprise them. Welcome, my name is Hate Geku and I'm the proctor for the third stage of the Chunin exams. Hate spoke, coughing so much that many of the genin wondered if he was fit for duty. Unfortunately, it seems that the first and second stages of the Chunin exams were too easy, and we now have too many candidates. Because of this, we will be holding preliminary matches. Why do we have to have preliminary matches? Asked a confused Sakura. Why can't we just all continue? Hate coughed as he looked over at her. Because honestly, the first two exams seem to have been too easy this year. We just have too many people. There will be many daimyos and other important people coming to this exam, so we need to make sure that only the best of the best are in it. So basically the cream of the crop, Naruto said. Well, I was looking for something to do anyway. I suppose it will be fun to play along with this. You right? Hate's sweat dropped at seeing the Anko-ish grin on the blonde genin. Before we begin, I will explain the rules. As the referee, I expect you to follow everything I say. If I command you to stop, I expect you to do it. Failure to do so will result in your immediate extermination from the exams. Fights will be done one-on-one and the winner of the fight will progress to the next round. Your opponents will be chosen at random, and the match will end when an opponent dies, loses consciousness, or gives up. If I see that a match is unable to continue, I will also end the match. Any questions? When none were forthcoming, Hate continued, anyways, if any of you want to quit, now's your chance. As Hate looked around the room, Kabuto looked up at his Jonin sensei only to see the man shake his head. He frowned in thought, not quite sure why Orochimaru wanted him to stay, but something he would do nonetheless. I guess I can keep the old blood down for a while longer. Hate, seeing that no one was going to back down, decided to start the match. Everyone turned their attention to the screen as it began to run through a list of names before stopping on 2 of them. Katan, Hausenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Mythical Fire Flower Jutsu. This technique creates a volley of small fireballs, which are spat out of the user's mouth, flying wildly in every direction and assaulting the enemy. In addition, the flames are controlled one by one with chakra, so avoiding them all is extremely difficult. Shuriken can be hidden within the flames, creating an unexpected secondary surprise attack. Like the flames, the shuriken can be controlled with chakra. For the most part, however, this technique is used as a distraction. Fujihoin, Evil Sealing Method. This jutsu is used to suppress jutsu-induced marks on a person. Marks of weaker power can be completely suppressed by this jutsu alone, but for marks of higher power like Sasuke Uchiha's Curse Seal of Heaven, this seal is dependent on the recipient's willpower to some extent. It is also capable of holding back certain Kekkei Genkai, such as that of the Kurama clan as seen when Kurenai tried to do this. This seal requires a number of hand seals and a large amount of chakra to be performed. Preparation for this jutsu requires 2 concentric circles with kunai placed in intervals along the circumference, in addition to a number of characters written in blood that radiate out from the center of the cursed seal. According to Kakashi, this jutsu is quick but painful. The seal can be removed at any time by the caster or whoever the seal is on, as demonstrated during Sasuke's battle with Naruto in the Valley of the End. Since this seal does rely on the will of the individual on to whom it's placed, the affected may be able to just will it away without an unsealing jutsu. Daiwaruso Fujihoin, Dual-Layered Evil Sealing Method. This is a more advanced version of the Fujihoin that was created by Uzumaki Naruto. Rather than being tied to the will of just the person it is attached to, the seal is also tied to the will of the person who placed it, effectively doubling the amount of protection the seal gives. The only way to break such a technique is to either overpower it with chakra, which is an extremely painful and potentially fatal for the person the seal is on, or to have advanced knowledge and on the level of Master Fuinjutsu user like Jiraiya. Chapter 19 Prelims, A Time for Battle. Uchiha Sasuke vs Akadu Yoroi. Well team, looks like they decided to start you right off the bat, Naruto grinned at his fall-haired teammate. Sasuke grunted as Naruto and the other genin walked up the stairs, leaving him with his opponent. He watched his opponent move towards the other end of the arena with his hands in his pocket, and a typical cool as a cucumber Uchiha expression on his face. I hope you're ready, Uchiha, Yoroi stated as he got into a fighting stance. Powerful clan or not, you're going to lose here. Sasuke would have rolled his eyes at the other genin, were it not uncool for him to do so. You keep telling yourself that. Are both fighters ready? Hate asked as he received a nod from Mikado and a grunt from Sasuke, Hajime. As soon as the fight started, Yoroi went through several hand seals as he came at Sasuke. His hands began to glow a light blue. Sasuke flared his Sharingan as he took his stance. He could see something odd about the glowing hand but was not sure what it did, so decided to avoid it for the most part. When Yoroi got to Sasuke, he raised his glowing fist back and attempted to strike at the raven-haired Uchiha. However, Sasuke managed to dodge the attack with relative ease, using the time dilation and predicting abilities of his Sharingan to great effect. He pushed his way into his opponent's guard and landed several hits on the man's torso. Yoroi staggered back from the hits. They stung, but were not devastating. He looked up just in time to receive a fairly powerful kick to the face that sent him tumbling to the ground. Yoroi got up and wiped the blood that had come from his now split lip, glaring at the Uchiha survivor. His hand began to glow again, and he attempted to strike out at Sasuke. However, the raven-haired genin had the Sharingan available for use thanks to Naruto, and thus was able to evade every single attempt Yoroi made. It was made easier because Kakashi was faster than Yoroi when they sparred, so this man was pretty much going at a snail's pace. Sasuke blocked the left fist coming at him, and then ducked under the glowing hand. When the hand passed over him, Sasuke felt a slight drain on his chakra reserves. I see, so that's why he's been so adamant about getting me with that hand. Sasuke thought as he swept Yoroi's legs out from under him, and then lashed out with a kick that connected to the other ninja's jaw on his way down. You know, if you want to actually hit me, you're going to need to be a lot faster than that, Sasuke stated as Yoroi got back up with a glare. Also, that little chakra-draining jutsu of yours isn't going to work on me. Yoroi glowered at Sasuke and came at him with his glowing hand again. Sasuke team's got this in the bag, Naruto stated as he watched the battle. That other guy's like a one-trick pony, he can't seem to do much more than that glowing hand of his. It does look like Sasuke-kun's winning rather easily, Sakura stated in agreement, making Naruto raise an eyebrow at her, as he wondered why she was not screaming at him for calling her crush theme. Though she has been a little nicer since I woke up with my battle from the pedo team, Naruto thought to himself before shrugging and turning back towards the battle. As soon as Yoroi got right up to Sasuke, genin disappeared. The next thing Yoroi knew was getting a hard kick under the chin and getting sent flying into the air. Sasuke appeared under him using the Konoha Kagebuyo, Leaf Shadow Dance, to get under him. That Smiley stuttered, recognizing the attack that he often used and the one Sasuke had seen only once. Guy remained silent, though he was not pleased by Sasuke blatantly stealing someone else's move without asking or bothering to really master it. I'll admit that move was taken from someone else, Sasuke stated as he hovered behind Yoroi. But from here on out it's all original, Shishi Rindan, Lion's Barrage. He called out the name of his attack and used a heel drop into Yoroi's stomach. Said genin was sent sailing into the ground, smashing into it and coughing up blood before passing out. Shausa Uchiha Sasuke, Hate announced. Sasuke stuck his hands back into his pocket and walked back up the stairs where his teammates were. You stole that move from Lee, Naruto accused. I did what I had to. That move was useful, so I figured I could learn it, Sasuke said, feeling the need to defend himself against Naruto's accusing eyes. Naruto glared at Sasuke. You took it without his permission and used it in a move of your own. That's a blatant sign that you don't respect others for their hard work. Lee put a lot of effort into learning those moves, and for you to just copy them shows you don't appreciate just how powerful they are. For some reason, when Naruto said that, Sasuke winced. He would not admit it, but that kind of accusation actually stung. Whatever, he tried to play it off. Naruto scowled a bit but decided not to comment on it further, as two more names appeared on the board. Yamanaka Ino vs. Higurashi Tenten. Good luck, Tenchan, Naruto called out as Tenten walked down the stairs. Tenten was glad that she was not facing Naruto, or he would have seen the blush on her face. Several of the girls did notice, however, and scowled. Yash! Tenten, show them your flames of youth, Guy cried out. Let your youth burn brightly, Lee shouted in enthusiasm. Tenten blushed even deeper, not sure what was worse, having Naruto cheer for her or having her green spandex-clad teammate and sensei cheer her on. Well, I suppose Naruto-kun's cheering is not so bad. But do Lee and Guy-sensei really have to be so loud? Are both fighters ready? Asked Hate as soon as the two got onto the stadium floor. When they both signaled readiness, Hate nodded. Hajime. Ino threw some shuriken as soon as the battle started before running at Tenten. Said weapons expert sighed as the weapons came out here. She began to dodge the weapons with ease and to the shock of Ino, grabbed onto several of the shuriken before tossing them back. Ino's eyes widened as two shuriken managed to graze her arms, and bit back a yelp of pain. If you're going to use such a basic tactic against me, then you might as well quit, Tenten stated in a bored tone. It's obvious from the lack of muscles on your body and the fact that you look like a twig that would snap if a breeze hit it, that you were nothing more than a fangirl at the academy. Ino scowled. Shut up. I'll show you. She ran at Tenten, who merely sighed in disappointment. The moment Ino got within 2 feet of Tenten, said girl leapt into the air and spun around. Konoha Senpu! Tenten smashed a kick right in Ino's face, sending the girl flying back several feet, where she landed on her back and gasped as the air was knocked out of her. With such weak skills you should just give up now. I am not done yet, Ino said as she struggled to get up. You know your teammate is gonna get her ass kicked, right? Naruto said as he made his way over to Team 10. Badly, I might add. Tenchan utterly despises fangirls like her. Now I think that's being a little unfair, Asuma said as he took a drag of his cigarette. Ino has a few tricks up her sleeve. You mean the Shintenshin no Jutsu? Asked Naruto before shaking his head. That jutsu requires the person she is aiming for to stand still, and if it doesn't hit, her soul will be stuck outside of her body until it hits something and bounces back. Besides, Tenchan could have ended this a long time ago if she had used her weapons, since that's what she specializes in. Also, you're forgetting that she was trained by Gai-sensei. Asuma shivered a bit. You don't make a valid point there. How do you know so much about that girl? Asked Shikamaru. He actually agreed with Naruto. There was no way Ino would win this, and for all the reasons the blonde gave. Naruto grinned. I've been training with Tenchan and her team since I became a genin. Every other day after missions and team training on my own, I go over to Training Ground 9 and train with her and Lee. Shikamaru nodded, and a part of him wondered if this was why the whiskered bond seemed so much better than he had been in the academy, though he was positive there was more to this than just that. Shintenshin no Jutsu. The pair snapped their attention back to the battle as Ino called out the one clan jutsu she knew. However, it didn't matter since Tenten had already moved from the spot Ino had been aiming for. When the girl slumped down, Tenten merely placed a kunai at her neck and waited for the blonde girl to come to. When she did, it was to see the bun-haired girl in position to slit her throat. Yield, Tenten ordered. Aye, fine, Ino huffed in disappointment. Hade coughed as the match ended. Shausa Higurashi Tenten. Tenten grinned as she made her way back up the stairs. She was stopped as Naruto stepped in front of her and gave her a grin. Nice job, you really kicked her ass. Tenten blushed a bit but smiled back. Thanks, Naruto-kun. Yosh! That was the most youthful match, Guy said, giving the bun-haired girl the nice guy pose. You truly showed your flames of youth, Tenten. Lee matched his mentor's pose. Thanks you too. Tenten's sweat dropped as she decided to keep Naruto between herself and her team. Sabaku no Kankura vs Tsurugi Misumi. Oh look, it's a makeup boy coming up to fight, Naruto said loudly. Kankura stopped and glared at him. Damn it, I told you it's war paint. Naruto snickered. Yeah, war paint that you probably stole from your sister's makeup drawer. Kankura saw red. You stupid little brat. When I get done here, I'm coming after you. Hade coughed to get the attention of everyone so they could start the fight. Naruto settled down, snickering occasionally as the fight started. Eventually, he really started to watch the match. Unfortunately, this one went by fairly quickly, about 2 or 3 minutes all told. It seemed that Misumi was able to stretch his limbs to incredible lengths. He had managed to wrap his body around Kankura and threatened to crush him if he did not yield. Of course, Kankura just laughed at him and Misumi crushed his neck. Only to find out that Kankura was in fact a puppet, surprising Naruto and others who had not known what the large mummified object on his back was. After that, Kankura had come out of the bandages, showing that he had hidden himself inside of them and had been using chakra strings to control Karasa's movement. After that, several spikes had stuck out of Karasa's body and impaled Misumi, who was dead before he even hit the ground. Inuzuka Kiba vs Yujito. Alright, Akamaru, it looks like we're up, Kiba shouted as he forewent the stairs and just jumped off the railing. Yujito merely walked at a more sedate pace, not really bothering to hurry things up. When she got down, she saw Kiba leering at her and resisted the urge to hiss. Wow, check this out, Akamaru, we're facing a babe. Kiba grinned lecherously. Hey baby, how about after this you and I go out somewhere? Yujito grit her teeth. The only sign she was pissed by what the dog-using genin said as she replied in a cool tone, no thanks, I don't date men who have a habit of not bathing. What was that? Kiba growled. Listen here, you bitch, you should be glad someone like me asked you out. I doubt anyone would be pleased to have such a lecherous pig who smells like wet dog ask them out, Yujito said in disdain. Wow, Kurenai-san, I thought you would have beaten the pervert out of Kiba by now, Naruto said with a chuckle. Kurenai scowled as she listened to her genin speak. I have tried, but it's more difficult than it looks. Well, can't be helped I suppose, Naruto shrugged. Kiba had always been something of a lecher, hitting on nearly every girl in class, much to their displeasure. It's just who he is, I guess. Naruto turned his attention back to the battle when he felt a massive killing intent being released from the blonde woman. Naruto chuckled a bit. Oh, she's pissed. Kiba never seems to learn. Even I understand never to do that to a woman. Are you sure about that? You could have fooled me when we met. Kyuubi's melodic voice entered his mind. Naruto frowned for a moment as he heard Kyuubi's voice and the teasing tone in it. He was not really sure what to make of her yet, but he also knew they were pretty much stuck together, and that he should at least try to find a chord even if he was not yet sure they could be friends. With that thought in mind, he decided to play along. Now that's not fair, Kyu-chan. I was so surprised to find out that the demon who was sealed inside of me was a woman, a hot woman I might add, that I forgot my manners. I learned all about speaking to women from Anko. Kyuubi was thankful that Naruto could not see her, otherwise he would have actually seen a rather prominent blush stain her cheeks. The only time she had ever received compliments from anyone were the men who had been enthralled by her beauty, and they were not much more than mindless slaves. However, being a several millennia-old bijou, she was able to recover admirably. Anko is hardly the appropriate person to learn how to treat a woman. She's almost like a female version of you. Naruto had to resist the urge to face fault. What? That's not true. Is it? Kyuubi smirked as she chalked up a point for her. Don't feel bad, Naruto-kun. It's nothing serious, you just lack tact. But don't worry, I'll teach you all about how to treat a female after the second stage. Great, Naruto sighed. Just what I need, etiquette lessons from someone who's known for destroying things with a single swipe of her tail. I heard that. So? Naruto asked. It's not like you can do anything about it. Oh, now that is where you're wrong, Kyuubi said, and Naruto suddenly got an ominous feeling. I may not be capable of controlling your actions, however I am more than capable of using my yuki to make you very uncomfortable. For instance, say cut off the anatomy that makes you a male. Naruto paled. Ga. I'm sorry, please don't be angry with me. Kyuubi gave a dramatic sigh but was secretly chalking up another point to her. Seriously, what am I going to do with you? Help me with my etiquette? Asked Naruto in a sheepish voice. Naruto could picture the smirk on the vixen's face. You'll be getting that anyways. No, I was thinking of punishment. Perhaps I really will cut off the circulation to certain parts of your anatomy. Everyone that was standing near Naruto wondered why he had suddenly turned white as a sheet. Come on, Kyuubi, that's not fair. Whoever said I play fair? Naruto almost felt like crying. But if Kyuubi really could do what she suggested, then it would behoove him to not do anything to actually anger her right now. Fine. Anyways, Naruto, take a look at that girl, can you feel it? Naruto looked over at the girl who was releasing enough killing intent that Kiba had soiled himself. Feel what? Her killing intent? It is pretty intense, not as much as Zabuza's but. No, not that. She's using yokai in her attacks, well, a little bit. That girl is a Jinchuriki. Really? Naruto asked in shock. There's another Jinchuriki here. Which one does she hold? It's hard to tell for sure, but I think she holds the Nibi. The two-tailed Hellcat. Kyuubi paused for a moment. Yeah, I'm sure that's the one she holds, and I've only ever seen that one once. It tried to attack me several hundred years ago, and I was actually forced to turn it into ash with an Imari, menacing ball, because it was so damned persistent. It must have gotten caught some time after it reformed and then sealed. Naruto gave the equivalent of a mental nod. No wonder she felt so familiar. I never expected to meet someone like me here, Naruto frowned. That's probably why she kept staring at me. The match was over almost before it started. As soon as Hate gave the signal to begin, Yujito rushed Kiba faster than he could follow, and had already finished a set of hand seals. The 5 fingers on her left hand were crackling with electricity. Itchy! She hit Kiba on the left shoulder, and the spark on her index finger disappeared. Knee! Kiba received another hit, this time on the left leg. San! He received a hit on his right arm. Yan! Then a hit on his right leg. Go! And finally a hit on his solar plexus. Raiten, Raibakufu, lightning blast. Kiba didn't even get the chance to scream in pain as his left shoulder exploded in a shower of electricity, launching him to the right. Then his left leg exploded, sending his body spinning through the air in a corkscrew. After that his right shoulder exploded, sending him sailing backwards and to the right. His right leg went after that, blasting him away again. And finally, his chest exploded, sending him crashing into the statue, creating a large crater. The spectators all watched in shock and the men in a bit of fear as Kiba fell onto the floor, bleeding profusely, already unconscious. Consider yourself lucky I didn't kill you for being such a pervert. Yujito hissed, even though Kiba was too out of it to even be aware of his surroundings, much less hear the blonde woman speak. The Kumo Kunoichi did not wait for Hate to announce the winner as she strolled up to her teammates. That was pretty harsh, Yujito-san, the dark-skinned female of their team said. Yujito shrugged, you know how I feel about perverts, Ayako. Don't tell me you wouldn't do the same. Ayako shrugged, I guess I would, at least since it was that dog using a kid. She glanced over at the blonde-haired boy who she had barely managed to recognize as the obnoxious blonde from the first exam, though I might not if it was him. Yujito looked over to her fellow blonde to see him talking with that bun-haired girl. You know she's right, he is quite the catch. So don't need your perverted comments right now, Nibby, Yujito said, with a frown and small blush. She really wasn't sure why Nibby would make comments on men. The giant cat had no gender and did not seem interested in humans, yet for some reason it loved to tease her whenever an attractive male was around. Though she assumed it was some form of revenge for being sealed inside of her. The two-tailed cat snickered, so you say, but we both know what you think. Besides, he's a lot like you. Yujito frowned at that. What do you mean he's a Jinchuriki? Her eyes widened a bit as she looked back over to the blonde. As if sensing her eyes on him, Naruto turned his head to see her staring at him. The two eyed each other for a moment before he gave her a grin and waved. Yujito blushed a bit and looked away, causing Naruto to chuckle and get back to his conversation. Of course, though I sense something odd about his chuck rates different. What do you mean different? That's just what I mean, it feels different than human chakra. To be honest, it almost feels like a demon's yokai, only it's not as potent. Yujito took a small glance over at the blonde again, wondering what was so different about the blonde Konoha genin. Nara Shikamaru vs. Tsuchikin. Meh, how troublesome, why do I have to fight a woman? Shikamaru groaned. Several ticks appeared on Ino's head. What was that, Shikamaru? Do you have a problem with women? Shut up, troublesome blonde. Shikamaru walked down the stairs, ignoring Ino's threats to castrate him for his sexist comments. He reached the bottom of the stairs and made his way over to the arena. Hey ref, do you think I could just forfeit this? Fight's too troublesome. Plus I really don't want to be fighting a girl. Hate's sweat dropped at the lazy Nara boy's attitude. Kin got a tick mark on her head, so you got a problem with fighting girls, huh? Then I suppose I'll just have to beat you quickly. Whatever. I saw the other two sound ninjas' abilities. Shikamaru frowned as he looked at the black-haired Kunoichi. However, I don't know anything about her. On top of that, she's already seen my jutsu. Hajime. Shikamaru went into several hand seals for the only jutsu he knew. Kagame no Jutsu. His shadow began to elongate and stretch as it made its way towards Kin. That jutsu again, Kin snorted. You're nothing but a one-trick pony. She began moving, dodging the shadow as she threw several senbon with bells attached to them. Shikamaru ducked, dodging the senbon. He turned his head when he heard a chime and saw the bells attached to the senbon. Bells? Shikamaru smirked, that's an old trick. Next you'll throw one needle with a bell and one without it, right? Then when I react to the sound of the bell and dodge the first one, the second one will get me, right? You sure like to run off your mouth, Kin said as she threw several senbon needles. If you think I run off my mouth, then you should be glad you're not facing Naruto, Shikamaru said. I heard that you are a lazy bastard, Naruto shouted. Troublesome blonde Shikamaru said he was about to dodge when he heard a bell ring, only to realize at the last second that she was using the string to ring the bells behind her. Now I've got you, Kin shouted as she threw her senbon at Shikamaru. Unable to dodge the attack, the lazy Nara genius raised his arms to block it, getting several senbons stuck in his arms. Shikamaru was about to make his move after that, when he found himself losing balance. What the he looked over at Kin and saw that there were now 3 of her. You like? Kin asked with a smirk. This is my genjutsu. I utilize sound waves and direct them inside your body to knock your equilibrium off. You're likely to see several of me by now. Damn it, Shikamaru muttered as he watched the 3 Kins walk closer to his position, each one taking out several senbon. Ha! Not so tough now are you, she stopped when she felt herself freeze. New on my body. Hokage main no jutsu success, Shikamaru smirked as he shook off the effects of her sound-based genjutsu. Interesting. So that's how he did it? Naruto said as he spotted what really happened. What do you mean, Naruto? Asked Sakura, looking up from the battle towards her blonde teammate. How did he do what? How he caught her, Naruto said as he gestured over to the battle. I almost didn't see it. In fact, if my eyesight wasn't as good as it was, I doubt I would have seen it. So how did he get her? Asked Tenten as she leaned over the railing. I guess you two haven't noticed yet, but the shadows for the strings attached to that chick's senbon are far thicker than they should be. Naruto grinned as he watched Shikamaru take out a shuriken and launch it at the girl, who had been forced to do the same thing. At the last minute, Shikamaru dodged the attack by bending backwards and forming a bridge. Kin had no such luck. Shikamaru had maneuvered her so that when she bent over, she ended up smacking the back of her head on the wall, knocking her unconscious. Yeah! Goes Shikamaru! Ino cheered, pleased to see one of her teammates had made it. TCH, this is so troublesome, Shikamaru muttered as Hate announced him as the winner. Aburame Shino vs Abium Zaku. This sucks. I wanted to get some payback on that Uchiha for what he did to my arms, Zaku said, getting a snort from the raven-haired genin who decided the fight was not even worth watching. When the battle started, Shino decided to speak, shocking those who had thought him mute. You do not have use of your arms. I would suggest you forfeit. Humph, forfeit this. Zaku took out his left arm from its sling and thrust it towards Shino, Zankuha. A blast of air shot towards Shino, who did nothing to dodge. As soon as it did, Shino was sliced through before he dissolved into bugs. What? Shino appeared right next to Zaku and punched him in the face. The Oto genin stumbled back a bit before righting himself and growling, Zankuha. He sent another sonic airwave at Shino, but the Konoha genin dissolved into bugs again. Damn it! Quit hiding behind your insects. I am not hiding behind anything. Zaku turned to see Shino standing behind him. Ha! I got you now! I do not think so, Shino said as he pointed behind Zaku. Said genin turned around to see a swarm of bugs behind him. You see, while you were so focused on me and my Kikai Bunshin, bug clones, I had been letting my bugs amass themselves. And since you have only one arm to fight with, you can only hit one of us. It is always good to have an ace in the hole. Rather than forfeit, Zaku looked smug. An ace in the hole, huh? Then how about this? Zaku brought his other cast out of its sling and aimed it at the bugs, while the other went to Shino. Zankuha! Everyone had expected that to be the end for Shino. However, they became surprised when, rather than shoot out those powerful airwaves, Zaku's arms expanded as if something was stuck inside of them. Zaku watched in horror as his arms began to get larger and larger. A scream tore through his throat as the pressure on his arms became so great that they were both ripped off at the elbow. It wasn't long before Zaku passed out from the pain of losing his arms, making Shino the winner. An ace in the hole is all well and good, but 2 aces are better, Shino said and walked back up the stairs as Hate announced him the winner. Sakura shuddered at the gruesome sight of seeing someone's arms getting ripped clean off. I don't understand, how did Shino do that? He hid his bugs inside of that Zaku guy's air plugs, Naruto answered as he reviewed the fight in his mind. While Zaku was looking between Shino and the army of bugs, he had more bugs slip inside of those wind pipes on his hand to seal them up. The pressure from the air that was inside of his arms became so great that they were simply ripped off from the force. You are correct, Uzumaki-san, Shino said as he came up the stairs. Naruto grinned. Good match, Shino. Shino nodded and walked back to his team. Man, those bugs were just creepy. Ayako said with a shiver. I wonder where he got them. Yujito frowned as she answered. He's a member of the Aburame clan. They apparently allow those insects they use to live inside them and feast on their chakra. In return, they are granted the ability to use them to communicate and fight for them. Akeo gagged. So they're like parasites? Gross. Seems Konoha's filled with a bunch of freaks, Daisuke grunted. Yujito just shook her head at the bratty genin's stupidity. Yukiso Daisuke vs. Rock Lee. Yes. I finally got my turn. Lee shouted as he began to jump up and down. I used reverse psychology by thinking that I didn't want to go, and now it's my turn. Yes. Hoo-hoo. Lee, Guy said, trying to get Genin's attention as he began to dance. Lee. He shouted only for it to have no effect. Listen to me, Lee. Guy punched Lee in the face, sending him into a wall. Less than a second later, Lee got up and saluted. Yes, Guy-sensei. I'm sorry I had to do that, Lee. Guy said as tears formed in his eyes. You're just young and burning in the fires of your youth. Guy-sensei. Lee shouted with a waterfall of tears streaming down his eyes. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. As Guy and his mini-me began hugging a powerful genjutsu, complete with a sunset, and crashing waves appeared. Everyone in the room started screaming as they tried to claw their eyes out. Many of the foreigners were especially disturbed by what was happening. Kai. Kurenai tried dispelling the creepy sunset genjutsu, only to be shocked when she found out it didn't work. Ki. Why won't it work? The only people who did not seem to be affected by the extremely disturbing scene were the Sandaime, who had unfortunately seen it, and even more disturbing things in his lifetime. Tenten and Neji, who had seen it nearly every day since they were put on this team. Kakashi, who was too busy reading his book to be bothered with it, and Naruto, who had seen it enough times that it no longer bothered him. Thankfully for everyone's sanity, the pair eventually stopped, though at least half of the people in the room were now blind as well as mentally and emotionally scarred. Guy gave Lee his nice guy pose. Now, Lee. Go fight. Let your flames of youth explode. Explode. Lee shouted as he jumped off the railing where Daisuke was already waiting for him. About damn time, you freak. Daisuke sneered. Just for making me wait, and that disgusting genjutsu you made, I'm gonna beat you into the ground. Lee frowned as he slid into his stance. That is the most unyouthful thing to say. Hajime. The moment the fight started, Lee shot off like a rocket, speeding towards Daisuke, who was forced to abandon his hand seals and roll out of the way of Lee's attack. Getting back to his feet, Daisuke was just in time to duck a kick from Lee. Jumping back, he threw several shuriken at the Baocut Genin. Lee, however, dodged them with ease as he closed the distance. Jumping into the air, Lee spun around and managed to land a kick on Daisuke's head. Konoha Senpu! He called as he landed back on the ground, while Daisuke went flying into the wall. Daisuke grunted as cracks spread out from the center of impact. Falling to the ground, Kumo Genin struggled to get on his feet. You little shit! I'm gonna kill you now! He growled at Lee as he went through several hand seals. That's it! Take this! Right on, John. Lightning release, false darkness. A large lightning bolt shot out of Daisuke's mouth, blasting its way towards Lee. Or at least, where Lee had been. The lightning struck the ground and caused sparks and dirt to fly everywhere. Daisuke began looking around for Lee, only to be caught off guard when Genin appeared right in front of him. Daisuke tried to attack but received several blows to the torso for his troubles. He staggered back, holding his now cracked ribs as Lee disappeared again. Daisuke received a kick to the back of his head, sending him tumbling down. He managed to turn his tumble into a roll and landed back on his feet. However, Lee was already there, launching a kick into the Kumo Genin's gut. Daisuke stumbled back and looked up. Once again, Lee was not there, and he received a kick to his head to the left side of his head for his troubles. Watching the Kumo Genin wobble a bit, Lee felt that he needed only one more hit to win this. However, as he came in, Daisuke had finished a set of one-handed seals he had learned and placed his hand on the ground. Raiten, Tenrai Dejiki, Celestial Shock. Electricity burst along the ground and Lee was moving towards it too fast to stop and dodge. The electricity hit Lee, making him cry out in pain as he dropped to his knees. Ha! How do you like that? Daisuke asked, his breathing heavy as blood poured down his face from the bust nose and lip. It is most impressive, Lee said as he stood up, smoke pouring from him as he shook the attack off. A most youthful technique, however I am not without some techniques of my own. He looked up at his sensei, who gave him a thumbs up. Smilingly unwound the bandages on his arms. What the hell are you doing? Asked Daisuke, allowing Lee to do this so he could regain his energy. You will see, Lee replied as he finished unwrapping his bandages. The moment he did, he disappeared, and Daisuke felt a foot smash under his chin and launch him into the air. Using the Konoha Kagebyo, Lee appeared behind the genin and wrapped his bandages around Daisuke. The pair then began to spin as they descended, and Daisuke ended up crashing head first into the arena floor. Lee panted a bit as everyone looked down into the crater to see Daisuke with his eyes rolled up into the back of his head. The only way people could even tell that he was alive were the twitches and spasms his body seemed to go through periodically. While the medics carried Daisuke out, Hate announced the winner, Shausa Rock Lee. Yes. I did it, Guy-sensei. I won! Lee shouted as he fell on his butt, no longer able to move due to the jutsu he used. Naruto and Tenten went down and helped Lee back up the stairs, where Guy was grinning broadly. Way to go, Lee. That's the way to show your flames of youth. Thank you, Guy-sensei, Lee said with tears in his eyes. Naruto noticed the looks the two were giving and decided to stop them before this resulted in a hug fest with him, and Tenten caught in it. If you two start hugging, I swear to Kami I'm going to throw you over the railing, Lee. Tenten giggled a bit while Lee looked embarrassed. I apologize, Naruto-san. I will try to keep my youthful flames down. Naruto rolled his eyes before grinning at Tenten, who smiled back. Ayako vs. Hyuga Neji. Neji smirked as he saw who his opponent was. It must be fate. Oh no, this could be a problem, Tenten muttered as Neji walked down to the arena floor. Naruto blinked as he looked at Tenten, then to her sensei, who had a rare serious expression on his face. He was not sure what was going on, but Naruto had the feeling something bad was going to happen. Neji seems pleased with something, but Tenten and Guy seemed to be worried. The whiskered blonde looked at the two before turning his attention back to Neji. Maybe I should be prepared to intervene, since I get the odd feeling things will get very out of hand soon. Neji had to fight to maintain his Hyuga composure, and not grin as he stared at his opponent. Normally I would give you a chance to forfeit, however it seems fate has given me a chance to seek retribution for your village's crimes. I would be a fool to pass this up. Ayako frowned as her crimson eyes stared at him and thought, I have no clue what you're talking about, but I'm not going to back down. That's good, I don't want you to. Neji got into his Juken stance. Seeing as both fighters seemed ready, Hate began the match. Hajime. As Neji rushed forward, intent on making the Kumo Kunoichi suffer, Ayako went through several hand seals. Kusari no Reiku, chains of lightning. Ayako smashed her hands into the ground, and lightning that took the shape of a chain shot out of the ground. Neji was forced to jump left and backpedal as the chain began to follow him, stopping after several seconds. Ayako began more hand seals, hoping to not give Neji the chance to close the distance between them. If he gets in close, I'm done for. Raiten, Rayari, lightning release, lightning spear. Ayako held out her hand and a spear of lightning formed in it, which she then proceeded to toss at Neji. Neji growled as he realized his concentration had slipped enough that there was no time to dodge. Kaiten, rotation. He called out as he spun around and created a blue dome around himself. The lightning spear crashed into the dome and dissipated against the chakra shield. Standing next to her, Sensei Hinata gasped, he knows Kaiten. But that's a main house T technique. Kurenai looked over at her student in worry to see the girl looking shaken. Ayako gasped as she saw her lightning attack dissipate against the shield. What the hell? How could he block that? Neji smirked as he looked at Ayako and noticed the fear she had. That is called the Kaiten, By expelling chakra throughout all my points and spinning rapidly, it forms an impenetrable shield that no jutsu can get through. Ayako grit her teeth as she launched several shuriken and went through more hand signs. Raitun, Hinoko, sparks! Thrusting out her hand, several sparks shot out and connected with the shuriken, making them crackling with lightning. Neji merely scoffed as he channeled chakra into his hands and began swatting the shuriken away like they were nothing, though a few people could see he was just making a show of not being hurt as several burn marks appeared on his hands. Ayako barely even had time to gasp before Neji was upon her. What happened next was not a battle but a beating. In his rage and desire for vengeance, Neji began lashing out at Ayako, striking extremely painful points in her body with his juken strikes. Everyone winced as Ayako began to scream in pain. Blood began pouring from her mouth, and she felt as if someone had taken her chakra coils and burnt them with a katon jutsu. She did not even have the chance to fall down as Neji continued striking her so fast that it looked too much as if her body was just jerking back and forth from an unknown force. Finally it seemed to end and Ayako began to sway where she stood. Hate, realizing what was happening, announced the winner, but Neji wasn't listening. Neji powered up another juken strike and aimed for Ayako's heart. Ayako! Yujito shouted as she saw what was happening, but realized she was too far away to do anything. Everyone else saw it as well, and even though they realized they were too far away, was about to jump over the railing to try and stop Neji from killing the Kumo Kunoichi. It was all for naught as Neji's hand hit Ayako's chest, right where her heart would be. Only for Ayako to disappear in a puff of smoke and be replaced with a log. Eyes widened as they recognized the signs of a kawarimi but were confused about how it happened, since Ayako had been pretty much depleted of chakra and her were undoubtedly closed off even if she did have some left in her reserves. It was then that people noticed Ayako on the other side of the arena, directly behind Neji, and in the arms of one Uzumaki Naruto. What the hell was that theme? Naruto shouted as he gently laid a barely conscious Ayako on the ground. Neji looked surprised as he spun around, but glared when he realized who it was. Uzumaki, you shouldn't interfere in another's battle. The battle was over, shitstain. Naruto growled out the words. While he knew this was a battle and people got hurt in them, what Neji did was uncalled for and vicious in the blonde's mind. Were you not listening to the proctor announcing you as the winner? Naruto stood up and backed away from Ayako as Yujito and several medics ran out to Ayako and got her on a stretcher. He looked at the girl who had lost consciousness some time ago, and growled. While he did not know her, he hated it when people were unnecessarily cruel to others, especially women, since his two greatest friends, and one of the people he looked up to most, were women. He turned back to Neji and his eyes flashed red for a second. You'd better hope I don't fight your sorry ass in the finals. Because if I do, I'm going to knock it back to the age of the Rakuta Sannin. Guy appeared beside Neji and placed a hand on his shoulder. Neji, I'm disappointed in you. I know why you hate Kumo, but blaming it on someone that was not responsible for what happened is just as wrong as what they did. Neji sneered as he shrugged Guy's hand off and went up to the stairs. Sighing, Naruto walked back up as well to see his teammates, and several other people staring at him in surprise. What? Is there something on my face? Dobe, how did you move so fast? Asked Sasuke. Naruto gave a nonchalant shrug. I've been working on my speed. Sasuke frowned as Naruto walked past him. The blonde leaned against the railing as everyone turned their attention back to the board. Naruto winced as he stared at his wrist and the dent that was in his guard from Neji's attack. It looks like my speed jutsu is still incomplete. I should have been able to move fast enough to not get hit. He made a mental note of any other injuries and grimaced as he sensed a minor pain in his legs. It was a good thing he had been expecting something to happen, or he would have not been able to use the technique at all due to the time it took to prepare, and even then it still hurt. What technique are you? Oh, Kyubi said as she went through his memories to see what he was talking about. It looks close to finished though. It's definitely faster than that Shunshin you ninja used, that's for sure. That's because I made it combat-oriented. I noticed back in Nami that Shunshin had several powerful weaknesses aside from the standard swirl of leaves or smoke. That kind of covering only works on lower-level opponents, and it's easier to track, so I need something better. Well, when we get out of here I will help you where I can. Kyubi reflected on how odd it felt for her to actually offer some help to someone, but justified herself by saying it was to help with her continued survival. As an afterthought, she added, though, I'm only really good with the techniques I myself created. Naruto gave the equivalent of raising a mental eyebrow as Kyuubi offered help. For a moment he thought about rejecting it, but soon realized that having someone with as much knowledge as Kyuubi may prove beneficial. Thanks, Kyuubi, he said before turning his attention to the board to see who would fight next. Haruno's Sakura vs Sabaka no Temari. Temari smirked as she jumped down the railing onto the arena floor. Looks like I got another fangirl. How boring. You won't be talking like that when I beat you. Sakura sneered as she walked down, angry that this Suna bitch was actually calling her out on her fangirlish tendencies. CHA. We'll kick her ass. Inner Sakura shouted. Seeing that the two girls seemed to be ready, Hate called the match, Hajime. Sakura ran at Temari and created 3 bunshin, making the blonde pig-tailed girl sneer. What a pathetic academy-level tactic. If this was all the girl was capable of, then she might as well just end it. Temari whipped out her fan and swung it, Kamataichi no Jutsu, Wind Scythe Jutsu. Sakura was hit by a large blast of cutting winds that slammed her into the opposite wall, where she lost consciousness. Everyone in the arena sweat dropped at how pathetic the battle was. Kakashi, did you teach her anything? Asked Kurenai, disgusted at the performance of the pink-haired girl. Kakashi sighed. I did give her a few scrolls with several genjutsu, and some training exercises to increase her reserves, but it seems she never practiced outside of team training. Kakashi, I think you just won the Understatement of the Year award, Naruto snorted. That girl spends almost all of her time stalking Sasuke, or plotting the many ways in which she can rape him. Sasuke shuddered at the thought, and then tossed a glare at Naruto. I really hate you, done. Naruto just grinned. Kinyuda Dosu vs Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto looked at his sensei to see the man give a subtle shake of his head. I see, well, I suppose I can at least make this a good fight. As the battle began, Kabuto threw several shuriken at Dosu, all of which were deflected. When Dosu closed the distance, he threw out his melody arm, hitting Kabuto, only for said genin to burst into smoke and a log to take his place. Kabuto appeared behind genin and managed to hit Dosu in the back of the head, making him stumble forward. Spinning around, Dosu tried to attack Kabuto, only to be met with the same conclusion of the first one. You know that will only work on me for so long, Dosu said, as he spun around and used his melody arm to block a kunai. Then it just means I'll have to come up with something else, Kabuto replied as he pushed up his glasses. You're welcome to try. Dosu charged back in and aimed his melody arm at Kabuto. At the last second he changed to his left arm. Spinning around, he shot his melody arm at Kabuto, who had appeared behind him when he used Kawarimi. Kabuto managed to jump back, but still received the brunt of Dosu's sound attack, making him drop to the floor and throw up. Dosu smirked when he saw Kabuto try to stand up, only to fall back down. It won't matter how many times you try, you won't be standing up for a while. Kabuto grunted, I guess you're right. Of course I have to play along. It would not do for a spy like me to be seen as too strong. Proctor-san, I surrender. Hate nodded, Shousa Kinyuda Dosu. Hyuga Hinata vs Akimichi Chuji. Let's make this a good battle, Hinata? Asked Chuji, giving the lavender-eyed girl a smile. Hi, Hinata said, feeling both glad and slightly sad that she had to fight someone as nice as Chuji. Hajime. Once the match started, both Hinata and Chuji began running through several hand seals. Byakugan. Veins appeared in Hinata's eyes and around her temple. Baika no Jutsu. Choji's body expanded to nearly twice his original size, turning him into a big round ball. His head and all of his limbs retracted into his clothes and chakra began to pour out of the holes. Choji was still not finished as he flew into the air, where he began to rotate at high speeds. Nikuden Sasha, human boulder. Chuji's voice was still heard perfectly despite the boy's head being hidden in his clothes. Hinata jumped to the left, dodging the large rolling ball. However, she could see with her Byakugan that Choji was coming back. She was forced to run, heading towards the wall. At the last second she swerved to the right, making Choji crash into the wall while still spinning. Who do you think will win? Tenten asked Naruto as they watched the battle. It's hard to say, Naruto said as he observed the battle. Hinata seems to have more confidence than she did at the academy, though I can't remember much since she never talked to me. And I don't know the techniques she uses aside from the basic information I have on the Byakugan and Jukin. He shrugged. Frankly, I think this can go either way. Kurenai listened to the conversation before turning her attention back to the fight. Even if she doesn't win, I'm sure she'll surprise you and everyone else. Hinata has been working hard to become stronger, and is well on her way towards doing so. Hinata ran up to him, while he couldn't move, and attempted to use a Jukin strike, but due to how large Choji was while using his jutsu, it could not hit the points, and the attacks merely stung. She was forced to jump back when Choji redirected his spin and launched himself at her. Hinata continued to dodge the attacks by the large genin, but was starting to get tired. Knowing she had to end the battle soon, she turned around and began to spin. Kaiten! Hinata cried out as Choji slammed into the dome of chakra. The two jutsu seemed to push against each other as Choji tried to break through the barrier, and Hinata tried to keep from collapsing. However, something had to give eventually, and that was Hinata's jutsu. There was a large explosion of chakra as the Kaiten was released in a violent manner. Both Hinata and Choji were sent sailing back. Choji hit the wall on the opposite end, and Hinata rolled along the ground before settling down. Both were unconscious. Due to both fighters being unconscious, I declare this match a draw, Hinata coughed as the medics rushed out of the field. Up in the stands, Neji grit his teeth as he saw Hinata use one of the main house jutsu. He had never expected someone as weak as Hinata to know that jutsu. Even if he could tell she had only recently learned it, he felt it was an insult to have such a simpering little girl use it. Looks like your teammate's about to explode, Naruto whispered to Tenten. He actually looks really constipated right now. Be nice, Naruto-kun, Tenten said with a small giggle. She took a glance at Neji and giggled again, since he really did look constipated with how red his face was. Uzumaki Naruto vs Sabaka no Gaara. Oh, look, you're up, Tenten got the blonde's attention. Naruto looked up and grinned. Finally. I guess they were saving the best for last. He was just about to go down when a hand stopped him. Turning around, he saw Shino. I suggest you just forfeit, Uzumaki-san, the bug user suggested. I saw this one fight in the Forest of Death. As a fellow shinobi and comrade, I feel it's my duty to inform you that it would be most logical if you forfeited. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, well, thanks for that, Shino. I feel so warm and fuzzy inside to know you care. Naruto pulled Shino's hand off of him. Now, if you excuse me, I have some ass to kick. Well, he's dead, Kankura commented from where he stood next to Temari. No way will that brat survive against Gaara. Temari could not help but nod in agreement. It's too bad too, he's pretty hot. He walked down the stadium floor where Gaara was already waiting. Sorry for the delay, but the Naruto Express is now here and ready to kick your ass back to Suna, so please be sure to keep your hands at your sides and buckle your seatbelt for safety. Gaara merely stared at him with that blank expression that held a barely contained bloodlust. Tough crowd, Naruto mumbled. Are both fighters ready? Hade asked. Gaara nodded while Naruto smirked. Hajime. Hade barely had time to jump away as sand burst from Gaara's gourd. Despite being surprised, Naruto was able to get out of the way as the sand closed in on him, disappearing in a burst of speed as he ran to the left at speeds far greater than any of the Genin minus Team 9 had seen, though the members of Team 9 were still surprised by how fast the blonde Genin was. Less than a second later, he was on the opposite side of the arena. So he uses sand as a form of attack. Naruto narrowed his eyes and thought. He would need to gather more information about Genin's abilities before he could come up with any kind of sound strategy against him. He's nearly as fast as Lee now, Tenten thought in shock. She had watched many of Naruto and Lee's spars, and so she was surprised when the blonde showed a speed he had not previously possessed. Is it due to his change of appearance? Gaara also seemed surprised as Naruto dodged his sand. He looked over to see the blonde on the opposite side and sent his sand over there. However, once again Naruto dodged the attack, trying to ascertain just how fast that sand moved. It seems like it takes several seconds to change direction. That means when he attacks I have about 10 seconds before it gets back to him from this distance. Naruto watched as the sand closed in on his position. He swerved to the right, dodging the sand before he made his way towards Gaara. Naruto appeared in front of Gaara and aimed a kick for him, only for more sand to burst out of the gourd and protect the Sun Genin from getting hit. Naruto was forced to kick himself away as the rest of the sand came back and tried to grab him. What the hell? How much sand does he keep in that thing? Naruto wondered. Naruto, that sand of his seems to be an automatic defense, Kyuubi supplied as she watched the battle and did her best to analyze the blonde opponent. I don't know if you've noticed yet, but it's not even in his control unless he sends it to you. Naruto was forced into a series of backflips as Gaara sent several tendrils of sand crashing towards him. So you're saying it's being controlled by someone or something else? Naruto held back a curse as he dodged another tendril, leaping onto a wall as the sand chased him. I'm calling foul play. It's more than that, I'm afraid, Kyuubi said in an ominous tone. That boy holds the Ichibi no Shikaku. Growling, Naruto linked his fists together as he spun around, Futon, Kamikaze Saiken. He thrust his fists out, and a giant blast of wind smashed into the sand, dispersing it. So you're telling me he's a Jinchuriki as well? Well, that's just fucking peachy. Shit! Naruto cursed as he jumped away from another tendril of sand that attempted to impale him. This sand is really starting to piss me off. Yes, he holds the Ichibi, the one-tailed Tanuki. He is the weakest of the Bijuu I know, but is still not one to be underestimated. As you can already tell, it gives this child complete control of sand, which makes him quite a handful. So I noticed, Naruto replied dryly as he channeled wind chakra into his fists, Futon, Kamikaze Saiken. The wind blasted away Gaara's sand and Naruto decided it was time to turn up the heat. Pumping yokai through his muscles, Naruto shot off like a rocket, going as fast as Lee could with his weight off. To everyone except for the Hokage, the Jonin senseis and a select few of the genin, Naruto had disappeared. He reappeared right in front of a shocked Gaara, threw a fist at his face. Eat this. The sand that had not been after Naruto tried to protect the redhead, but the whiskered blonde's fist plowed right through it, sending the redhead sailing back to hit the wall behind him. Naruto grinned. Let's see how you like that. I don't believe it! Temari shouted, completely shocked at what just happened. He just hit Gaara. Kankuro and Baki just stared at the arena wide-eyed, unable to comprehend what happened. No one had ever managed to do what this genin just did. He's as fast as Lee is without his weights, Tenten said in surprise. She had seen Naruto fight plenty of times, as well as sparred with him. So she knew he had been fairly fast, but he had never shown this kind of speed. It has to have something to do with his transformation. There's no other explanation for his newfound speed. Yash! Naruto-kun's youth is blazing, Lee shouted. Lee! It seems you've inspired this young man to fan his youthful flames. Guy shouted seemingly in agreement. It looks like we're going to have to fan your own flames of youth to match Naruto-kun's. I understand, Guy-sensei. I will endeavor to increase my youthful flames. I will increase my weights by 200 pounds by the end of the month. And if I cannot do that, I'll run around Konoha in my pinkies. And if you cannot do that, I'll climb the Hokage monument with a 10-ton boulder on my back. Tenten, Neji and everyone else did their best to ignore the two, making challenges that sounded more and more outrageous as time went on. Gaara stood up and to Naruto's surprise the red head was grinning. It was then that Naruto noticed cracks appear on Gaara's skin. What the fuck? Is that sand? That's it, Uzumaki. Make me feel alive! Gaara shouted, and with those words the sand started shooting at him again. Naruto growled as he began dodging sand left and right. It seemed to be even faster than before. He spared a second glance at Gaara and saw him making hand gestures. He must be using his hands to increase the speed of his attacks, Naruto growled as he blasted towards Gaara, bulldozing right past through the sand as he body slammed into Gaara. The blonde continued on until he smashed Gaara into the wall, grinning when he heard Gaara gasp in pain as several cracks formed along the point of impact. Naruto jumped back as Gaara slumped to the floor. Nothing beats a sand shield out of the way like good old-fashioned blunt force trauma. You hurt me! Gaara screamed as a bit of blood dribbled out of his mouth. I'll kill you! Sand seemed to come at Naruto from all directions, making him curse as he tried to dodge. However, even with his speed he could not dodge them all, nor could he pick up enough momentum to plow through the sand, and eventually one of the tendrils grabbed onto him. Gaara began grinning maniacally as he directed his sand to slam Naruto into everything he could: walls, the floor, the ceiling, the railings. No one could keep out the wince as Naruto was smashed into seemingly everything. Naruto groaned as Gaara's sand threw him into the wall where he left a large crater. Fuck. That hurts. The blonde spit out some blood that had begun to congeal in his mouth. He had never felt so sore in his life. I think I would take playing death tag with Anko over this. Falling to the ground, Naruto coughed up several wads of blood. He looked terrible. His cloak had been ripped to shreds sometime during the thrashing he had received. His body had several large black bruises on his skin, almost enough that it looked like his entire body had turned into one large bruise. Many of the genin watched in shock as Naruto stood back up, unable to comprehend how he could even move after the beatdown he had received. Naruto looked up to see a wave of sand coming towards him. Fuck. He began to speed through a set of hand seals, hoping he could complete them in time. Futon, Kamikaze no Tatsumaki. Naruto thrust his palms out, and two large tornadoes blasted from them, destroying the wave of sand Gaara had created. Kyuubi, do you have any ideas on how to beat this guy? Because I'm all out. Naruto rolled to the left as sand shot at him, crashing into the floor before it continued to follow him. Kyuubi did her best to contain her irritation as she spoke. I'm trying to think of something, Naruto. Just give me a minute. I don't think we have a minute. Naruto dodged another tendril of sand, only for one to catch his left arm from behind. Gaara grinned as Naruto struggled to get rid of the sand off his arm. He made his hand into a fist, Sabaku so. There was a loud crunch as blood burst out from the sand. Ayaha! Naruto's scream tore through the arena, and several of the genin, mainly those from the Rookie 9, blanched in shock and horror. Gaara began to laugh maniacally as he pulled the sand away for a moment to reveal the stump Naruto now had for an arm. Yes. That's it. Scream for me. Let me feel alive. Oh dear, Kami-sama, Tenten whispered as Naruto clutched at his now gone arm. Yujito, who had gotten back from making sure her friend was alright, grimaced as she noticed the blonde missing his arm. Many of the other genin could not say anything. Sakura threw up, Shino looked on solemnly. Hinata, who had just woken up, looked like she was about to cry. Ino, Chuji, and Shikamaru all looked like they were also on the verge of vomiting. All of the Jonin senseis looked at the blonde boy in shock, except for one who licked his lips at seeing how resilient the boy was. It's too bad he holds the Kyuubi. He would make a nice vessel. However, none of them were as bad as Anko, who looked ready to murder Gaara. Oh no, Sarutobi paled as he saw his surrogate grandson's condition. I need to stop this before it gets out of hand. Hate looked over at the Hokage before nodding. Due to the fact that Naruto is unable to battle, I hereby. No! Naruto roared, drawing everyone's attention to him as he stood up. Don't even think about stopping this match. I'm not done yet. This battle isn't over until I say it's over. Everyone looked at Naruto like he was crazy. However, the look of utter determination in his eyes left little room for argument. That's good, Uzumaki. Keep struggling. That way I can feel more alive when I kill you. Gaara crowed, his voice holding nothing more than madness in it. Naruto glared at Gaara. Despite the pain he was in, you're not gonna be laughing like that after I beat your ass. Q, any ideas? Well, I can regenerate your arm if you want, the vixen offered, but it's going to hurt. I think I can take it. Now let's do this so I can kick some Tanuki ass. Kyuubi sighed a bit as she prepared for what she was going to do. Brace yourself. Naruto felt Kyuubi's yokai coming out of the seal and grit his as he felt it travel along his body and to his arm. Everyone watched in shock as the red energy from the Kyuubi was released. Naruto's eyes flashed red as his whisker marks began to thicken. All of the Konoha ninja who were old enough to have been there during the Kyuubi attack recognized that chakra. I don't believe it! He is using its chakra! Sarutobi watched as the boy grit his teeth in pain. I didn't realize he could. Or does Kyuubi have something to do with this? What an intense feeling, Nibi said. So this is Kyuubi's power. This is the Kyuubi? It's so potent, and that bloodlust. Yujito felt a trickle of sweat pour down her face. Temari, Kankuro, and Baki were also shocked and, to be honest, fearful at the feeling of power emanating from the blonde. What kind of power is this? Asked Temari. I can't believe he is actually consciously using its chakra, Kakashi looked at his genin in shock. A trickle of sweat formed on his brow. When did he learn to draw upon it? Many of the genin were doing far worse than the others. Shino was beginning to sweat under the intense pressure and killing intent emitting from Naruto. Hinata looked like she was about to pass out. Sakura and Ino were trembling as the yokai washed over them. Shikamaru was sweating under the intensity of the powerful and vile-feeling chakra. However, he was also staring at the blonde like he was some kind of puzzle. It was Sasuke, however, that was doing the worst. Despite the fact that the killing intent was far greater than any he had ever felt, he was glaring at the blonde. How can he have that much power? It's not possible. He felt that he should have that power. The curse seal on his neck flared a little bit, only for the seal on his neck to force it back down. Naruto growled in agony as he felt Kyuubi's chakra suddenly burst, the ground under him splintered and cracked. Then bones shot out of Naruto's stump, forming the shape of an arm and hand as blood splattered everywhere. Kyuubi's yokai began to cover the bony appendages, the red energy flowing over it. Everyone watched in a mixture of shock and awe as muscles began to form along the bone, crawling and writhing like a phantom. When the muscles had finished forming, new skin began to crawl along his arm, starting at the shoulder. When the pain stopped, Naruto sighed in relief before moving his hand in front of his face and clenching it to test the nerves. "You were right, Q, that hurt like a bitch. Still, thanks for the help." "You're welcome, Naruto," Kyuubi replied, caught slightly off guard by him thanking her. "By the way, I think I have a way to beat Shikaku's vessel." "Well, lay it on me then, 'cause I'm running on empty." "If you can heat that sand armor on his skin to the point it turns to glass, and infuse it with my yokai, it will trap him inside. Only problem is I don't have a fire jutsu, and I don't know if there are any fire jutsu that would be powerful enough to do that." "Don't worry, that's where I come in. I'll give you some of my yokai, then just direct it to your arms and I'll take care of the rest." "Right, I have no clue what you're planning, but I always liked flying by the seat of my pants anyway, makes things exciting." He heard a giggle in his mind and turned his attention back to the outside world. He smirked at Gaara's surprised expression. "Now then, I hope you're ready to receive your beating." Rather than get angry or scared, Gaara began to smile, then he began to laugh. "Yes. Yes, Uzumaki. I knew there was something different about you. Mother wants your blood." Sand began flying towards the blonde, who disappeared in a burst of speed. "Yeah, well, you can tell your mother to suck my cock. 'Cause that's the closest thing she's got to my blood. Hit me, Kyuubi." "Right." Naruto felt Kyuubi's yokai coming and did his best to direct it to his hands, causing them to become covered in a red layer of yokai. Then his hands burst into flames, white flames that felt like they were hotter than the fires of Amaterasu. Sand tendrils shot towards Naruto, but he merely swatted at them, turning the sand into glass and shattering it. Grinning Naruto appeared right next to a shocked Gaara and thrust his hands out. The area was bathed in a large explosion that covered the two ninja. Naruto/Kun. Tenten and a few of the Konoha genin shouted at seeing the large white flames. "Gaara!" Temari yelled in shock and worry. Sure, her brother may have been a psychopathic killer, but he was still her brother. When the flames cleared, it revealed another shock. Naruto was standing there, looking no worse for wear, except a few new burns that covered his body. However, the real shock was Gaara, who was completely encased in glass that had red energy forming over his form that was coming from the hand Naruto had placed on it. "He's not dead yet," Naruto rasped out, feeling like he had just run a marathon on top of getting crushed by the Hokage monument. "However, if you don't proclaim me the victor soon, he will run out of oxygen, because you can bet your ass I'm not letting him out until then." Sarutobi coughed, getting hate to snap out of his shock. "Alright, Shousa Uzumaki Naruto." For several seconds there was absolute silence as people tried to comprehend what happened. "I don't believe it," Kankura broke the silence. "He beat Gaara." Temari choked, unable to believe her eyes. Finally the others realized what had happened and some of the other genin began to cheer. "Hell yeah, Naruto! You showed him!" Sakura yelled out, unable to actually contain her excitement at seeing such an amazing reversal. "Excellent job, Naruto!" Kakashi shouted, surprising many of the other jonin since he had never been known to show that much emotion, but he didn't care at the moment, and was too excited to see his student beat such a powerful opponent. "That's showing him, Naruto-kun!" Tenten shouted as she cupped her hands to project her voice. "Attaboy Gaki!" Anko yelled, feeling ridiculously proud of the blonde who had come so far and managed to take on someone like Gaara. "Man, that battle was totally troublesome," Shikamaru murmured, though he still clapped with the others. "I know, man," Choji agreed. "I wonder what that powerful chakra was." "So do I." Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. "Troublesome. Now I might actually have to investigate something." "Man, that was a scary battle," Asuma commented, wiping some sweat from his brow before he lit his cigarette. "I know," Kurenai agreed even as she clapped. "I can't believe he was able to use that chakra, and to such a degree. I've never heard of regrowing lost limbs." Asuma chuckled. "Well, Pops always told me that boy would surprise us. And I thought I was surprised when he started asking questions about elemental manipulation." Kurenai looked over at Asuma in surprise, but did not comment, mainly because she did not know what to say. Sarutobi clapped enthusiastically, proud of how far his surrogate grandson had come. To think he beat a known Jinchuriki after only 6 months of real training. And the amount of control he had over Kyuubi's chakra. I've never even heard of it being able to regrow lost limbs. I'm not even sure Mitosama had been able to do that. Granted, she never used much of its chakra, but still. Unbelievable. Yujito thought as she also found herself clapping. That was an incredible match. I think even Kurabi would have been impressed with that. I didn't realize he was so strong. I have to agree with Kittens, not many humans his age can be that strong. The large two-tailed cat paused for a moment, and Yujito could almost feel it smirk. You know, with the way you're acting right now, one would almost think you're attracted to him. Nibby! Now is not the time to be thinking about such things. Besides, he's what, 5 years younger than me? I can't date someone younger than me. Bah! 5 years isn't that much of an age difference for kittens. Besides, you're a ninja, aren't you? Old enough to kill, old enough to have hot passionate sex or something like that. Damn it, Nibby! Shut up. He may be strong. Hell, he might even be just a little below my own level of strength, and I won't deny he's handsome. But he's still just a 13-year-old kid. All Yujito got from her tenant was a perverse giggle, which sounded so completely wrong its demonic tone. Seriously, why, out of all the bijou, did she have to get the perverted one? It's like the damn thing got a kick out of taunting her with its stupid remarks. I know it just acts like that to torture me. Why couldn't she have just gotten one like Kurabi's? Mellow and uncaring, she was sure that she and Hachibi would have gotten along so much better, at least if what Kurabi told her about his bijou was to be believed. Of course I would have had to actually fight it in order to subdue it, so maybe I would be better off with the snarky one. You can deny your attraction all you want, kitten. But remember, I live inside of you, so I feel what's going on. You can't deny that seeing that young man's strength didn't turn you on at least a little. Yujito blushed heavily at that comment. She turned her head so her Jonin-sensei wouldn't take notice of it. Naruto grinned as he released his hand on the glass Gaara, who was standing there with a look of perpetual shock on his features. Falling on his back, the blonde began to laugh, despite the fact that each laugh he took sent pain shooting through his nerves. Gaara! Naruto moved his head to see Temari trying to find some way to free Gaara from the glass. Temari-san, Naruto got her attention. Gaara's fine, he has enough oxygen in there to last about an hour. I suggest taking him somewhere and start shipping him out. Unless he can get out on his own. Temari looked at him for a moment before nodding in thanks. She ordered both her sensei and younger brother down before yelling for medics to help her get her youngest brother out of the glass prison. Feeling exhausted, Naruto passed out. The last thing he saw were several shadows crowding around him. Kaiten, rotation. This jutsu utilizes the chakra control gained through gentle fist training to release a huge amount of chakra from all the chakra points on the user's body. The released chakra blocks any possible attack on the user. The user then spins rapidly to parry the attack, both creating a rotating shield of chakra around themselves and tossing away any nearby attackers. The user can also actively control the size and power of the sphere to suit the situation. This jutsu is only effective when rotating, since the chakra itself is not enough to stop a physical attack. Thus, if they cannot rotate, the user becomes vulnerable. Tenten said that the 8 trigrams palm's heavenly spin is more powerful than any defense, including Gaara's sand. This technique also compensates for the blind spot and the Byakugan's vision. Raiton, John, lightning release, false darkness. Kakuzu's lightning element mask emits lightning in the shape of a spear from its mouth, which then pierces the enemy. Its destructive power is great enough to even pierce through rock, meaning it has a high killing potential. The user can increase the number of spears to attack multiple enemies. This makes it nearly impossible to evade. Raiton, Raibakufu, lightning blast, a jutsu where the user places several sparks of lightning on an opponent's limbs, which then explode causing mass amounts of damage. Raiton, Tenrai Dijiki, celestial shock, sends a decently powerful burst of electricity along the ground, shocking any opponent foolish enough to remain in its path. Kusari no Reiku, chains of lightning, creates several chains of lightning that shoot from the ground to ensnare and shock an opponent. Raiton, Rayari, lightning release, lightning spear, creates a spear of lightning that the user can throw. Hinoko, sparks, creates powerful sparks, used in conjunction with throwing weapons, often paralyses opponents if hit. Kamataichi no Jutsu, wind scythe jutsu, this bold move is Temari's specialty. By freely manipulating the gale brought forth by her giant folding fan, the many air currents collide and create vacuum pockets. The person enveloped by this gale is assaulted by countless invisible blades, carving up their body. Also, the strong wind power will blow away all incoming projectile weapons and will even make the opponent unable to stay on their feet. Temari has also shown the ability to manipulate the form of the gale, creating a tornado to envelop and lift her opponent, while also cutting him several times. She is also skilled enough to cut away the armor of a samurai without injuring the wearer. Chapter 20, The Oddest Things. Opening his eyes, Naruto had to blink several times as he saw the now familiar red eyes of Kyuubi staring at him. He opened his mouth, but it took a moment for him to actually speak. Mourning Kyuubi, he trailed off, as he realized he had just greeted the woman whom mere days ago he had hated with a passion, and in some ways still felt resentment for what she had done to him. Kyuubi saw the flickering emotion and lingering resentment in his eyes and felt the odd urge to flinch away from them. For a moment she was unsure what to do, as this necessity of being nice was completely foreign waters to her, and regardless of the fact that it would benefit her to be nice, it went against her nature. However, she was able to pull herself back together, and tried her best at making light of the situation. Actually, I think it's night right now. Though since you've been out of it for a while I can't be too sure. So how badly was I injured then? Asked Naruto, closing his eyes for a moment as he relaxed into the bed that Kyuubi had in the mindscape. Bad enough that you were unconscious when you first entered the mindscape, Kyuubi replied. You have extensive damage to your body. Aside from internal bleeding, you have several fractured ribs, several pieces of those fractured ribs stuck in your muscle, and severe head trauma. Kyuubi gave him a cheeky grin and attempted another joke, altogether not very good. Yeah, well, considering I was fighting another Jinchuriki, a psychotic one at that, I'll take a victory of attrition over death any day. Naruto looked up at her and favored her with a rare smile. I have you to thank for that victory, Kyuubi. Kyuubi looked away from him as he thanked her, a light hint of pink on her cheeks. She had never had these kinds of interactions before, and so it was leaving her rather flustered. Not that she would let Naruto in on that. Actually, that battle was almost all you. I just helped at the end as well as regrew your entire arm. Naruto grimaced as phantom pain hit his arm. I don't ever want to experience that again. Then you'll need to get stronger, because there are tons of people stronger than Gaara out there. She gave Naruto a pointed look. To be honest, you can consider yourself extremely lucky to have even beaten him at all. Had he used his Biju's chakra, I doubt you would have won. I know, Naruto sighed. He could not deny that his win was a combination of luck and sheer stubborn determination. He looked at Kyuubi. You still up for helping me? I'd better be, Kyuubi replied with something akin to a half-smirk/half smile. My continued survival depends on you, so if I don't make you as strong as possible, then that leaves me in a dangerous situation. She looked away from Naruto with a small frown. Despite the fact that I am stuck in here, I have no desire to die. Naruto rolled his eyes. Well, thanks, I guess. Even though you're doing this for selfish reasons, it will at least still make me strong. He watched her eyes shift and noticed a small flicker of emotion. For a second she had looked oddly vulnerable. It was gone a moment later, but he had managed to catch it, and remembered that he had been going to at least try and make an attempt at being cordial. I do appreciate your help. Kyuubi looked back at him, and he gave her a tired smile. With your help I'll be kicking ass and taking names in no time. Kyuubi watched Naruto as his eyes closed. His breathing evened out, and he eventually went back to sleep. She stared at him for several minutes before tentatively scooting closer to where the blonde lay. It was several more minutes after that before she reached out with a hand and began to gently run it through the blonde hair. It's surprisingly soft, QB thought with an odd sense of wonder. When she had said she never touched a human before, while it may have been an exaggeration, she had been partly truthful. Prior to the first several years of her life, when she had first created the body she was in now, she had never allowed a human to touch her. However, his hair felt oddly different from that of other humans she had touched to sate her curiosity of the creatures when she had first awoken. It feels a lot like my fur. She stopped for a moment, and withdrew her hand, fearing she had woken him when Naruto sucked in a breath. However, after several seconds he released it, and his breathing evened out. Sighing in relief, she went back to her ministration of gently combing her hand through his hair. The yondaime Kazekage stood at the designated meeting place where he listened to a report given by one of Orochimaru's henchmen. As much as it disgusted him to side with that snake, he knew that he could not beat Konoha on his own. And so he allied himself with Orochimaru, and suffered through the reports he received, as well as the snake Sannin himself constantly berating and insulting him with that silver tongue of his. However, as he listened to the last part of the report, he became startled. "You mean to tell me Gaara lost to a genin?" The one who was speaking to him, a young teen with white hair, brown eyes and 2 red dots on his forehead, nodded. "It seems this boy, one Uzumaki Naruto, managed to surprise your son and use a powerful katan jutsu of some kind to turn his sand armor into glass. It trapped him inside and allowed the boy to win in the preliminaries." The Kazekage scowled as he thought of what this would be. If Gaara lost, then I doubt there is any hope for us to defeat Konoha, especially if he was defeated by a mere genin. The plan would also be ruined now, the Kazekage realized. The whole plan had hindered on Gaara being in the finals and turning into his Shikaku form to give a surprise attack in the middle of the exams, smashing Konoha's main force before his and Orochimaru's men even got there, with Gaara no longer in the finals. "Orochimaru-sama has assured me that your son's defeat was a mere fluke. A matter of surprise and luck, nothing more. And yet, without Gaara in the finals, all of our plans are ruined," the Kazekage frowned. "There is no way for us to defeat Konoha without having Gaara in their walls to strike them by surprise." The young teen bowed his head. "Orochimaru-sama has come up with another plan to defeat Konoha. One he believes is better than the previous one we had. And one that will no doubt lead to more of my shinobi's deaths." While the Kazekage saw everyone and everything as either a tool or worthless, he did understand the value of good soldiers and the need to keep them alive. And he knew that any plan that a snake of a man created would put his shinobi on the front to take more damage than the man's Odo forces. "No, with our original plan null and void, I will not support a campaign against Konoha, unless I feel the time is right." "I see," the teen said slowly. "That's too bad." It happened too fast for the Kazekage to see. A flash of light, and that was it before he, along with the 4 Anbu he had brought to guard him, died. Kakuku Orochimaru chuckled as he appeared behind the fallen Kazekage, his hand holding onto the Kusanagi blade as it dripped with the blood of the Kazekage. "It's too bad he didn't agree to my new proposition. If he had, he may have lived. Still, I feel it's better this way." He looked over at his most fanatically loyal servant. "How are you holding up, Kimimaro-kun?" "I am feeling fine, Orochimaru-sama," Kimimaro replied. "Kabuto-san has assured me that I will be able to take part in the coming battle." "Good. I am pleased to see your disease is being kept in check for now. I have a great need for you." Orochimaru licked his lips. Naruto awoke to see the white-tiled ceiling of a hospital. He blinked a few times as he registered where he was before scowling. "Great, I wake up only to find myself stuck in a nightmare of bland ceilings, white walls and that damned smell of antiseptics. Well, I do apologize, Naruto-kun, however it was necessary for you to come here so you could be healed." Hearing the familiar voice, Naruto turned around to see Sarutobi sitting on a chair next to his bed. "I'm pleased to see you're awake. You gave us quite the scare with your performance, you know." Ajisen Naruto yawned as he pushed himself into a sitting position. "Be careful not to move too much. The doctor said you were extremely badly damaged," Sarutobi said. Naruto looked up and grinned. "Ah. You worry too much about Ajisen." The blonde ignored the protests of Sarutobi as he stood up and began to stretch. "I'm definitely sore, It feels a lot like someone decided to smash me with the Hokage monument. He looked over at the Hokage. How long have I been out? About 2 days. Sarutobi answered, watching as Naruto took off the bandages he had on. Do you really have to take those off? You might still be injured. Naruto chuckled. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't want to look like a mummy while I walk around Konoha. And I'm perfectly fine, a tad tender is all. Sarutobi sighed and shook his head in exasperation, but knew that trying to stop the blonde was pointless, and there were other things they needed to talk about. Naruto-kun, I believe there are some things you and I need to discuss. Yamak. What kind of things did you want to talk about, Ajisen? Naruto decided to play innocent, though he had a fairly good idea on what this was about. Sarutobi gave him a deadpan look. I believe you know what I want to talk about, Naruto-kun. I know you are more intelligent than you sometimes let on. Naruto sighed as he sat back down on the bed. You want to talk about me using Kyuubi's Yuki, right? Sarutobi nodded. Yes, I would. I would like to know when you learned to use that chakra. Well, I wouldn't say I learned to use it. Naruto tapped his chin, wondering how best to broach this subject. In the end, he just decided to be honest. The old Hokage had always been understanding, and he was sure he would be with this too. My beatdown of Gaara was in fact the first time I had used it since Nami. Or wait, that's not quite true, since I had also used it against Orochimaru in the forest, though this was the first time I used it willingly, and staved myself while using it. I see. Sarutobi wished he could smoke his pipe right now, but not even he could get away with smoking in a hospital. And how were you able to channel its chakra? Kyuubi gave it to me, Naruto shrugged. Upon seeing the Hokage's incredulous expression, Naruto blinked. What? She did. Kyuubi and I are all cool now. He paused when he heard that statement in his head. Well, we're not exactly cool, but we're no longer at each other's throats. Ah. I see. Kyuubi and you are. Sarutobi frowned as he registered the two things Naruto said. The first, Naruto said he and Kyuubi were friends now. The second, did you say she? As in the Kyuubi no Kitsune is a girl. Naruto winced and held his head for a moment as he heard Kyuubi start to yell out threats to Sarutobi. Yes, she's a girl, and she wants me to tell you that if she hears one more sexist comment about her gender, she's going to make sure you suffer untold amounts of torment before the Shinigami comes to take you. Sarutobi shivered a bit at the implied threat, despite the fact that there was no way for Kyuubi to do anything of the sort. I see now. You said you and Kyuubi are on good terms? Of course I did. We're on cordial terms. Naruto thought of his statement for a second before nodding. I think that's the best way of putting it. And how do you know Kyuubi is a she? Asked Sarutobi as he eyed the genin wearily. Naruto chuckled. If you had been in the seal, you would not have had to ask me that. Trust me when I say that there is no way she can be anything but female. She has this human form, half-human form that she introduced herself with when talking to me. I doubt I could find many women who are more attractive than her. As he registered his words, his mind blanked for a second. Despite what he had said being completely true, he was surprised he had said them. Perhaps the damage from his battle with Gaara had caused a severe case of head trauma, or maybe Anko had rubbed off on him even more than he had initially thought, since that sounded like something she would say. Kyuubi, having heard what Naruto said from the seal, smirked. Why, Naruto, you truly know what to say to make a lady feel special. Naruto had to resist the rather large urge to snort. Try not to get used to it. I doubt I'm in my right mind right now. And while I won't deny that you are very physically attractive, it will take a long time before I would consider speaking of you in such an intimate manner where I currently screwed on right. It will take more than a pretty face for me to be friendly with you. Within the seal, Kyuubi frowned for a moment. She supposed she should have expected him to give out that kind of response. It was a natural reaction people had to someone hurting them as much as she had hurt Naruto. But you know I am trying to be nice to you. I know, Naruto sighed. I do realize that, but you are also the cause of a lot of problems that I have no clue how to deal with right now. He felt an odd fluctuation in his seal. It felt almost like a brief flicker of irritation and slight depression, only it was not his. However, he put any thoughts of the odd sensation out of his mind for the moment. The Hokage had to take a moment to register that new information, so he decided to file it under the too troublesome to open section of his brain. How can you be sure that it's not just a trick? The Kyuubi is a malevolent and cunning being. One who nearly destroyed Konoha, I might add. Naruto shook his head. I'm sure she's genuine. He looked over at his surrogate grandfather. At the very least I do know that she cannot influence me due to the seal, she admitted herself, not in so many words, and she was rather angry at the time because of it, so I doubt she had a reason to lie. She also told me that her helping me is a matter of self-preservation. If I die she dies, and she does not want to die right now, or ever for that matter. I see. Sarutobi trailed off as he began to think on what he had just heard. Naruto. Kyuubi's voice came in tentatively. Naruto blinked at the odd tone she used. Yes, Kyuubi? Tell your Hokage that my attack. Kyuubi paused, and Naruto had a feeling she was trying to admit to something that she was either ashamed of or did not want to get out. His thoughts were confirmed a moment later when she spoke again. Tell him that my attack was not of my own making. Not of your own making? Asked Naruto in a tone laced with curiosity. What do you mean, not of your own making? That attack was not my handiwork. Remember what I told you. I may not like humans, but I don't care about bringing myself to kill them. It's simply beneath me to even bother with such a thing. So you're saying someone else attacked Konoha? Naruto asked incredulously. And what, you just happened to be there and knocked over a few buildings, killed a few hundred people? Kyuubi growled at the blonde. Look. It wasn't my fault. I was under, and Naruto heard a sigh from the mindscape before the redhead started in a softer voice. I was not in control of my actions at the time, okay? There was someone who was capable of casting a high-level genjutsu that controlled my actions. Naruto put a thoughtful frown on his face as he listened to Kyuubi's defense about her actions. It took him a minute to formulate a response, and when he did, his answer surprised him. I believe you. You do? Asked Kyuubi, who was also surprised, even more so than the blonde who said it. Yes, Naruto thought about his reasoning before giving out more information. Honestly, your attack never really made sense. I mean, I sort of just assumed that Bijou were simply mindless beasts. But you're obviously not. He paused, and this time he could clearly feel Kyuubi's shock through the seal. He wondered about that for a moment before shaking his head and getting back on track. So given what you've told me, it only makes sense. For a long moment Naruto did not hear anything from the vixen in his head. He was about to talk to Sarutobi and inform him of what he knew when, thank you. You're welcome, Naruto responded. Ajisen, Naruto said, getting the aging Hokage to shake his thoughts away and focus on the young blonde before him. Yes, Naruto-kun? I believe this may help you come to better terms with what I told you already. Kyuubi was not responsible for the night of the attack. I guess you could say she was not herself. Wasn't she? Sarutobi questioned. What do you mean wasn't herself? He watched as Naruto's eyes glazed over for a moment. He must be speaking with the Kyuubi, the old Hokage reasoned. She said it's okay to tell you. During her attack on Konoha, someone had cast a high-level genjutsu that even she couldn't break out of and controlled her. Naruto shrugged. I don't know who, since she won't tell me, but apparently that attack wasn't really her fault. Kyuubi is of the belief that slaughtering a village of humans is a task that is beneath her, something that she would not do simply because she is a being of higher power and not one who would give in to their baser instincts. What he says would make sense. Sarutobi's hand twitched as he wished for his pipe. I have always wondered what had happened that night. With Minato there should have been no issue with the Kyuubi breaking free. Which means someone had to have released the Kyuubi, and I doubt they would have done that unless they were sure they could control her. Still, this new information of Kyuubi being a female and not evil, or at least as evil as we were all led to believe, is a contradiction to what I had been told. Mito-sama always said the Kyuubi was a hateful creature. Then again, I can't really imagine a being like Kyuubi attacking for no reason, especially if what Naruto says about her general countenance towards humans is true. He looked over at Naruto. In any event, Naruto does not seem to be under any influence from Kyuubi, and Jiraiya said the seal was working perfectly when he checked it yesterday. In the end, I will need to trust Naruto's judgment in this matter, since there is really nothing else I can do. Ajisen, are you alright? Naruto asked, waving a hand in front of the Hokage's face. You're still there, right? Huh. Oh yes, Naruto-kun. I apologize, I was thinking for a moment, Sarutobi said. Right. Naruto drawled out as he gave the venerable old man a smirk. You do know that spacing out like that is a sign of old age? You might want to be careful. This coming from the one who continuously calls me old man, I would think that it wouldn't matter since you'll just call me out on being old anyways, Sarutobi shot back. Touché. Naruto grinned. So can I go now? I really want to get back to my shitty-ass apartment so I can lie in my own crap bed, rather than the hospital ones. I doubt I could keep you here even if I tried, Sarutobi replied in an amused tone. Go on, you're free to leave. Oh. Before I forget. Naruto stopped to change into the clothes that had been set out for him to look at Sarutobi. You will be facing Hyuga Neji in the first round of the finals. Naruto looked at Sarutobi and grinned. Well, that's nice. I wanted to kick that fate-loving princess anyway. I'll need to get in some good training then. Do you know where Kakashi-sensei is? Sarutobi shook his head. I believe he went off to train Sasuke for the finals. However, he did tell me to give you this. The Hokage took out a scroll from his robe and tossed it to him. Naruto caught the scroll and looked at it for a second, before pocketing it. Is there anything else I should know? The Sandaime Hokage smiled at him. Yes, there is. You had several visitors come to see you. Really? Who? Naruto asked as he put on a large white shirt several sizes too large for him. Higurashi Tenten was one of them. Sarutobi rubbed his chin. Most of the rookies who fought in the preliminaries came to see you, and surprisingly you had a visitor from Kumo, a blonde kunoichi by the name of Yujito who made it to the finals. The old Hokage frowned thoughtfully at that. He could not help but wonder what Kumo's Jinchuriki would want with Naruto. Given that village's attempted kidnapping of Hyuga Hinata during the treaty signing, he was feeling weary of letting that woman near the whiskered blonde. Naruto smiled at hearing all the people in his class had come to see him. However, he was confused as to why Yujito had come. Well, she is a Jinchuriki, so maybe she just wanted to talk. He shrugged the thought off for now. Thanks for telling me, Ajisen. Since I'm still kind of sore, I'll visit them today rather than start training. I think that's a good idea for Naruto-kun. Sarutobi agreed. Also, you might want to check out the hot springs on one of your days off. I believe it would prove to be beneficial for you. Naruto blinked for a moment as he sensed some kind of hidden meaning there, but shrugged it off quickly enough. Thanks for the advice, maybe I will pay it a visit. Sarutobi watched the blonde go and shook his head. The things you get into, Naruto-kun, I swear you're giving me more gray hairs than my grandson. Walking into the Higurashi weapons store, Naruto plastered a grin on face. He looked around to see that Kaido was manning the shop today, meaning Tenten was probably out training. Ohoyo Kaido-san, he greeted. Kaido looked up from the weapon designs his daughter had been making and smiled when he saw Naruto. Ohoyo Naruto-san, I was wondering when you'd come into my shop. As the boy walked over, he got a better look at him. I guess Tenten wasn't exaggerating when she said you had quite the transformation. You look quite different. Yeah, Naruto rubbed the back of his head. As you can see, I'm in need of some new clothes. My old ones no longer fit. So I noticed, Kaido said dryly as Naruto made a clone and had it start grabbing clothes. You know, my daughter was awfully worried about you. She said you injured yourself pretty badly when you fought in the preliminaries. Kaido watched the clone grab a bunch of clothes for Naruto to try on. She's pretty mad at you too. Naruto shivered a bit as his clone brought him some clothes. I'll try to find some peace offering to appease her then. Maybe a really expensive kunai set. Kaido laughed as Naruto made his way to the changing room, sighing as the blonde looked at the clothes he had set down and began to try on different kinds. Eventually he decided to go with a pair of black pants with white wrap-around bandages, a black long-sleeve shirt, a new pair of black shinobi sandals and a black cloak like the one he had before, except this one had dark red flames lining the bottom. As he walked back out, Naruto spotted something else he felt might be interesting to add to his attire, and grabbed it as well. He grabbed several more pairs of clothing before bringing them to the register. Hey Kaido-san, I was wondering if you had any fingerless gloves in the color orange. Kaito raised an eyebrow at the odd request before nodding. We do have a few. He went into the back of the store before coming out with a box. I had another customer who seemed to have the same fetish for oranges as you, so I used to have these custom made for her. Naruto looked at the orange fingerless gloves. They had a metal plate on the back as a guard, however, where most of the plates had a Konoha symbol, these ones didn't. Instead, they had the swirl that was shown on the Chunin and Jonin flak jackets. He picked one up before putting it on, clenching and unclenching his fist to get a feel for the gloves. They're perfect, Naruto grinned as he squeezed and flexed his hand. I thought you might like them. Kaido smiled at the blonde, staring at the gloves in fascination and joy. Your mother loved them after all. He shook the errant thought away as he rang Naruto up. Your total comes to 5,000 yen. Naruto unsealed Gamachan and took out the necessary money. Thanks for the clothes. If you see Tenten, tell her I'm out of the hospital. Got it. Kaido gave Naruto a wave as he left the store. After getting a clone to send his clothes back home, Naruto went to pick up some Ichirakus where he had an interesting encounter with Ayam, who he had caught drooling when she was looking at him. When he finished, the blonde left and wandered around town trying to figure out what to do today, all the while dutifully ignoring the stares sent his way. I can't train today since I'm still kind of sore. I suppose I could visit Tenten, but I kind of want to hold off on her trying to turn me into a human pincushion for as long as I can. Naruto sighed. What to do? Naruto, why don't you go visit that Yujito girl? Kyubi suggested to her vessel. You mean the Kumo Jinchuriki? Naruto asked. I suppose I could, though I have no clue where she is, he sighed. That meant he would have to ask around. He walked into an alley and created a few clones which immediately hinged into random villagers. Already knowing what Naruto wanted, they immediately set off and began searching the area. Hopping onto the roof, the blonde took off towards his apartment where he could rest until his clones told him where Yujito was. While Naruto was out searching for Kumo's Jinchuriki, things were nowhere near as pleasant with one Rock Lee who was being used as target practice by a very angry weapons user. Tenten-san! Must you be so angry and unyouthful? Lee squeaked out as he dodged more kunai that the bun-haired girl sent at him. It had been like this since the end of the preliminaries. After Naruto's battle with Gaara, Tenten had been doing one of two things, visiting Naruto at the hospital or using Lee and Neji for target practice. That jerk. Does he even know how worried I was? Tenten showered the area Lee was in with kunai and shuriken, forcing the bull-cut boy to dodge and run even more. He keeps taking so many risks. Does he know how much it freaked me out when he lost that arm? Stupid men, and their pig-headedness. Tenten-san, I know you dodges several dozen shuriken are upset with our backflips several times to avoid a dozen kunai, most youthful comrade Naruto. But ducks a kitchen sink that Tenten picked up from somewhere. If you keep up this unyouthful act, then your flames of youth will diminish. Lee was forced to hide behind a rock as Tenten pulled out two of her scrolls and used her Sushuryu, twin rising dragons, to launch. Kami only knew how many weapons were at Lee. Over on the sidelines, Neji watched Lee being used for target practice with a frown. His mind was on the battle Naruto had with Gaara and that strange chakra he had used. That was definitely not normal chakra the blonde had used. He had seen it originate from the blonde's stomach, definitely not where normal chakra comes from. But then, I wonder what it was? Tenten-san, you must cease this action before your flames of youth die out. Neji sighed as he stood up. He was fighting Naruto in the finals first. Even if he did not want to admit it, he needed to start training. Naruto walked down the hall of the hotel that he had heard Yujito was staying in, stopping at room 209 where he knocked on the door. He heard some feet shuffling as well as a bang and a muffled curse, causing him to snicker a bit. The door opened and Yujito stepped out wearing nothing but a set of robes, with her hair still wet from having obviously just come out of the shower a few minutes ago. The two stared at each other for a second, and Naruto let his eyes wander up and down her form for a moment. Following the perfect curves and contours of Yujito's body that was lithe with a thin waist and toned stomach, yet managed to retain the full form of a woman, which was easily noticeable by her nice-sized and firm hips as well as her C-to-D-cupped chest. Naruto was beginning to get the feeling that this body type was something all high-level kunoichi possessed. It was then that he realized what he was doing, making him blush and look away. Is this a bad time? Yujito blinked before she recognized who was in the doorway. She noticed his eyes wandering her body and looked down to see that her robe did little to hide her figure, yet to Naruto's surprise she just smiled and gestured for him to come in. Not at all, Naruto-kun, why don't you come on in? I was just about to make some tea. Naruto-kun? The spiky-haired blonde asked himself in confusion. Didn't I like just meeting her in the exams? Hell, I don't even think I've spoken with her except that one time during the first test. Shaking the thought off, the spiky-haired blonde walked into the hotel room and took a look around. It was a standard two-bedroom living space, with a kitchen/living room combo and a single door leading to the bedroom. It was fairly bland, but Naruto did not expect it to really have any kinds of home furnishings, since she did not really live there. Why don't you go sit on the couch while I finish getting dressed and make us some tea? Yujito suggested, not at all bothered by the fact that she was in nothing more than a robe. A robe that does so little to hide her figure. Naruto gulped as he responded with, "Why yeah, okay." He walked further into the apartment and sat down on the leather sofa while Yujito left to get dressed. He closed his eyes for a while and attempted to work on some breathing exercises while he waited, in the hopes that it would help keep away his hormone-induced thoughts. Here you go. Naruto opened his eyes several minutes later to see Yujito wearing a pair of loose-fitting pants and a shirt, holding a cup of hot tea out to him with a small smile. He gave her a smile in return as he accepted the drink. "Thank you." He took a sip of the tea, knowing that even if it was poisoned it wouldn't work on him. "So how are you feeling?" Yujito asked as she sat down on the sofa next to him, surprising Naruto when she sat close enough that their arms were lightly touching. "You were pretty injured from your battle with Gaara." Naruto grinned as he set the cup down. "It will take far more than something like that to bring me down." He paused for a moment and grimaced. "Though I really hope I don't lose an arm like that again." He paused when he heard Yujito giggle. "I heard you visited me in the hospital." Yujito blushed a tad but nodded. "Hi, I did. After seeing your battle I wanted to make sure you were alright, especially after you helped my friend Ayako after her battle. Had you not, that Hyuga Genin would have probably killed her." "There's no need to thank me for something like that," Naruto gave an off-handed shrug. "I could never really stand Neji, or his attitude, or those 10-foot metal poles he has shoved up his ass." He grinned when Yujito let out a soft giggle, and seeing him willing to go so far to injure another person in what should be a friendly competition really set me off. I could never stand people who were willing to hold some kind of prejudice against others just because they come from another village, even if it's one that we had been enemies with at one point. Yujito smiled at him. "Well, I thank you all the same. You strike me as a very kind person." I guess Naruto shrugged. He had never really thought of himself as kind. He just did what he thought was right. He looked at her for a moment. "So was that the only reason you visited me? Because I helped your friend?" Yujito shook her head as her smile widened. "Not at all. Actually, I wanted to get to know you better, especially after seeing your fight with Gaara." Naruto blinked for a few seconds as he processed what she was saying. "You want to get to know me?" At her nod he said, "I don't think you'll find anything very interesting about me. And I've never been that good with people." "That wasn't the first impression I got of you." Yujito gave him an amused grin. "Not many people I know are willing to make an enemy out of everyone by threatening to beat them up in the first stage of such an important exam. Nor would they so blatantly insult one of said exam's proctors." He, Naruto scratched the back of his head as he grinned. "I suppose that's true. But..." Yujito shook her head. "You know, despite that overconfident attitude of yours, you're actually very modest. I can tell just from your battle with Gaara that you're fairly strong, especially for your age. Not only that, but you're a very kind person. Not many people would protect a complete stranger from another village like you did just because it's the right thing to do. Plus the fact that you're a Jinchuriki makes you even more interesting. I think it's only natural that I want to get to know you better." Naruto chuckled. "I should have figured you'd know I was a Jinchuriki, seeing as you hold the Nibi." He noticed Yujito grin. "So how did you want to know?" "I really just want to know more about you," Yujito replied with a soft smile. "It's never easy growing up as a Jinchuriki. Even in Kumo, where we're now held in reverence, as guardians, it has been, and in some ways still is, hard." Naruto's smile faded a bit as he tilted his head at the blonde woman. "That's true. I suppose I can tell you a bit about myself." A mischievous smile came to his face. "However, you have to tell me about yourself as well." Yujito returned his grin with a smile. "I was planning on it." Naruto had spent nearly the rest of the day with Yujito, just sitting and conversing with her about their lives. Turns out his original assumption was correct. Yujito was 4 years older than he was. Naruto was pleasantly surprised to find out that Yujito could relate to him on some levels. Like him, she had not been trusted very much in Kumo until Kurabi, the other Jinchuriki who also happened to be the current Raikage's younger brother, had managed to earn the village's trust. It was after that Kurabi, and by proxy her, started to become looked upon as Kumo's protectors. The village had even gone so far as to give Kurabi the title of Guardian of Kumo. It also helped that Yujito held on to the firm belief that loyalty towards your friends and village were the most important things for a ninja to have. She was also supremely confident in her own abilities, not in an arrogant way that most of the genin in exams had been, but in the kind gained from hard work and experience. He also could not help but smile when Yujito told him not to give up on the village, believing that he could change the people's minds and hearts about him the same way Karabi did. It was rather heartfelt, and kind of reminded him of when Haku had told him she believed he could do it. He felt it odd that, even though being with Yujito actually reminded him a bit about his time with Haku, that he did not feel the small flash of pain that normally accompanied the times he would speak with women. Sometimes when he was with Tenten and even Anko, he had felt kind of like he was betraying Haku. He did not act on those feelings, of course, he was trying to move on, but he still could not help but feel that way. That he did not feel like this with Yujito, whom he had just met and only spoke with on one occasion not counting today, was odd, though he chalked it up to the similarities the blonde woman had to him. "So you were a prankster when you were younger?" Yujito asked, amused but not too surprised to hear that bit of information. Jinchuriki lived fairly lonely existences. It was natural they would find a coping mechanism, lest they become like that Gaara character and go insane. Karabi had found his in his rapping, and she had found hers in her work and a few other hobbies, so hearing another found them in pranks and goofing off was not a surprise. Naruto chuckled. "I wasn't just a prankster, Yujito. I was an absolute horror and complete menace to society. I remember causing so many problems around the village. Most of the time I would prank the people who would deny me at their stores, or overcharge me for food. Which, to be honest, is like 99% of the stores, shops, and restaurants in the village. I would do things like put scents that attracted cockroaches into the restaurants, or dye a clothing store's entire stock hot pink or bright orange. And then when the A&BU came running to find out what the cause was, I would reveal myself and take them on a merry little chase all around the village, running down areas that I had loaded with traps beforehand. I guess it was my way of trying to gain the villagers' attention, because even bad attention is better than none at all." Yujito smiled and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "You'll get their acknowledgement soon, Naruto-kun. You just have to believe you can do it." She looked at Naruto for a few seconds before speaking again. "Karabi had it pretty rough too. I wasn't even around when it was really bad for him, but I remember him telling me about some of it. How he could not buy in stores without being overpriced, how people would often insult and spit at him as he passed. I even remember hearing about an incident where his best friend tried to kill him. He got through all of that, and is now Kumo's most loved individual." The blonde woman gave Naruto a grin. "And trust me, if he can do it, then I'm positive you can." Thanks. Naruto said he was not 100% sure if he believed that, but he knew it was something he would never stop striving for, if for no other reason than to spite those who did not believe he could. "It's kind of odd to hear someone I just met encouraging me, but it really does make me feel better, especially since you can relate." "You're most welcome," Yujito replied, her smile never leaving her face. "And you don't need to thank me, I'm always willing to help someone as cute as you." Naruto sputtered a bit as he blushed. "I'm not cute. Newborn puppies are cute. Kittens are cute. I'm a guy, guys are not cute." Yujito just gave him a feral grin. "Oh, don't be like that. It was a compliment." Naruto crossed his arms and gave her a petulant pout. "It would be a compliment if I wasn't a dude. Can't you say I'm sexy or devilishly handsome, or perhaps make a comment on my charm and roguish good looks? Anything along those lines would be fine, just not cute." "Well, I could." Yujito shrugged as she continued to smile at him, "but then I'd be lying." Naruto sniffed as he wiped a fake tear out of his eyes. "That's harsh, Yugi-chan, very harsh." Yujito's smile just increased, pleased to hear the new nickname she had received so soon after meeting Naruto, especially since she doubted he even realized he had given her the nickname. She had a feeling that he would bond with her quickly. Naruto, she had realized, was not only a nice person, but was also lonely, and so he would always want to make new friends. It also helped that they were both Jinchuriki, and she could understand him better than most people. Naruto looked over at the clock and saw that it was getting late. "Looks like I'd better go." He stood up and Yujito followed suit, walking him towards the door. Looking over at the blonde woman, Naruto gave her a smile. "You know, I had a pretty good time tonight." Likewise, Yujito smiled softly at him. "If you would like, perhaps when we have a break from our respective training we can do something a little more active." Naruto blushed as his mind immediately went down the gutter and held his nose to keep from passing out. Yujito noticed this and laughed. "I didn't mean it like that. Really, Naruto-kun, you're such a pervert." "I'm not a pervert," Naruto defended. "I just have a healthy amount of admiration for the female figure." He sighed as he could tell she was not buying it. "I blame Anko." In a small dango stand, Anko sneezed all over her dango, and began to swear and curse, promising to castrate whoever made her sneeze on her precious dango. All of the men who were near the women began to back away in fear as they held onto their junk. Naruto shivered as he felt the desire to run and hide in a corner somewhere. Anko? Wasn't that the proctor of the second stage for the Chunin exams? Yujito placed a face to the name. You did seem awfully close to her. But I don't see how you can blame being a pervert? You don't know her like I do, Naruto shuddered. Besides, you should have figured out from her general lack of clothing that she's rather open about her sexuality. I remember she was the one who gave me the birds and the bees talk. Yujito raised an eyebrow as Naruto began shivering uncontrollably. Was it really that bad? Have you ever heard of the Ika series? Asked Naruto, getting a nod from Yujito. I remember when I mentioned that I didn't know about sex or reproduction, she had taken it upon herself to teach me. Really, all she did was kidnap me in the middle of the night, tie me to a chair, and then she read the first 3 books from the Ika series as well as force me to look at the picture illustrations. I haven't been able to look at women the same since. Not entirely sure what to say to Naruto's tragic experience, Yujito felt it would be wiser to simply avoid the subject in the future. So you were saying something about spending some time together this month? Naruto queried, deciding he had unintentionally given away too much information about his life issues with women. Yujito nodded as she switched mental gears due to the change in topic. I usually take Sundays off from any training I do so that I can rest my body. I was wondering if you would like to spend some time with me this Sunday. You could meet me here sometime during the afternoon, or perhaps I could meet you at your place. That sounds fun actually, Naruto said, thinking for a minute. I'll meet you here around 12 o'clock. Is that all right? Yes, that's perfect, Yujito smiled at him. Naruto could not help but return her smile. So what are we gonna do? Yujito just gave him a wink. That is a secret. Naruto pouted for a moment, making Yujito giggle before relenting as he knew if she was anything like the other women in his life he would never get it out of her. Alright. See you, Yugi-chan, Naruto waved to her as he started walking down the hall. Yujito smiled one last time before she closed the door. See the kitten, I told he was quite the catch. Yes, well, even you have to be right once in a blue moon. Yujito could almost feel Nibby pouting, though the pout on its face would probably be more terrifying than anything. Now that's not very nice. When have I ever steered you wrong before? How about that time you told me Jeshiro was a nice catch? Hey, I was just saying he was attractive. What about the time you wanted me to be all over Taro? I can't always know when someone's nothing more than a lecher. Okay then, what about the time you told me Kiza would be a nice match for me? How was I supposed to know he had crabs? Yujito rolled her eyes. Whatever, I believe I've made my point, Your Honor, I rest my case. But that's not fair, kitten, you can't blame me for everything. Kitten? Kitten! Are you listening to me? Once he had left the apartment complex, Naruto walked back home with a perplexed look on his face. Did she just ask me out on a date? I don't think I've really been doing anything differently than what I used to do. In fact, now that I think about it, I may be even more obnoxious than I was before. Naruto huffed in frustration, ignoring the looks he received. I just don't get it. It was the oddest thing to him. Before, when he was at the academy, he could never have gotten a date with anyone. Now he had just had an extremely hot older blonde ask him out this Sunday. Really, it was the most perplexing thing. Of course, he had only ever asked Sakura out, so maybe that had something to do with it. Though he was not sure any of the other girls would have gone out with him either, they had all been completely stuck on Sasuke even though he had never shown any interest in them. Maybe it was just the girls in Konoha who he could not get. After all, he and Haku had gotten together pretty fast. He winced a moment as he thought of Haku, and then this date he was going to be going on Sunday. For a brief moment he felt like he was betraying her. However, he ruthlessly squashed the feeling before it could take hold. He knew for a fact that she would beat the crap out of him if he let her death get the best of him, so he would do his best to move on but never forget. And perhaps going on a date with Yujito would actually help with that. After all, she was nice, understood where he was coming from, and she was extremely attractive, easily drool-worthy in his humble opinion. You just haven't noticed how much you've changed, Naruto, Kyubi commented from within his mind as she brushed her tails. She saw the memory and the brief flash of pain from his memory, and in the interest of keeping her vessel from becoming weak, felt it best if she steer his thoughts away from where they had been going. Your personality might not have shifted too much from who you were originally, but you're a lot more mature now than you had been. You also don't go screaming about ramen and Hokage every chance you get, and can have a serious discussion when needed. Kyubi paused for a second before adding another comment almost as an afterthought. It also helps that you've become quite fetching. Naruto paused in his thoughts as he heard Kyubi, and had to resist laughing when he heard the word she had used. Did you just say fetching? Seriously? What kind of backwards word is that? Oh, shut up. Kyubi humphed, blushing a bit as she used a word she had not heard in nearly 1,000 years. A part of her could not believe she had actually used a word that had not been used in such a way in so long, so I sometimes talk old school. You mean really old school? I don't think I've ever heard someone say someone else is fetching. And considering that I've had to spend years listening to the ramblings of the Uchiha Sasuke fan club go on about how great the theme is all throughout the academy, that's quite the accomplishment. Naruto chuckled a bit. It's also kind of interesting, since if I didn't know any better, I would say you just called me and told me I'm handsome or something like that. Kyubi took a long moment to register the blonde's words, and when she did she felt pale as she realized she had just complimented him. However, just because she may have said something like that does not mean he could get away with mentioning it. Naruto, am I going to have to cut off the circulation to your male anatomy? Naruto paled, and no, Kyubi, sorry. I was just joking. He still did not know if she could do that, but considering she lived inside of him sort of, he did not want to take the chance that it was real. Remember, think before you speak, Naruto, Kyubi admonished in a somewhat ominous tone. Naruto's sweat dropped. Right, the blonde walked up the stairs to his apartment building and over to his room number. However, when he found his door, he also found a surprise waiting for him. Tenchan? Naruto questioned as he saw Tenten standing on his doorway, hands on her hips, and what he had come to recognize as a bad look for any female to have, especially when it's directed at you. Is there a problem with Tenchan? Is there a problem? Tenten asked with a sweet smile that screamed danger. Oh no, there's no problem. Only that you got your arm cut off and nearly killed. She finished in a yell as she stalked towards him. Naruto immediately began to back up in fear. Damn it, Naruto. Do you know how incredibly reckless that fight of yours was? I nearly had a heart attack from half the shit you pulled. Getting yourself smacked around like that. Not stopping the fight after your whole arm is ripped off. If you ever, and I mean ever, do something like that again, I will nail you to a wall and shove a rusty kunai so far up your ass you won't be able to sit for a week. By this point, Naruto was cowering from the bun-haired girl who seemed to have fire surrounding her, and several demonic figures standing behind her, glowering at him. Tenchan, I couldn't just back down from a fight. So you battle until you get your arm ripped off. Tenten's eyes twitched. Do you know how stupid that sounds? You nearly died. Yeah, but I didn't, Naruto defended himself. Look, I know you were worried about me, and I am sorry for worrying you. But you can't just tell me to quit when shit hits the fan. I'm not the kind of person to do that. I know that, but Tenten bit her lower lip. I can't help but worry about you, Naruto-kun. You were so reckless back there. The next time you might not be as lucky and just lose an arm, you could die. While you're calling losing an arm lucky, Naruto grinned as he tried to lighten the situation. It dropped a second later when he saw that she looked ready to actually follow through with her threat. I doubt losing an arm could be considered lucky. I don't think anyone else would have been able to survive after something like that, at least not with their shinobi career still intact. That's definitely true. Tenten snorted, before looking at him curiously. Just how did you regrow your arm anyway? Naruto wagged a finger back and forth chidingly. That's a trade secret, my dear. Can't have other shinobi take my special techniques now, can I? Not that they'd be able to even if they knew how it was done. Kyubi piped up, and it's my technique, not yours. Yeah, but she doesn't know about you. You can't expect me to just come out and say, well, you see, it's all because I have the most powerful demon sealed in my gut, you know, the one who nearly destroyed Konoha. But don't worry, she's actually not half bad. In fact, you might like her. Can you? Kyubi humphed. Well, I suppose you do have a valid point. Of course I do. Then he remembered that Kyubi was trying to get along with him and added, but don't worry, I know just how much you do for me, and you know I appreciate it. Naruto felt an odd warmth originating from his seal. You're such a charmer, Naruto-kun. The odd thing about her statement was she was actually being somewhat honest, even if she spoke in the same flirty way she had used to enthrall other males. It was odd because they were so different from any thoughts she held previously about the blonde or anyone else, and it was still taking some time for her to understand and come to terms with the changes she was feeling. Feeling the desire to get the last word in, Naruto said, I aim to please. Tenten pouted at not being told how he could grow an arm back like it was nothing. She was sure that not even Tsunade knew how to do that, though it did not seem like a medical jutsu. She shook her head. Whatever, just promise me you'll be more careful. Naruto grinned. I'll do my best. She narrowed her eyes at him, and he immediately sought to placate her. Look, I can't make that promise. Sometimes risks have to be taken to accomplish goals or complete missions. However, I promise to do my best not to take too many risks. I suppose that's all I can hope for, Tenten sighed. Sorry, Naruto apologized, not liking seeing one of his precious people hurt, but knowing it was better than making a promise he could not keep. I know it's not what you wanted, he gave her a smile. Though I am grateful to know that you care about me so much. Tenten blushed. Oh, of course I care about you, Baka. If I didn't, who would? Of course, Naruto chuckled. He stopped and looked at her. Is there anything else you wanted to talk to me about, besides chewing my ass out for being a danger to myself and in general ass for not taking the feelings of you and others into consideration? Tenten glared at him for chewing out a comment before shaking her head. Not that's all I wanted to talk to you about. Naruto frowned for a moment before smiling. Okay then, it's getting pretty late, so I'll see you later, Tenten-chan? Okay. Tenten watched as Naruto unlocked the door to his apartment and bit her lip. Wait. Naruto turned around to see Tenten staring at him, her face extremely red. Yes? Are you okay, Tenten? Your face is really red? Tenten yeeped as Naruto leaned in to look at her face, coming so close their noses were almost touching. I am fine, she backed away a bit. If you say so, Naruto shrugged after looking at her for a few moments. So you had something else you wanted to say? Well, was just wondering if Naruto frowned as Tenten began to stutter. He had never seen her look so unsure of herself before. Are you sure you're okay? You seem really out of it, Naruto said as he looked at her with concern. Tenten couldn't but squirm a bit under Naruto's gaze. Yes, I'm fine. I just wanted to ask you something. Oh, well, ask away. Naruto gave the bun-haired girl a smile. You can always talk to me about stuff. So what did you want to ask me? I wanted to ask. Tenten sighed as she worked up her courage. She had never done what she was about to do before, so it was rather difficult. It also didn't help that she had first thought she would be asking Neji to do this with her, not someone she had met 6 months ago. Taking a deep breath, she plunged on. I wanted to ask if you wanted to go out to dinner with me? Dinner? As in a date? Asked Naruto, blinking a few times as he tried to understand what she was saying. Oh, of course not. I mean, it doesn't have to be. Tenten hurried to say, I mean it can just be a dinner between two friends. I mean dating is Tenten, Naruto interrupted the girl. Seriously, how did this happen? This is like 2 dates in one night. Am I really that much more desirable now than I was in the academy? He frowned for a moment as he thought about what he should do. It's not that he didn't want to go on a date with her, but there were a few things that prevented him from outright accepting. The first excuse was Haku, of course, but he could keep thoughts of her from interfering with his daily life and knew if it was just that he would not have a problem. No, the main problem was that he was unsure if any of the restaurants would let him eat at their establishment. However, as he looked at her worried face, he knew that he would not be able to turn her down. I would be more than happy to take you out to dinner, he gave her a soft smile. Really? Tenten's relief became obvious when she suddenly gave him a brilliant smile and all the tension seemed to melt away. Okay then, does this Friday sound good to you? Naruto thought for a moment. It wouldn't really cut into his training since by that point he would really just meditate while his clones dispersed. He gave her a smile. Friday would work perfectly. What time would you like me to pick you up? And do you have a specific place you would like to go? 7 o'clock is a good time for me, that way I can get washed up after my training. I know this small-time restaurant that just opened up a little over a month ago that I wanted to check out. Well, alright then. It's a date. Naruto gave her a grin so large his eyes squinted, making him look like a fox. Okay, date, Tenten smiled, before her eyes widened. Oh no! I left the shop unmanned. Oh. Tusan's gonna kill me. I'll see you later, Naruto-kun. Naruto watched as the unhaired girl ran off. He shook his head a few times before he smiled. Things are definitely getting interesting around here. 2 dates in 1 day, what the fuck? Entering his house, Naruto got ready for bed, brushing his teeth, getting out of the hospital clothes before finally passing out on his bed, knowing he would need all the rest he could get for the coming month. Omake, the birds and the bees with Anko. Anko snickered as she picked the lock for Naruto's apartment, grinning in satisfaction when she heard it click open. Using the stealth skills only a kunoichi at her level had, she snuck into the blonde's bedroom. Anko made her way over to the bed, where Naruto was sleeping, mumbling about swimming in a pool of ramen. The snake mistress shook her head. This kid had the oddest dreams. She leaned down to pick him up, however Naruto must have heard her, because his eyes suddenly opened. What the hell? He couldn't finish his sentence since Anko hit him in the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious. Grinning like a mad woman, she hefted him over her shoulder and left the apartment. Naruto awoke with a slight groan. Smacking his lips, he lifted his arms over his head to stretch the odd soreness out of his neck. Or at least he tried to. When he felt his arms being strained against something, he snapped his eyes open. Naruto looked down and saw that he was tied to a chair. No wonder I've got this friggin' creak in my neck. He looked around and noticed the unfamiliar room. How the hell did I get here? His wonders were cut off when the door to his left opened. Good morning, Gaki. Anko greeted with a cheerful smile as she walked in, munching on some dango with one hand while holding a small orange book in the other. Anko-ne-chan? Naruto questioned. What the hell? You're the one who tied me up. Oh, don't be like that, Gaki, Anko pouted a bit. I'm only doing this to help you. How does tying me up help me? Naruto shouted as he struggled and tried to escape. Anko grinned as she pulled up a chair and sat next to him. Well, I figured I would give you a special lesson today, and I don't want you running away from me. Naruto stopped and looked at her wearily. Anything that she called special was usually something to be avoided at all costs. It was simply safer that way, less painful too. A special lesson? That's right. Tokubetsu Jonin chirped. Today you're going to learn about the birds and the bees, Anko style. Birds? Bees? Naruto tilted his head to the side with a frown. Why the hell would I want to learn about a couple of animals? Anko groaned. You really are clueless, Gaki. I mean sex. Sex. Naruto squeaked, his face taking on the hue of a tomato. Yup. Sex. I even brought a special book to help me. Well, several, but we'll be going through this one first. Anko opened the book, which Naruto now recognized as the perverted literature that Kakashi and Sarutobi read. He immediately began to struggle, trying to free himself from his bonds. Anko noticed this and grinned as she stuffed his mouth with a sock so he could not speak, and then turned to her favorite scene. Oh, Namako, we can't do this. It's forbidden, cried Kunisha. I know it's forbidden, Kunisha-chan, but that just makes me want you even more, Namako said as he pressed her against the wall. Kunisha tried to wiggle out of his grasp, but stopped when one of her breasts was snuggled firmly between Namako's hands as he began to knead her flesh. Soon her restraints crashed down, and she began to moan as. For the next 10 hours, Naruto was subject to all of Anko's favorite sex scenes in the Ika novels, irrevocably changing and corrupting Naruto's perspective on women. It would be a month before he could look Anko in the eyes after that. Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember even shadow clones need love. Peace out, Shinobi!